What if Bella was never a human? I sat staring at the reclined chair in front of mine. The occupant, what I could see of him was old, but not grey as the hair on the sides of his head showed as they surrounded a shiny bald patch. He was not a tall man, and I could only just see the top of his head over the headrest. He had never looked at me, but somehow knew how to really cheese me off well. If I really cared, he reclined his chair so I couldn't even get up to use the bathroom. I could have coped with that had it not been for the snoring and the light reflecting of his shiny head blinding me. I had already listened to my iPod that was now in my bag dead. My phone wouldn't work thanks to the altitude, and I had nothing else to do. So here I sat, Isabella Swan, occupant of 12C, on an aeroplane to England, bored out of my mind with nothing to do but think. Thinking was dangerous to me. Whenever I thought, I usually ended up curled up in a ball trying to hold myself together, so I stared at the thing in front of me, not really seeing it. After all, it's not like it interested me. What could interest me about an old boring snoring man? Nothing, but that didn't really mean much. Nothing interested me anymore, but I had perfected the art of clearing my mind and thinking nothing. It wasn't nice or peaceful, but it kept me together literally. It made me feel numb, which was a bonus for me. The permanent ache in my chest was a bit much to feel. 247, since I could never stop thinking about him. Unfortunately, I liked the numb a little too much and spend most of my time with my mind blank. I didn't register anything when I was in my numb state. I didn't speak at all and only moved when it absolutely necessary, such as breathing. After a week of this, Charlie gave up trying to give me space to sort myself out. He got worried that I hadn't eaten at all since he left. He constantly asked me if I was hungry, thirsty, anything. When I thought about it, I did notice the hunger pangs, but the pain was so inconsequential compared to the hole in my chest that I didn't really register it either. I know I hurt Charlie, but I really couldn't find it in my heart to care. He is my dad. He was supposed to protect me no matter what. He should have known he would do this, but he just stood by and let him tear my heart apart piece by piece every day. It's Charlie's fault. I'm here now, stuck on a plane. He threatened me with sending me to Phoenix after 2 weeks of my numb, or as the doctor put it, catatonic state. I couldn't go to Phoenix. I couldn't leave Forks. If I left, it would be like he was just a dream, like he was really never here, like he never existed, like he wanted. I already feared that the whole thing was my imagination and began to question my sanity. No one understood why I was taking it so hard and just kept telling me to move on, move on. How do you move on when the love of your life tells you that you're not good enough for him and he doesn't want you anymore? Or maybe it was the fact that he was a vampire. It's like the ultimate rejection, rejected by a vampire. There he was, a vampire that wanted my blood. Here I was, a vulnerable, weak little human, and he pushed me away. If it were anyone else, I would have laughed. Rejected by a vampire. I haven't been the same since he left. The sound of any of their names has me collapsed on the floor, trembling and screaming in agony. Every movement, breathe, blink reminded me of them, of how unworthy I was of being near them, of counting me as one of their family, him, of him pretending to love me, even if it wasn't real. I was honored to have had the chance to at least live the dream. Actually, I was surprised he stuck with me for so long. Excuse me, dear, but the plane has landed. I looked up at the one who interrupted my thoughts to see a young, kind-looking flight attendant looking at me kindly, but wearily. I couldn't really blame her. I truly did look scary when I was in my numb state. I looked forward at the now upright and empty chair in front of me. I kept my face blank as I stood and grabbed my bag from the overhead compartments. I didn't make any noise or even look at her again. She seemed about to say something, but I barged past her, not really caring what she thought. As I walked down the aisle towards the plane exit, I passed the other flight crew. The 2 pilots and the 4 flight attendants were in front of the exit, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry to move anytime soon. I barged past them roughly and proceeded out the exit and down the ladder to the ground. Judging by the looks on their faces, they expected more mental or emotional breakdown. Perhaps I could tell from the looks on their faces that I had been a hot subject for gossip. God, how long was I sad there, numb? I found that it didn't really matter and that I didn't really care. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. I don't see the point in caring anymore. I cared about him and look what he did. I cared about them and they left. It's not that I didn't want to care, because a part of me does, but a bigger part of me doesn't. Not caring is safer, because then you won't stand a chance of being hurt. You stay safe whole. I walked into the arrivals part of the airport and took a seat and waited. While I was waiting, I took out my phone and turned it on. Well, at least it's working now. I really don't know why I have a phone. I don't have any friends anymore. When it happened, I couldn't face school. I never went back afterwards. As a result, I lost contact with my friends and they gave up on me like I gave up on them. Charlie and Renee and my number, but I wasn't talking to them. They had tricked me, saying if I got better, they wouldn't ship me back to Phoenix, so I made an effort and they didn't ship me to Phoenix. They put me on a plane to England to live with my grandma for the foreseeable future. She has been informed of my condition, and so here I am. I put my phone away and sat back on the uncomfortable plastic chair that I was sat on. Bella, said a small female voice. It sounded far away. Well, I was in an airport, duh. I didn't open my eyes. I liked the black sanctuary of my mind, besides I hated England. It wasn't as rainy as Forks, but that just reminded me of them. It was dreary and bland here. I hated Forks when I first got there more than I hated England now, but I grew to love Forks. It was beautiful in its own way, the lush wildlife, the carefree attitude. It was my home. England was just a nasty, cheaper, tackier version of Forks. It wasn't beautiful at all. It was not my home. It never would be ever. I was pulled out of my thoughts as I heard the patter of small feet muffled by the stained carpet that was on the floor. I could tell that they were coming towards me. Yippee. Ella dear, said a sweet voice. I opened my eyes and gazed at someone I had never met before, but I could see that she was part of my family. The resemblance was uncanny. I looked into the face of my mother's mum, my grandma, my guardian. I hate old people. They walk slow, smell funny, talk about cats and cake and crappy crap, and they drive the most slow, boring cars ever known to man. I know, hypocrite, right? But after he left I didn't mind the danger. The thrill was enough for me. It was my idea of fun. Of course not Charlie's though. After he caught me a few times he banned me. The idiot. I was prepared for the boring conversations about all her dead cats. But she wasn't like that. As soon as I got up she was walking away so fast I thought she was going to break into a sprint. She didn't even ask me what was wrong, although she probably already knows through Charlie and Renee. I mean, I must look like him ready to throw myself off a cliff. Believe me, I've been there, and she didn't even ask about it. Though grandmas were supposed to be annoyingly nice and loving, or maybe just annoying, whatever. She's in my family, so she's gotta be at least a bit bonkers. I trailed along after her but never actually managed to catch up. When I went out to the car park I discovered that it was already dark. I soon found her sat in the driving seat of a yellow Porsche Turbo 911. Wow. Can grandma actually get any more well ungrand me? Despite my shock and slight awe of this woman I just plodded to the passenger side and got in. She seemed oddly cheerful, and it was majorly irritating. A large smile was plastered on her face as she looked at me. If it wasn't for the fact that she was my grandma I would have decked her right there and then in the face. Why is she so happy? What is there to be happy about? It's raining buckets. I won't usually mind, but it reminds me of them outside. I'm drenched and now smell like a wet dog. Great. I know I can't punch her or anything because she's old and would probably die, but it was kinda hard. No one had been cheerful around me in such a long time. I'm always in a sad, angry, depressive mood, and I drag people in there with me, hence why Jess, Mike and even Angela deserted me long ago. I was so used to people being sad that if I saw someone being happy, I would want to rip their face off. Why do they to be happy? Why should they be? What have they done to deserve it? And it was still the same, but I didn't want to cause her to have a heart attack or anything, so I just glared angrily at the windscreen and crossed my arms, waiting for her to start the car. I would have stayed like that the whole drive, but I heard a sound that made my blood boil. Laughing while giggling. For a second I found it odd that a 60-odd-year-old woman would even giggle, but I soon got over that. If there was something I hated more than smiling, it was laughing. It was so easy, carefree. I used to laugh all the time. I would do anything to be able to laugh and actually mean it. I turned to her to see her wrinkled hands relaxed on the steering wheel, looking rather amused at me. My eyes closed into mere slits and my jaw flexed as I stared her down. Right. You try staring down my grandma. How long can she go without blinking? After 2 minutes of me glaring at her and her still smiling at me like I was funny, I realized that we were still parked in exactly the same spot as we were 5 minutes ago. I gave up. I know, but she was really hard to beat and just stared, well, more like glared out the windscreen again. I waited for her to turn around and get driving, but she just sat there staring at me, still smiling. What? My hands balled into fists under my arms. I'm surprised she didn't even flinch when I screamed at her. She just kept on smiling. Make sure you wear your seatbelt, she said sweetly, and turned back to she front and turned the key in the ignition. I didn't move. The sooner you put your seatbelt on the sooner we can leave. I think that there is a few people that we are holding up, she said just as sweetly as before. I really didn't want to do as she told me. I hate people telling me what to do. That's why I skip school all the time. I can't stand teachers. But the idea of getting out of here, of getting away from her, sounded rather inviting. I humped as I put my seatbelt on and returned to glaring out of the window. Thank you dear, she said, not looking at me. For a change I chose to ignore that she called me dear. She pressed on the accelerator and we were off. I felt like we were in a race. She was going faster than I did back in Forks. I looked over at her thinking that she had pressed down too hard, but she looked like she was enjoying it herself. Weird. We reached her house in about 7 minutes, and I have to admit that was some pretty good driving. Not that I would tell her that. Something was off about her. We got into the house and I was galled to get out of the downpour. I must say there was no old person smell at all. Actually it smelled nice, like lavender. She switched the lights in the hall on and opened the door that led into the kitchen. I realized when she turned on the lights that it was almost a small kitchen painted a nice mint green. Actually most of the things on the kitchen were green. Great. More green. The kitchen led straight into a dining room which only held a small table with 3 chairs, a computer, and a small armchair. I didn't go into the living room. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, feeling a little lost. I heard her come up behind me, shuffling her feet. "Come on, get all that wet stuff off. You can put all your bags at the bottom of the stairs for now, if you's like." She placed a hand on my shoulder, and it took all my self-control not to rip it off. I went and put my wet bags at the bottom of the stairs and went back to the kitchen. I took my coat off and handed it to my waiting grandma. It didn't really help that much. My legs were still soaking, and my hair was now dripping on my jumper. "I've put the heating on so you will be nice and warm and dry." She was speaking like I was the only one that was wet. She had been in that downpour as well, but when I looked at her I realized that she was perfectly dry. Odd, no one dries that fast. Arg, well, I'm sure she's some freaky witchy woman. I won't be surprised. "You look a bit tired. Your room is the thread from the left. It'll leave you to get settled. If you get hungry, you can come and get something." She smiled fondly and shuffled away into a tiny room just behind me. I didn't question her. For the first time I actually wanted to give her a hug. She's giving me time to think, mull things over, even cry a bit. I mentally thanked her. I dragged my bags upstairs and didn't even turn the light on the landing. I saw the light from the street lamps reflecting off 3 silver handles. I got to the third and opened it. I didn't turn the light on until the door was closed behind me and I was in total darkness. You can call me a goth, emo, whatever, but I like the dark. It's easy to lose yourself. My hand found the light switch and I was momentarily blinded by the light. The room was quite large, larger than the one I had in Forks and Phoenix, and was painted a nice calming shade of blue. There was a double bed on the far wall. It was quite modern with a wooden frame that had interesting patterns engraved in it all the way around. Next to it was a little cupboard that looked to be made of the same expensive wood as the bed sat on. That was a lamp. A large white rug was in the middle of the wooden floor. A large wardrobe was on the left-hand side. A television and what looked like a skybox sat next to it. The entire right-hand wall was a window. I couldn't see what was out there. It was I fished my phone out of my pocket 10:30 at night, and pitch black in front of the window was a rather expensive-looking desk with a laptop set on top. I was shocked. How could an old woman have afforded all of this? It's all so modern. It must have cost so much. Did she really expect me to accept all of this? I may have changed, but not this much. I quickly dragged my bags over in front of my wardrobe. I closed the blue curtains that also felt expensive. God, how much money does this woman have? And fished out a pair of pajamas from the bottom of one of my suitcases. I quickly changed and, leaving my wet clothes in a pile on the floor, climbed into the few inviting-looking bed. It was so comfy it should be illegal. I quickly fell all super for me. Before I was pulled under I remembered all the strange stuff about my grandma. She isn't like a grandma at all. She doesn't talk about crap, has cool cars, drives like a loony like me, and has all this money to spend on someone that they've never met, not to mention the fact that she wasn't wet. I know it's a weird thing to notice, but it is pouring it down, and she didn't have one piece of frizz. Unlike me, when my hair gets wet my curls turn into a huge afro. My grandma isn't like a grandma, she's like a teenager. The way she looked at me in the car when she was smiling at me, it was like she knew something, like she was smug. I decided I don't care. I'm not planning on being here long anyway, so I may as well put up with it. As usual, I didn't dream it was nice before. No matter how much I didn't think of him, he always appeared in my dreams. I woke up with the sunlight shining through the curtains. I didn't know how I'd react. I hated the light, it reminded me of them, but I missed it. I missed the warmth. I got out of bed and walked over and opened the curtains. The sun, I missed it. Now that I could see, the view wasn't that good. I don't know the expensive things, the posh window, I expected more. I could see the garden, it was beautiful. The flowers made it colorful. The grass was a shade of green I'd never seen in Forks, and in thought they had them all. The only bad thing about it was that it was surrounded by high wooden fences that cast ominous shadows on the perfect grass in the distance. I could see a field which belonged to a school. Yep, I lived next to a school. Great. And it was now my school. The field was its playing field. Further back there was a block of flats and what looked like a college. Great, first school, then college. They really do shove education down your throats. School. What time is it? 9:30. How long did I sleep? I forgot I had to go to school. Charlie had grandma enroll me. I really wasn't used to the hours, and I wasn't sure I would cope with being told what to do. I sighed. I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. I slowly got dressed in the usual jeans, white paramour shirt, and a black hoodie. I made my bed, something I hadn't done for a while. What can I say? I wanted to thank her for doing all of this for me, not that I would actually say it, but I could show it subtly. I made my way onto the landing and quietly closed the door behind me. I didn't know if she would be awake or not. I mean, old people sleep a lot. I made a quick stop at the toilet and made my way downstairs. The house was oddly cheerful, very warm, sunny and bright. I didn't know if I liked it or not. I heard the television in the sitting room and peeked through the large arch. I don't know why, but I wanted to tell her that I was up now. Why was I being so nice? She isn't even like a grandma. The sitting room was quite large compared to the kitchen and dining room. There was a large leather three-seater, and two two-seaters sat around the room. A large lamp stood next to the right-hand side of the three-seater. A large burgundy rug sat in the middle of the floor and matched the curtains and swag that framed the windows. There was a television bigger than I had ever seen in my life with a skybox like the one in my room next to it. There was a corner unit in the corner get out that held various ornaments and pictures of her family. Thankfully there was none of me. Few. As I walked into the room I saw more ornaments and pictures also on the wall. Above a rather nice looking fire was a huge rather elegant looking mirror. It was the same carvings as my bed. It was lovely. I kept away from it, observing it from a distance. It had been months since I had seen my reflection, and I didn't need an excuse to go cliff diving, though I'm sure there are none around here again. The seats were empty and the television was playing to itself. I don't know why, but I felt oddly at peace here, like I had shed my former self and could be anyone I wanted. I was the only thing holding me back. I was so stuck on being miserable, depressed, and making other people suffer that I was figuratively shooting myself in the foot. He left me, he didn't love me, he never did. I'll never forget the words he told me. Flashback. I'm leaving, he said plainly, his eyes colder than I'd ever seen. Timmy was dumb for a few seconds. I wasn't expecting that. What? That was my ingenious response. Look, it's not working. I ignored it with James, but now Jasper as well. I have to accept it. I'm like them, Bella, but it's worse for me because you're my singer. I was never in love with you. I was just drawn to your blood. The longer I stayed with you, the harder the challenge, the more fun I had. I was just testing myself being with you, but enough. We can't keep up the charade anymore. You're human and there's no way to get around it. We are leaving because there is nothing keeping us here. Me mind cold and comprehended. It was all a lie, all an act. I had picked up on the way that he had. You said you really think my family enjoyed having their throats burning every time you came over? They only put up with it because of me. They tried to put up with it and get past it, but it was very testing having to try not to kill you all the time. Trust me, I know Alice really did try, even forced herself to spend time with you, but nothing changed, said in a carefree voice as he leant back against a tree trunk and crossed his arms. Lazily waited for my response, but I didn't quite know how to speak. Of course it all made sense. They can't deny who they are. But Alice, I thought we really were friends. I guess not. N.S. Emmett, they really were just putting up with me. I understood now, though a part of me was screaming in denial when it became apparent that I wasn't going to answer. He sighed. I thought that maybe this was some joke, but the look in his I squashed my hopes. Look, everyone else has gone. I just stayed behind to say goodbye. He must have seen the pleading look in my eye because he added, don't worry, I'll never see or hear us ever again. Well, just disappear and leave you alone. It will be like we never existed. Goodbye, Belland. With it he was gone. My world crumbled at my feet and my heart was broken into thousands of tiny pieces. How could I ever get through this? Then flashback. I came back to reality to find myself sat on the three-seater settee with someone stroking my hair. I was a bit surprised at that. No one had touched me since he left. They didn't want to. I mean, I looked dead and I didn't want them to, but I didn't mind. It felt nice to be comforted, to let it all out. A rasping noise came from somewhere and I was surprised to find it came from me. I was crying. I hadn't shown any emotion, preferring to be numb than have my heart torn apart every time I show any emotion. SSSSHHHH, come on Hunie, it's okay. I heard my grandma's voice and I sat up slowly and turned to face her. I must look aside. I'm glad I didn't put any makeup on. She must have seen the questioning look in my eye and she explained. I was out in the garden and I heard the stairs go. They are always creaking, she said, smiling. I couldn't help but smile with her. She had a point. With every step a huge creak was emitted. I doubt anyone could go up them. Silently decided to come and see if you wanted anything to eat, and I found you stood here. I realized you were crying and tried to talk to you, but you looked pretty out of it. She smiled apologetically, so I sat you down and tried to get you relaxed and calmed down. I could tell she was nervous. After all, she didn't know me, and my behavior yesterday wasn't exactly nice or inviting. I felt so ashamed of myself, so angry that I had let him affect me like this. Here I was falling apart and he was probably out there with his next infatuation. So I did the only thing I could think of to thank her. I hugged her so fast and hard I practically jumped on her. She was surprised for a second, but hugged me back fiercely. We stayed like that for a while. The hug turned into her holding me up while I sobbed on her shoulder. When at last my sobs quieted and the tears stopped, she didn't stop stroking my hair. It was oddly comforting. She finally pulled back and looked at me. I must look hideous when I cry. My eyes and lips puff up and my face, and it is not a pretty sight to behold. I've never cried too hard in my life. God, as if reading my thoughts, she said, you look beautiful. No matter what, she said, lovingly holding my hand in hers, but then her face cracked into a cheeky smile. After all, you take after me, she said, whipping her brown hair behind her, pretending to be a model. I giggled at that. I what giggled? Well, that's new. I don't know what happened. Charlie didn't really tell me anything, only that you weren't handling it very well. Look, I understand this is hard for you, leaving it all behind to come and live with me, someone you haven't ever met, but if you want to talk about anything I'm here, she said, gripping my hand tighter. But how could I tell her? I wanted to, really I did, but how? Oh yeah, grandma, the reason I'm such a mess is because my vampire boyfriend told me that he never loved me and was only using me. He told me how his family had tried to put up with me, but cold, and how they had all acted for my behalf, that he had not only taken himself the love of my life, but my mum and dad, my brothers and sisters, my best friend. Suspecting my hesitation, she added, hey, she said incredulously, I've seen quite a lot despite my young age, she said with a wink. And for some reason I believed her. I wanted to tell her to make her understand I'd never had someone I was so close to. I met her yesterday, and I was a total cow. I mean, with Renee I was always the guardian figure, and with Charlie, we were very distant with each other. In the last few months, I had actually agreed to hate the pair of them for doing this to me. I felt connected to this woman. I don't know why, but I knew I could trust her with everything. I squeezed her hand in reply and smiled warmly, trying to communicate how thankful I was. Her eyes crinkled, and her wrinkles around her eyes became even more pronounced as she smiled back at me. Now I know you didn't go to school back in Forks, but I'm afraid that there isn't much else to do around here, she said, smiling understandingly. But it's 10:30, school has already started, I said. Confissetti was thinking you could go in at dinner, that way you only get a half day, but you still get a feel of the place. Was about to argue, but I found that I didn't want to upset her. Besides, she had helped me more than she would ever know. The least I could do is go to school. Then a question revealed itself to me. In all my hating and arguing, I never actually found out where I actually was. Grandma, where exactly am I? I mean, I know I'm in England, but I trailed off, looking sheepish. You don't know where you are? She raised her eyebrows at me incredulously. Well, I kind of failed geography, I smiled. And she returned, it and worry, lack of geographical skills runs in the family, she said, laughing, and I couldn't help but laugh with her. Well, Bella, you are in a small town called Scunthorpe. The school you will be attending is called Melior Community College, she said the name of the school mockingly, and I have to admit it was a pretty stupid name. Now she looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. I expect y'all want to shower and get cleaned up before. Shuli nodded and stood up. She stood up with me and let go of my hand. I felt a little lost without it. I gave her a hug and whispered thank you. She hugged me back and let me go. After I had a shower and got myself cleaned up, I finally glanced in the mirror. I know it's like one of my 10 rules to never break, but I've already remembered them and cried, so why not carry on? I gasped as I caught my reflection. I was pale, but not my normal pale. I looked unhealthy. I looked dead. I looked like one of the cull. I stopped. I know I was breaking the rules, but it'd better not push. I'd noticed how prominent my cheekbones were, how my hair was a lot longer, but there was something else. I looked different, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I don't want to sound vain or knitting, but I actually looked quite pretty, despite the paleness and bags under my eyes. I was quite beautiful, nothing like them, but a definite improvement. Maybe it's something in the water here. I was brought out of my contemplating by a knock at the door. Grandma came in and laid my clothes on my bed. My uniform. She looked at me and smiled sadly. She ignored the fact that I was in a towel and went out again to give me some privacy. I looked at the uniform: black trousers, black fleece, white blouse and claret and blue tie. It was actually quite a nice uniform. I put it on and looked in the mirror. Grandma actually knew my size as HHMMM. The fleece buried me and doesn't really flatter the wearer, but it was warm and baggy, and I loved it. Grandma said it'll be okay with trainer for the first week, so that was okay. I grabbed my bag and got downstairs. I gave Grandma one last hug, and she wished me good luck. Her eyes sparkled when she said it like they had some hidden meaning, but I ignored it and thanked you. It was useless telling her that. Her luck was useless on me. I went out the door and turned the corner and saw the big green metal gate that led to school. It was guarded by a teacher who was checking little slips of blue paper. I dodged through the crowd of students who didn't look twice at me. I didn't stand out here, and I liked it. As I reached the gate and the teacher saw me, she smiled at me and opened the gate. You new here? She said nicely. I nodded. Well, good luck. She stood aside letting me in. I made my way across the large playing field and walked around the edge of a very broken and old-looking tennis court. I walked up the windy uneven path and was met by another metal gate and another teacher. He asked me the same thing as the last and let me past as the gate closed and clanged against the metal pole. Locked with. I took a deep breath and went to find the office. I walked through yet another gate and into a little open area on my right, a big yellow building that looked like pound stretcher. As I kept on walking, 6 cars were parked on the same side. On the left, double doors entered the main building. I could tell by the sign that said main block. A huge building overshadowed the whole area and delved it into shadow. I was going to walk in through the double doors, but there were kids older than me crowded around it. I walked around the building trying to find another entrance. As I rounded the corner, I saw a huge crowd of teenagers, all laughing and smiling, joking, talking and listening to music. I envied them. I walked towards them, seeing that there was another set of double doors that led in at the building. I prayed that no one saw me and I could just go past unnoticed. It worked until I made it to the end. Watch where you're going, I stumbled back as the little fat girl walked into me, her toe shadows either side of her trying to look intimidating, and not quite succeeded. I was about to answer and probably slap her, but a voice stopped me. "Oh, give it a rest," Charlotte said, another voice. It sounded lazy. I looked behind me to see 5 girls stood up looking at this Charlotte. She glanced at the girls behind me and smirked whatever she said before she barged past me, her cronies following after her. I was about to walk off, but I heard the girl's voice again. "Hey, are you new here or something? I haven't seen you around," she said. Her friends relaxed and looked at me expecting my answer. Yeah, I just moved here," I said quietly and nervously. "Don't worry about her, she's always bullying people here." She sounded so relaxed when she said that I nodded in response. "I'm so sorry, Lauren," she said smiling. "That might's okay, Bella, thank you for saving me," I said with a laugh. "That's okay. Someone needs to put her in her place." The end of her sentence was interrupted by another voice. "Oh God, Shell, never shut up about this." She feigned a worried expression, but then smiled after Lauren pouted and deafened Rebecca. "But you can just call me Bob," she said with a wide smile. "Bob, what an odd nickname." I raised my eyebrows and she laughed at my expression. She nodded in understanding. "It's a long story," she said, her smile widening. "This is Jess and Jess," she said nonchalantly. I looked at her and she chuckled at my expression. "It's okay, at least you don't have to worry about remembering another name." She laughed and I laughed with her. Both Jesses waved at me and walked up. "Jess Shaw," said a tallish brunette. "Jess Johnston," said the other slightly smaller one. Her hair had been cut in the same style as Alice's, but it had obviously grown out of it. I noticed her accent wasn't from around here. "Oh fine, I guess I'll introduce myself, shall I?" She tried to sound pompous and serious, but only ended up lugging Jim. "Sarah," she said smiling. "Hi," I said simply. They all smiled at me. "So Bella, where you headed?" said Lauren. "Well, I think I have to go to the office, but I don't know where." I trailed off. "That's okay, we'll help you," said Bob. I like the Namages. Shaw hooked arms with me as they led me into the main block. They pointed out various rooms that I forgot instantly and maneuvered me around the crowds. I found it easier to deal with the staring, mostly because the girls were creating such a fuss, laughing and talking so loudly that they had everyone's attention. I found myself laughing along with them all the time. It was wonderful. I already felt like I fit in. They laughed at everything and were always smiling. I couldn't understand it. They all seemed a little loopy to me, but in a good way. They showed me to the office. Andy went in smiling of my own accord for the first time in a while. I felt light and carefree. I had friends and they cheered me up already. I think I would be okay here. As I entered the office, the bell went signaling the end of dinner. I sighed. I guess I'll have to find my own way around. I talked to one of the people behind the desk and they explained everything and gave me my timetable and a map. I smiled at her as best I could and thanked her. I walked out of the office and was surprised to find all 5 still there waiting for me. Jess S, Becky and Lauren were sat on some desks that were sat outside, and Sarah and Jess J were leant against a wall. The conversation didn't stop as I appeared, but I was brought into it. "The so is not. Bella, back me up here. Jonas Armstrong is so not fit," said Becky. "Well, Jess J, Lauren and Jess S looked at her like she was barmy, while Sarah just looked at them like she pitied them. As Becky mentioned my name, they all looked at me wondering what it'd say. "Oh. What was the name? Jonah something?" Who?" I said sheepishly and laughed when all of their jaws dropped. Sarah just smirked. All of a sudden there was a huge "Oh my god, how could you not know who he is?" said Jess S. I could tell she was an avid fan. "Yes, like totally fit, I mean fwa," said Lauren, her eyes popping and smile creeping on her face at the end. "Is like amazing. Haven't you ever seen Robin Hood?" said Jess J. "Should I said uncertainly. They were just about to go another round of "Oh my god," but Sarah stepped in. "Guys, you heard her accent. She's from America." I doubt she's ever even heard of him. "Now you are clearly scaring her with all this man talk," she said wisely. "Sorry," they all muttered, looking like they had just been told off by their mother. Me and Sarah laughed at their expressions. "Excuse me, but should you be in lesson by now?" a loud voice called from down the corridor. I turned to see a tall skinny woman walking toward us, her blonde curls bouncing with every step as she peered at us through her glasses. "Sorry miss, but we are just showing Bella around. She's new here," said Sarah, and I wanted to shoot her. I never liked attention, and that hasn't changed. "Well, you look like you are showing her around," she said, looking at us leaning on walls and sitting on desks, laughing. "Now come on and get to where you should be. Don't disturb any lesson," she said severely before she disappeared into the office. All the girls eyed and got up. "What was that?" I asked no one in particular. She seemed very authoritative. They began walking away from the office, glancing back as they went. They didn't answer me straight away, still glancing at the office door. "That is the royal arse of the school. Pardon my French," said Becky, she said as we rounded a corner and the office was no longer in sight. "She's an English teacher. She thinks she rules the school, always ordering people around," said Sarah. We're all walking in a big line with the 2 Jess at either end, then Becky and Sarah, and then Lauren with me in the middle. We all had our arms hooked together and were walking with a slight bounce. "Even the teachers have a problem with her. They've all complained about her to the head, but nothing's been done," said Lauren. I's Shess been here for like half an hour, and Shess already been assaulted by Charlotte and met the hag we rent, exactly showing her the bright side of Melior Community College, she said the end mockingly, and we all ended up laughing and walking like drunks. Hang on, there's a good side, said Becky, making us laugh all the more. In truth, I didn't even know why I was laughing, but their laugh was infectious. Well, Bella, what you got now? They all converged on me, making our line into a circle, all peering at my timetable as I unfolded it. It's Tuesday, 4th period, so I have physics, I said, looking back at them and having to cover my ears when both Jess and Lauren squealed. Yeah, we have that lesson too, they said, beaming. It ended up that a teacher heard their squeal and had shooed us away from their lesson. They dragged me back outside to where they were sat at dinner and then into the huge building that overshadowed the tiny car park. Becky and Sarah waved goodbye and said they'd meet us here at the end of lesson, and I got dragged into a science lab. All the students were busy with Bunsen burners and chemicals. It had never had a science lesson like this. We had never actually used equipment. We all walked in, and they dragged me to the teacher. He sat at the front of the class looking at his laptop. He was a middle-aged man still with a full head of brown hair and was skinny. Without looking up, he said, "And where have you three been? Class started 20 minutes ago." He looked up as he looked at the clock, then looked at us. He didn't sound angry like a teacher usually would. He sounded relaxed. He proved this by stretching and yawning in his chair. "Sorry sir," said Jess S., but she didn't sound sorry at all. She was bouncing and had a huge smile on her face that she was trying to hide dismally. How could these girls have so much energy to laugh and smile so much? It baffled me. "You just met Bella Shess, new here, Shess in our class," she said, pushing me from my position of hiding behind them to the front. He didn't blush like I used to. I never blush anymore. "Bella Swan, yeah, I got a memo about you. Welcome to Melior," she said, smirking at the end. Apparently no one thought much of this school, even the teachers. "Well, you guys know what we're doing." He looked at everyone else who nodded enthusiastically. "Well, get her a folder and book and explain what we are doing and do it," he said, turning back to his laptop, his type of dismissal. I got dragged and pushed into a seat on an empty table, and they all disappeared. I was about to panic when they all reappeared with a book folder and the equipment I realized that everyone else had. I worked with Jess S. Well, Jess J and Lauren worked opposite us. Well, when I saw worked, we didn't do anything. We sat and talked about anything and everything. They loved my accent and I loved theirs. It was so countrified. I had another lesson, math, which I had by myself. I liked it here. I didn't have to announce myself to the class or give any sort of speech. I took a seat at the back and listened throughout the lesson. I found that the teaching was very different here and I could actually do the work. My new friends met me outside my class, which I was glad for. As we walked down the stairs, we passed Charlotte and her cronies. She tried to push past me, but I wouldn't budge. It was quite amusing to see her trying to get through me. My friends certainly thought so. They fought to hide their laughter. I was on the step above her, which made her look even smaller. "Look, you're so fat I can't even budge you," she said while smirking. God, this girl was original. I heard my friends' laughter stop, but they didn't approach, which I liked. I like fighting my own battles. Well, any battles real I maybe, but that's not why you can't budge me. Have you seen yourself lately? If I'm fat, then what the hell are you? I said calmly, looking down on her as her face turned bright red. I waited for a witty response, but didn't get one. "Next time don't point out people's problems if you have them yourself," and I looked up and down at her, emphasizing it, "especially when you have it worse. So if y'all excuse me," I said with a serious face. I walked past her and my friends soon gathered around me, shielding me from her if she chose to attack me. No one spoke until we got down both flights of stairs and out of the double doors into the open parky thing. I had to figure out its name at some point. "Wow, that was wow," said Sarah, looking awfully at mute. "Didn't need to save you this morning, did we?" said Lauren, smirking and clapping me on the back. Slowly they moved from shielding me as we got further and further away from the building and came to stand around me as we walk. "Edie can usually take care of myself," I said, shrugging. "You can kinda tell," said Jess J with wide eyes. "So what happened this morning?" said Lauren. "He just wasn't expecting it actually. If you hadn't spoken for another second I would have given her a mouthful there." Anthony didn't want to offend them. I wasn't used to having people looking after me without being condescending about it. Like them, but I liked it. We walked across the field faster than I remember I eat this morning. "So, where do you live, Bella?" said Lauren, looking at me questioning. "I'm just here actually," I said as the hedge that covered the wall of the garden on the outside appeared at my right shoulder. I motioned to the hedge and she getting away. "That is so unfair. You won't have to get up until like 8:30. said Jess. "What's it like in there?" said Sarah, pointing to the hedgeroom. "Green," I said, unsure of how to answer. Sarah received an elbow, the ribs, and a meaningful look from Bekiso. "Who do you live with?" she said with a glint in her eye. This question meant more than they were letting on me. "Grandma." Why, I really didn't understand. As they glanced at each other, people have said that she searched for the right word. Weird stuff has happened in there. They all looked so serious I nearly laughed. "My grandma Shess, what 60'd? How could she be weird?" But I remembered the weird stuff I had noticed and reminded myself to keep an eye out. I mentally slapped myself. This is how it began with them, how this all started. It wasn't my business what my gran did, and I wasn't going to meddle or try to figure it out if she told. Me then that was okay, but if she didn't I'm sure I could survive weird my gran's like 60 what weird stuff could she be doing? I meant it as a rhetorical question, but I could see their minds working to list all the things she could be. We got to the front gate, and they waved me goodbye. I opened the door and was met by the smell of spaghetti. I loved it, it was still sunny, and I found Gran in the garden humming a tune. I didn't know I saw her at the bottom of the garden, tending to what looked like a vegetable patch. I dropped my bag inside and walked out to her. I sat under the shade of the apple tree. It was nice to see the vegetable patch was just behind the apple tree's rockery. She didn't look up as she spoke to me. "Oh dear, how was Shuli?" sighed as I laid down in the warm grass. Though it was still in the shade it was okay. "I met some Pioplio. And who might they be?" she said in a friendly voice. "Wealthy Lauren, Rebecca or Bob, Sarah." "And the two Jess," I said, proud that I had remembered their namish. "They're nice girls," she agreed, and I could see her hair bouncing when she nodded. As I turned my head to look at her, Riksham sat in silence for a while, her humming nearly sending me to sleep, but she got up quite quickly. "I might add for an old person, what plants have you got?" I said, trying to make conversation. "These are my herbs." She swept her arm over the patch of upturned soil. She sniffed the air. "Spaghetti's ready," and she shuffled away. How could she know that I sniffed the air? And all I could smell was apples and the upturned soil. Weird, maybe it's a granny superpower or something. He walked after her and entered the warm house, surprised by how cold it had gotten so suddenly. 2 plates of spaghetti were laid out on the counter in the kitchen. She grabbed hers and handed me my fork. We ate at the dining room table in silence, but it was nice. It gave me time to reflect. God, I sound like a priest or something. The last few hours. When we were done I washed the pots despite my grand's objections that she would do it. I was at the hall doorway that led from the kitchen into the hall and was about to go and get one of my old books. My old ones reminded me of them so much I couldn't bear it, but I figured that things had changed now, so why not try? I won't stop reading my favorite books because them when my grand's voice sounded from the sitting room. It was barely a whisper, but somehow I heard it even over the television. I removed my hand from the knob and went to the large archway that led into the sitting room. Gran was sat smiling at me like she had just proved something or won the lottery. She had a glint in her eye that made me slightly apprehensive. I noticed that the television was on louder than necessary and I knew that Gran had good hearing. She heard me in the garden fine. "Would you mind staying down here? I need to talk to you about something." She smiled sweetly, and I was surprised I heard her perfectly over the sound of the blaring television. Maybe I had developed good hearing here in England. Something in the watery glint in her eye, and her eye made me feel nervous, and I hesitated in the doorway. I had just revealed my vulnerability to this woman, a woman I barely knew. What would she say? Was it even about that? Was she throwing me out? I liked it here. It was so different to Forks, and I felt like I had strange connection to this woman. I feared what she would say. I could be the final nail in the coffin, literally. But I had to find out. What if it wasn't anything like that? What if it was just about the shopping or decorating or something? I looked into her eyes again and resigned myself to hearing this out. If it was bad, well, I've had my fair amount of letdowns. I'm sure I could cope somehow. I gulped as I entered the room and took a seat on the 3-seater in front of the window. Gran moved from the 2-seater and sat in front of me, taking my hands into hers. "Oh no, this must be bad." My heart accelerated and I felt slightly nauseous. She began to talk slowly, looking me in the eyes like she could see my soul. "Now look, Bella, I have to tell you something," she said, as if talking to a child. "Something is Isis. It good or bad." I guess I had taken the role of Chilch side, but didn't stop looking at me. "I suppose it's the way you look at it," she said mysteriously, taking a deep breath. She started, "I'm different than other grandmas, Bella, and I'm sure you've noticed a few strange things about me as well." She didn't wait for my reply. "So I'm telling you I want to, but I also have to beg you as you aren't normal. Either you're like me, Bella, you're special. There. I hope you are happy, Elle." This was all rushed. "It would have been better if you hadn't been pressuring me." "Sorry, I can't spell for or whatever. I'm special like that." "Special like retarded," I said. "It was a definite possibility. I mean, I never was like other people. I could have been." "Oh, Bella, not retarded," she said, smiling warmly at me. Then what? I wanted an answer for this. Why did I always feel different? Why was I so screwed up? She took a deep breath. "You are the first person I have ever told, so listen carefully." She took another breath. "What we are, it's in our blood. There is no avoiding it. You either accept it or rebel against it, which is useless. It is passed down from generation to generation, so this includes Renee as well," I said sourly. I was still angry at her. If she knew this, she could have told me. Well, she'd lied to me once, why not once more? I know I thought she was, but it seems to have skipped her totally. "You seem to have gotten her share as well as yours, though. I wonder how that will affect you." She was lost in her own mind for a while. I waited patiently for her to resurface and carry on, "So," I said, prompting her. "Yes." She wrung her hands in her lap and looked down at them. "Well, you see, oh God, this is harder than I thought." She smiled apologetically at me and then squared her shoulders, looking me right in the eye. "Bella, you are a witch like me, no emotion." Betrayed me. I was blank on the outside, as well as the inside. Was she kidding me? Was this a joke? Did Charlie and Renee send me down here in hopes of cheering me up? Well, I wasn't laughing. This wasn't fun. You don't even know this woman. How do I know she is even related to me? We don't look alike. I narrowed my eyes at her, and she sighed. I am your grandma Bella. No, Charlie and Renee didn't send you down here to cheer you up. She looked at me as if expecting something. You didn't disappoint. My eyes grew wide, and I got toothache from my jaw being open for so long. Yeah, you can't readmins, I whispered. Oh no, reminders. I know I was getting better, but not this much. The pain in my chest that had been numbed for so long threatened to burn again. No, I can't read minds. I can only read your mind. We are linked. Her eyes never left Minnie. Took a while, but I finally regained the use of my voice. Linked? How? I wasn't sure. I wanted to know the answer. This was too much supernatural. Hypocrite. I screamed at myself. I was right. Last time I found something supernatural, I jumped in without a moment's hesitation. I'm your guide, as well as your grandma. We share a mental link which enables us to contact each other using our minds. As if a demonstration, I heard her voice in my heat. I'm telling the truth, Bella. I swear I am. She squeezed my hand gently. Was this such a huge thing? I mean, I know that vampires exist, so why not witches? But it is a different story when you enter the world of the supernatural. He took a much needed deep breath and looked into her eyes. Tell me everything I needed to know. She had already said that it was pointless to rebel, so I would have to accept what I am. That was quick. Should I be screaming and flipping out by now? Why wasn't I slamming my bedroom door and crying into my pillow? I will never be normal, I thought with a sigh. You don't have to be normal, only yourself. Reading my thoughts again, I said with a small smile. It was so easy to talk to her about this. You looked like you were hard in thought, and I wondered, she said with a shrug. A strange move for an old woman. So you can turn it off then, I said hopefully. I didn't want to have to hide my thoughts all the time. Yeah, I don't hear you constantly, so don't worry. I'm not, I said indignantly, even though I was who can feel each other's feelings as well. So I know you were worried, she said distinctly. It was lost on me. Mind reading empath. Can we see the future? Third times the charmingly very powerful witches have precognitive senses. It was very rare to meet one. Why do you ask? I felt her confusion. Oh, so this was the link. It was Strangio. I just thought it would be cool. I said it was a blatant lie, and I knew she saw through it. I was glad she didn't inquire any further. She suddenly got up and turned around facing me. Want you to forget all the silly superstition you've heard about witches and only concentrate on what I tell you from here on. And she said seriously, forget brooms and wands and wizard schools. That is all fiction. This is the real thing. We don't need brooms to fly or wands to do magic, I said rather dumbly and feeling rather childish afterwards. No, can you imagine me flying on a broom? It would be highly uncomfortable. Imagine the splinters, she said smiling mocking horror. And we certainly don't need wands. How could a pathetic stick channel such a strong element as magic? It was totally ridiculous. Oh, I can do magic. I was nearly bouncing with excitement. No, she said shortly. I felt so disappointed that I thought I would cry. Felt the cushion sink as she sat next to me, taking one of my hands in hers. Not yet anyway, she fixed with a smile. Why not? I said, pouting a little. Okay, I know I was acting like a spoiled kid, but I want to do magic because you haven't gone through your change yet, she said simply. Froze. The change? Was it like the vampires change? Undecibable pain for 3 days. I was willing to do that for him, but now I don't know if I could. Don't worry, it's nothing like a vampire change. In fact, you're already part of the way there. She pulled back a little to look at me. I was confused. Should I have realized this first? Your appearance changes. That's what is happening to you. How did you know I was changing? I mean, if no one can know, how did Charlie and Renee tell you that I was looking different? They didn't tell me anything. The connection was formed when the magic was triggered. I felt our connection and simply looked into your mind. It was an experience. We both winced at the various memorism. Sorry you had to go through that, I said quickly. It's not your fault. Besides, it gave me an excuse to bring you here. She smiled nicely. Are you ready then for your witch lesson? Nodded eagerly. I'll just start off with telling you the basics. Then first, we don't need much sleep, only a few hours once or twice a week. We have really good hearing, sight, smell. In fact, all of your senses will be heightened. The usual age for the change is about 25 to 28. That's where we freeze you. However, she turned her eyes appraisingly to me, seemed inclined to change everything. This is the youngest change I've ever heard of, though it could be triggered by huge emotional stress, because your magic when you are young is ruled by emotions. Also tend to attract other magical creatures to us, but we act differently. She didn't speculate any further, but I raised my eyebrows, waiting. Well, humans have their survival instincts, but ours are different. I mean, why be afraid of something that is weaker, slower and more primitive than yourself? It would be stupid. She said it as a rhetorical question, but I knew what she was hinting at was that why I wasn't afraid of. I trailed off, unable to finish the sentence as the pain in my chest multiplied. As you weren't afraid of the vampires because you knew unconsciously that one day you would be stronger than them. Nodded my head absently. At least it was an answer I had been waiting for. For the rest of the night she told me about how magic works, how each person's magic takes a different color, how magic is complex, and if used incorrectly deadly. When she told me about witch history, I was so angry she had to calm me down. We can influence each other's emotions, as well as feel them. Remind you of any Annabella are the last witches in existence, she said bluntly. What? How? I said. Flabbergasted. How could an entire race of such powerful people get wiped out millennia ago? Witches, vampires, werewolves, shapeshifters, goblins and elves all lived in harmony together, but slowly we began to hide secrets, break the rules that kept the peace and betrayed our friends. The friendship was broken, and the creatures went their separate ways. We stayed away from each other, but the vampires got a little greedy, they being one of the weaker races, but unfortunately the most ignorant, wanted more power and were willing to go to any lengths to get it. The ruling family, the Volturi, wanted the other creatures to serve them and together mass an unstoppable force. Of course, who would want to serve such monsters who prey on human lives? The only powerful ones were the ones that were given special abilities. Besides, who would want to be ruled and be told what to do by an inferior noon? But that didn't stop them from trying. They changed their tactics from asking politely to demanding that they accept or face the consequences. Die, she sighed. Most of the creatures didn't want to fight. The goblins, elves, witches and shapeshifters were all peaceful people. Sure, they could get nasty when they wanted, but most of the time they just wanted peace. We all went into hiding. I am ashamed to say that had we joined together like we once had, they would have been easily defeated, but it wasn't, so the werewolves were the only ones that fought. I believe only a handful still live today. They were all hunted down and savagely killed. It was horrifying. We all mourned our fallen friends, but still wondered how could they have defeated them? The werewolves were a lot stronger and faster than vampires, so how could they have been overthrown? It is a question I still wonder about. She sighed again slowly. Each race was hunted and destroyed, bar a few lucky survivors. Goblins and elves are completely extinct. Now those who survived were killed by age. A few tribes of shapeshifters still live in secret. Of course the vampire population thrived and we are the last. Finished with a mournful look. A tear fell from her eye throughout connection. I could feel her guilt, regret, and overwhelming anger. I couldn't believe it. How could they? Did they have anything to do? No. It was millennia ago. They weren't all of Annabella. The wars still waged today. I have no clue if the vampires you knew were involved or not. Her voice was hard and cold. I understood. I was so angry right now. They had destroyed entire races of brings. I hate them. All of them. What about witches? You spoke of how the others escaped or didn't, but you didn't say. Witches were forced to scatter to the far reaches of the world. Some went into the wild, but they were soon discovered and killed. Some used magic to conceal themselves, but they were found as well. Spells after a long time drain the witch until the spell fails. Very few, myself included, could cast a spell to make us appear human. It was very thorough. We had no trace of magic in our system, and we appeared as human as our neighbors. We had to do this now, because the Volturi wasn't even bothering to ask anymore. They would just kill you. Where you stood, the spell was the only way to escape that. Unfortunately, many people's magic drained them because the spell needed to be there permanently. That the spell failed and they were found. Those that cast the spell were unfrozen and began to age again, and as a result were able to have children. The children were found as soon as the parents were and slaughtered as well. There was no mercy in for anyone. Her hands shook as I found mine doing the same. Couldn't form a proper thought. Never mind a sentence. I was too angry. Slowly, we began to calm down. You were one of them, weren't you? One of the ones who cast the spells. She waited a few seconds, collecting herself. I lost many children to those monsters. I tried to protect them, to hide them, but they would always be found. Renee was the only one who I managed to save over these hundreds of years who lapsed into a silence where we both thought of those that had been meaninglessly slaughtered just because they wanted to live freely. I yawned and stretched out. Where was I? I looked around the dark room, finding that strangely enough I could see perfectly. It didn't surprise me. Gran had told me that my senses would increase as my change neared. Despite having only slept 3 or 4 hours on one of the CTs, I felt fully awake. The clock read 5 o'clock. Oh well, I suppose I could get up. I could hear Gran snoring from down here. This good hearing was useful. I got a long relaxing shower and got dressed for school. I found that it was just gone 6:30, time for breakfast. I found my favorite cereal in the cupboard and poured out a large bowl. One ate it slowly, savoring every bite of deliciousness. I know I'm a cereal monster. I laughed at myself. I was slightly confused. I thought that yesterday's discovery would scare me or shock me or at least send me back into depression, but I was happy. I was glad to finally have answers, to actually have somewhere I fit in. In fact, I was so happy that I bounced to the door when I heard a knock. "Hey Bella," said Lauren, looking a bit scared. "Why are you so happy? You can't be a morning person." "There is no such thing," said Becky, shaking her head. He just shrugged and let them in. We still had 20 minutes before school started. They stood awkwardly in the hall while I skipped into the kitchen, humming a show tune. I started fussing about making my pack up. Bella, who is downstairs, I heard my grandma in my It's okay, it's the girls I met yesterday, they were really nice. I wish she would stop being so cautious and protective. I'm not being cautious or protective though. Why did you ask? Well, I need the toilet and your friends are there, she said rather awkwardly. I struggled to keep my laughter and I wasn't expecting that. I beckoned my friends forward into the kitchen while I buttered my bread, letting Gran use the toilet. When I looked up I found them staring around. I smiled smugly. Not what you expected is it, I said, raising my eyebrows. No, said Becky rather bluntly. Sorry, it gets pretty boring around here and some people have an overactive imagination. Lauren apologized. I waved my buttery knife at them, dismissing it. Unfortunately I splattered them with butter. I had to bite down on my lip to keep from smiling. I waited for their reactions. I knew that if I did that to Jess back in Forks, she would never speak to me again, but if Angela got splattered, she would probably just laugh along with me. Now I just had to wait. Would they be Jess or Angela? Wide smiles crossed their faces, and they had an evil glint in their eye. I sighed. Angela, you are so gonna pay for that at dinner, said Becky mischievously, ignoring the butter in her hair and glaring playfully at me. You'd better get watching yo back, punk. Lauren tried to go all gangsta but didn't quite make it. We all fell about Loginjabella school. Sobering up I elbowed them in the ribs and pointed at the clock. They didn't sober up much, but managed to get to the door, leaving my buttered bread behind. School passed quickly. I had all of my lessons for the first half of the day with one of my friends. They had all been told about the butter incident and were planning some sort of revenge. They just kept on smiling at me evilly. At break I was introduced to some of the people who crowded around where we sat. I met Danny, Tom, Tim, Lowell, Peter, Oliver, Kaylee, Kate, Sam, Jamie, and a load of others. They were all really nice and loved my accent. I thought it was horrible actually, but oh well. Dinner however was a different story. I had math by myself, so I made my way to our meeting place and waited for them to arrive. All the others came and I started to talk to Kate and Sam about songs and bands. I struck up a conversation with Danny about football. A load of boys joined in and we were soon in a sort of huddle. Suddenly they all backed away from me. Looking over my shoulder I turned around and saw my friends there with huge bottles of water. I tried to run, but the lads held me in place as my friends descended on me. I got soaked and the boys had to let go of me, otherwise they would have too. After they let me go I snatched a bottle off Sarah and started soaking them back. They all turned on each other and we ended up drenched and laughing hysterically. I was glad that the sun was shining to keep us warm. Everyone was backed against the walls trying to avoid the water. We quickly made our way onto the field to dry our clothes. They were literally dripping wet. Becky wasn't happy. Her hair went all wavy and frizzy. Jess's hair went all aphatastic. Sarah's went all curly. Mine Jess SS and Lauren stayed the same. We just laughed and joked. By the time dinner was over our clothes were dry on top, but the back was still soaked. In our last 2 lessons every time we got up from our seats there was a patch of water. It was funny every time, but I don't know why we did all that. Stopped in the hall and given a lecture by one teacher, but we just laughed when we were sure she was out of earshot. Thank God it's Friday, said Jess, raising her hands to the sky as if praying. Friday? Really, that was quick, I said absently. Duh. Of course it was quick, you only started yesterday and we have the next 2 weeks off, said Lauren indignantly. Lucky cow, said Jess J quietly. She seemed different than the others, not as friendly, and I think she enjoyed their revenge a little too much. Well, then I guess I'll see you in 2 weeks, I said, closing my garden gate behind me. Don't think so, said Lauren. What? I said rather confused. Give us your mobile number. Well, call her TXT you when we are coming out. She opened her hand to my mobile. That's my cell phone, right? I still didn't get this English slang. Rolling their eyes, they all said. Duh. Smiling I fished into my bag and got out my phone. They all typed their numbers in and I typed in mine. We waved goodbye and I went into my house. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking. Nice water fight, she said with a smile. Yep, I said. Beaminger, you might want to check your hair by the way, she said, sniggering while peeling a carrot. It looked like a bird's nest and I couldn't help but Loggy was laughing. I was happy I was a witch. I was home. I spent my holiday learning witch history, my history, various spells and things that I couldn't use yet, plus I discovered a few things. Did you know that all witches have a power before they go through the change? Thought Grandma. It was sunny out and we were in the garden laid back on the grass. We spoke like this most of the time. Now it was so natural and much more convenient than talking. No, I said truthfully. It's true, it's how witch children were identified. What was yours? I could move objects with my mind. I thought it was amazing when I was little. I still think it is today, she thought, turning her head to me, an impish grin on her face. You don't have one, I thought quietly. Oh, wasn't there anything that you could do that no one else could or that someone couldn't do to you? She raised her eyebrows. I thought about it for a moment until I remembered. You mean Ed couldn't read my mind, I stated. I still couldn't say his name, it still hurt. I wondered sometimes if the pain will ever go away or will I have to spend eternity in agony. It was that or avoid anyone named Ed. His name, it was a possibility. She nodded as though proved right. But what does that mean? So he couldn't read my mind, so what is that? I think you are a shield, you shield your mind. I mean, even though we are linked, it is still difficult getting into your head sometimes when you are concentrating on something. I had never heard her talk about this before or even think about it. So how come you can get into my mind, but he can't? Because we are linked, we have a blood connection, and that surpasses his mind-reading ability. You will find that blood always strengthens a connection to someone, especially when you are a witch. Well, they are vampires, I thought, smiling. Does that mean that if Edward had tasted some of my blood, he would have been able to read my mind? No, I can only read your mind because we are linked by blood genes, by history. He would have just got a blurry outline. She also told me something I was dreading. She must have heard me thinking and worrying about it, the change. The change is something every witch has to go through to receive her full powers. There is no getting around it, but it's not like the vampire change. Of course it is a bit painful. I winced as I remembered the venom running through my veins at the ballet studio. Of course Gran knew about that, she knew quite a lot. Don't worry about it, it's nothing like that. Of course your body has to change because this is the body you will have for eternity. The only reason the vampire change is so painful is because the heart has to stop, the blood disappears, and you turn to stone. Of course that would hurt. Once she put it like that, it kinda made sense. So what happens in our change? Well, you start by being sick. You'll get a fever, cold or something like that. It will get worse, but it is copable. You will also get headaches. After all, your mind has to change as the magic flows through you. The mind is a witch's best weapon. You will go into a state of unconsciousness for a while. That's when you get your powers, she said wisely. How long does it last for? That depends on the witch. If there is a really powerful witch, the change takes longer because of the amount of magic. The usual time after the loss of consciousness is only 4 or 5 hours, she said soothingly. To be honest, I was looking forward to it. I would actually belong somewhere with someone. She told me something else that made my face light up. You know that vampires are an inferior race. Well, those who are without special abilities are anyway. I know that you think them to be amazing and all that, but do you know why they are inferior to us? Yes, some have extraordinary talents, but we can have most of their talents by simply casting a spell. Some even have natural talents that don't need spells, but aside from the magical side, we are stranger. Faster and well, better, I suppose you could say, she smiled smugly. When I wasn't learning things, I was having fun. I went out with Lauren and Becky and Jess a lot, but Sarah and Jess J. Colton come out very often. We didn't do much, just went to the park, another park, and another. There were a lot of parks. We just talked about, well, everything: bras, boys, animals, the past, geography. I thought that there was a limit to how much you can talk about, but it appears there isn't. And when we weren't talking, we were messing around. That usually includes dancing and singing like a loony. When we weren't doing that, we were laughing. I didn't even know why we were laughing, only that we were. I finally had friends that were friends. I've gotta be in early today, said Becky sadly. Why do you have to have milk and cookies or some, Matt, said Jess teasingly. Becky punched her arm, and thus the wrestling match started. Jess and Becky were always punching and kicking each other, but they were really good friends. I didn't understand, but it was fun to watch. Usually they ended up on the floor laughing. It was one of those times when they eventually calmed down, and me and Lauren helped them up onto their feet, Becky continued. No, I have to be in for school tomorrow. Mum says I have to get ready. She mocked her mother's voice at the end, and we all laughed. School, said Jess as though it was a curse. School, said Lauren, groaning and closing her eyes, tilting her head back. School, I sighed. I got in early because after Becky went in it got cold. Well, not to me, I don't really feel the cold anymore. Gran says it's because the change is getting nearer. The alarm rung and I got dressed rather lazily and trudged downstairs. Tired, said Gran McKingley. Don't really get tired either. I slept a few days ago, so there was no need. No, I just don't think I have the energy to go to school, I thought truthfully. The very aspect of school had me groaning in protest. Shaking her head, she didn't answer. She was cooking something in a big pot on the cooker. The bell went and I walked to the door. After letting a very tired looking Becky and Lauren in, I got ready, kissed my Gran on the cheek and went to school. After a week I was in a routine morning with school, which I found alright. With my friends there, I would often speak to Gran in lessons if I was bored. It was great that this mind connection thing had no distance limits. After school I either went out or listened to Gran as she told me about witches during the night. The times I didn't need sleep, my lessons would carry on. We sometimes found ourselves watching television or in the garden, sat on the grass. I loved it. I loved my life. On Monday I got ready for school. I was used to school by now, and the teachers didn't tell you what to do as much, but something was different. I don't know why, but I could sense it, that something was going to happen. Shrugging it off, I went downstairs as usual. Becky and Lauren came, and we headed off to school. Walking across the field, I felt a speck of rain on my shoulder. Looking up, I saw the huge gray cloud that loomed over the school and the surrounding area. Following my gags, my friends groaned. Look at that. I can't even see any blue, said Lauren. I know, it's like a curse in Scunthorpe. You were lucky, Bella. She looked at me. You came and brought the sun with you, but it looks like we are back to the same depressing weather, said Becky. It was alright last week. The sun did come out, I said, defending the sun. Yeah, it was pretty nice, but it was that sun that doesn't really heat anything up, and it's still cold, complained Becky. I didn't understand Lauren's comment. I could see the blue after the gray. Sure, it was a bit far away, but I could see it as if it was right in front of me. My vision had been improving dramatically. I often find myself stunned by the most common things, just the beauty of them is astounding. I didn't comment on the blue thing, though I didn't want them to think that I'm some sort of super seeing freak. Maths and Ect flew by as me and my friends talked and laughed our way through the lessons. Both of the lessons were laid back, as were most of the teachers here. They just talked about things and joked with you. I was still laughing after hearing that Becky had a strange obsession with the Lion King. She actually sat and had a real conversation with our maths teacher about it. I couldn't help but laugh. At how serious they were about an animated film. I also discovered that Becky was very defensive over her animated film. I'm lucky to come away unscathed. I thought that she was going to either scream at me or break down in tears. It turned out she did both. I was saved by Lauren and Sarah as they pulled her away from me and calmed her down. Sorry, we should have warned you. Becky is a little sensitive about the Lion King, Jess S told me. It's okay, she looked like she was gonna kill me, I said truthfully. Well, said Jess S, putting a hand on my shoulder in a mock serious tone, we did tell you that we were all a little barmy. You knew what you were getting yourself into. She smiled and shrugged. I just laughed. It was true, they did tell me that they were all a little crazy to some level. I told them not to worry, that I was a little bit loopy myself, and in the last few weeks, it has been proved right. I've never been such a kid. We would just go crazy at random things. I mean, we could be serious, but we didn't do it often. I loved feeling light. I forgot my worries. We all ended up laughing, and Becky came and gave me a huge hug and apologized over and over again for freaking out on me. I comforted her and told her it was okay, and that I was sorry for criticizing a film that I had never seen. That was a mistake. Her eyes lit up, and she started speaking so fast that it was a good job I had good hearing. She told me that she would lend me the DVDs, and that I had to watch them. I promised her I would, and she seemed to be herself again. Suddenly I heard Jess J say something. She hadn't said much to me and usually kept away from me. She didn't speak to me, but I didn't take any offense. I didn't really care enough if one person didn't like me, so what, I have all the friends I need, and I have a feeling that these will be real friends, the sort that stick with you through anything. Oh, said Jess, her voice happier than it ever heard. Others were sat on the steps that faced the path that I had walked from the car park to the double door. I was the only one stood up. I was unusually happy, but when Jess said that, I felt the same as I had this morning, but it was stronger, like foreboding. Whatever it was, it wasn't good. Others all looked past me, and their faces turned to smirks as they looked back at Jess. What, I said, not wanting to turn around, sighing. Lauren answered me as the others were too busy laughing at Jess' expression of a kid at Christmas. They're back, she said simply as she waved her hand in their direction. Despite my decision not to turn around, my body had other ideas. I turned around to look at these people, wishing that it wasn't some group of brainless footballers. I wished it was. There was the family I should have had, the family that should have been mine, the meaning of my existence, the thing that I used to breathe for my love, the heartbreaker, the deserters, the users, the killers, the spineless evil creatures that wiped out my entire race. There was so many levels of hate radiating off me, one for each reason that I hated them. With each level the hate intensified. It was that strong that I caused Jasper to flinch and hesitate with his step. He didn't turn to look at me, none of them did. I was so angry right now that I was shaking. My nails dig into my palms as I clenched my fists to keep them from hitting something. They walked in a group, each with their partners with him at the back. They looked blank, so empty. I guess this is what they are really like, and that how they acted around me really was an act. They kept walking, not turning to look at anyone or anything. Each of them stared in front of themselves with blank faces. You fucking arseholes, I whispered, knowing they would hear me. Each of them paused as I spoke. They looked at me one by one, surprise lighting up their faces. Finally he turned to look at me, and I felt my hate reach new levels. I kept my face blank as my eyes glared at them, my body shaking from the effort of controlling myself. Ella, said Alice quietly. If I was a human I wouldn't have heard, but I heard her perfectly. She didn't sound like she used to. All the happiness and bubbliness must have been an act as well. I turned to look at her, and I glared her, willing her to turn to dust. Where she stood, Jasper must have sensed my anger, because her stepped slightly in front of Alice, blocking her partially from view. None of them smiled, not that I expected them to. You don't leave someone to want to find them 8 or 9 months. Letary suddenly couldn't wait to become a witch. I could show them how much they hurt me. I could make them feel how I felt, make them go through what I went through. Ella, you okay? Said Lauren behind me. All of my friends had gone silent, so had all of the people who stand around us. All of them were looking at my shaking body and glaring as he was unable to make my voice work. I was afraid that if I spoke louder than a whisper I wouldn't be able to control the anger that was flowing through me. Bella, said Becky, putting a hand on my trembling shoulder. Come on, she tugged at my hand, unable to unclench it, just grabbed my wrist and pulled me inside the building away from those. Ella, are you okay? What the hell happened? I've never felt such anger before. She sounded worried, but slightly apprehensive of my answer. I couldn't answer her immediately. I had to wait, so I knew that some of my more implicit thoughts dosn't slip, and finally I was able to reply. They're back. Has anything changed? Alice I heard Jasper talk soothingly to Alice from my room. My refuge. I never left my room only to hunt, but that was about every 3 weeks, but apart from that I stayed in here. I had my pictures of Bella, videos of her, even some of her clothes in here. That was all I needed. Every time I thought of her my heart broke a little more, but I feared that if I didn't think about her that I would forget her. I know a vampire had good memory, but still the fear is there. No, I heard Alice say back quietly, and sadly just recently Alice has been having problems with her visions. Sometimes she can see us, but most of the time whenever she looks it's just black. It started a few days ago when she looked for our future at school. Nothing. Every time she looks for us at school it's the same. We had to miss a few days of school, not that I'm complaining, because Carlisle thought that someone or something could be there that could be causing our futures to disappear. Usually when your future disappears, it means you're dead. No one was willing to let their partners go into a possibly dangerous situation. Blind. Well, I wanted to go. If it was something dangerous, it might let me finally escape this hole of a life I got as far as Chandos Road until they caught up with me and hearted me back. They won't let me give up, and I don't know why. Without my angel my life is nothing. I am nothing. Here I sat on my bedroom floor holding the last thing of Bella's. I have the picture of us at prom. She looked so cute, so gorgeous. She was blushing from the dress Alice had dressed her up in and the anger that I had tricked her into coming. Nevertheless she was smiling, looking radiant. I didn't deserve the love that those eyes held. I looked at our hands entwined. My hand flexed, wanting hers to hold again, but couldn't. I wanted to see her, to talk to her, to hear her laugh, but that would be breaking my own rules. God, how I loved her. I wanted to run to her, to tell her I loved her, to beg her to take me back. I don't deserve her forgiveness. I heard light footsteps on the carpet leading to my door. I knew who it was. Once their feet would have been skipping or dancing or bouncing, but not anymore. Not since I took away her best friend Alice. She was the only one in the family who actually bothered to try to talk to me. Emmett, Jasper and Rosalie haven't spoken to me the same since we made the decision to leave Carlisle, and Esme tried their hardest to bring me back to life, but I won't, and eventually gave up and left me to my depression. Alice still comes and talks to me, even though I don't talk back. Sometimes she just comes here for the silence to think about things. Sometimes she comes to scream and shout at me about taking away her best friend. I fell apart a little bit more whenever she would break down afterwards and have to be taken away by Jasper. She knocked lightly on the door and without waiting for a reply, not that I was going to give her one, walked in and sat down on my settee. My room was a mess after that night in the forest with Bella. Once I came home and wrecked it. It was totally childish, and I know I was throwing a patty, but I couldn't help it. I smashed up every CD and DVD I had, threw my stereo and television out of the window and put my fist through the wall. After a few hours of my tantrum Alice came in and slapped me up. She slapped me and it hurt. Edward, get a grip. You're the one that left her. This was all your decision, and if you don't like it, do something about it, she sobbed as she slapped me. Her thoughts were centered around this hole in her visions. We didn't know what was causing it, but it was upsetting Alice. Every time we went to school her vision would turn black. It was like we were dead. Usually when her vision gets blocked by a nomad or werewolf, she can still see past it into the far future, but not this time. It's like we had no future, like whatever was at school now would kill us. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't going anywhere. Alice took it as her responsibility to make sure the future was empty of anything that could cause us harm. She blames herself, and she won't listen to anyone else. From my position on the floor I could tell that she was tense, angry and exhausted mentally. Of course I was sat in the far corner of room as far away from the door as I could be. Alice looked at me after a few minutes and sighed. She took in the vision of me holding the picture, Bella's shirt beside me, eyes black with thirst. Edward, don't do this to yourself please, Alice thought. I just shook my head. She didn't understand. They haven't given up their love, the very thing they live for, just so that they can lead a happy, safe, normal, vampire-free life. I wonder what this thing is that is blocking my visions. It couldn't be werewolves. We know where all of the tribes are, and don't they have to protect their tribe or something? I couldn't picture an entire tribe moving to Scunthorpe. I suppose it could be a nomad, but I can usually see those after a day or two of them making up their minds. I suppose a vampire could have a shield around them that would make them invisible, but it won't block my visions entirely, would it? God, this is confusing. It could be a shield, she mused. If Bella had been changed she would have been a shield, you know. She never looked at me, but I winced as she mentioned her name. I was shocked. She had never told me this ever. I gave her a questioning look that she must have sensed since she never looked at me. Remember when I first had the vision of her as one of us? I nodded. Well, I had another one. She was lowering and rising a shield around her mind so that you could read it. It actually makes sense. You could never read her mind like it was protected. I doubt Arrow or Jane would have had any effect on her either. I growled at the very thought of Bella anywhere near those monsters. Oh, Edward, calm down, don't worry. Since you decided to ruin both of your lives it changed. I guess we will never find out, will we? She thought with so much venom. I was surprised it wasn't dripping from her mouth. She got up and left the room, slamming the door as she went. I was once again left to my thoughts. I could live like this forever, but I was going to try. I didn't deserve to be happy. X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X X. It had been 3 weeks since Alice's lapses in her visions. Carlisle had kept going to work, otherwise people would think that we just up and left again. Nothing at school had happened, no one had had an accident, gone missing, been killed, anything, so we went to school being defensive all the time. I nearly killed someone because they barged past me. We were all the same though. The ride to school was awkward. Aside from hunting, school was the only time I went out. Aside from hunting, no one knew what to say to each other anymore. I drove, willing myself not to go find a cliff and drive off it. There was two problems with that theory: one, it won't kill me, only my car, and two, I'm sure that my family won't let me. My family, despite the fact that I had torn our family apart, they still loved and cared about me. This was sort of a reunion for us. About 3 weeks after moving away, Jasper left. We were all so depressed about leaving Bella behind. We were so guilty that he couldn't take it anymore. His guilt, everyone else's, as well as all of my emotions, drove him away. Of course Alice couldn't just leave her husband. So she went with him. She didn't run, dance, or even skip anymore. She never smiled or laughed. She even stopped shopping. She felt bad for leaving, but went anyway. A few weeks later, Emmett and Rosalie left. They couldn't take the silence, the morbid stillness that enveloped the house. Emmett never cracked jokes or pranked anyone. He never smiled or laughed his booming laugh. Rosalie, well, she felt immensely guilty for never getting to know Bella when she had the chance. She was so regretful about being such a bitch to Bella that she wanted to find her and say sorry. Went next. I just couldn't take Carlisle and Esme's thoughts. So pitying, so sympathetic, so loving. I didn't deserve their love, but their love for each other was the main thing. It hurt so much to see them happy together. I knew that Esme was heartbroken. She had already lost one child as a human. She lost Bella, and if it wasn't for Carlisle, she would have lost it again. Now I was the only child left, and I was about to leave as well. I didn't look back as I drove away, not knowing where I was going. I had a phone and I rung sometimes, usually from Alice and Esme, but I ignored them. About 2 months ago, Jasper and Emmett actually found me. I was in a basement in China, hiding from everyone and everything. They hauled me out and practically dragged me back to where they were living at the moment. They had moved to the small town of Scunthorpe a few weeks ago and had tried to contact me, but of course they couldn't. We had been going to school ever since then, and I hated it. We all did. It reminded me of Forks. Any school did. It was like a mini version of Forks as well. The rain, the green, it was annoying. Pulling into the staff car park, we all sighed quietly. No one wanted to go to school, especially not when there was a potential danger here. As we got out, we received some glares from students coming over from America. We all knew how to drive, and driving at 17 was legal in England. You had to be 18. The head teacher let us use their car park, but only if we restricted ourselves to one car. Students were annoyed that we could drive. I didn't really care. Making our ways to our various first lessons, they all said goodbye to their partners. I stalked off, not wanting to witness the scene. I should have been doing that with Bella. In fact, I should be in Forks with her right now, sad in English, but no, I pushed her away and ended up at Melior Community College instead, alone. Of course I kept an eye out for anything that could pose a danger to us. I keyed myself into my family's thoughts and concentrated on everything. At the 5-minute changeover between classes, we would find each other and say what had happened. Nothing did, and by third lesson I was getting tired of my family's thoughts. They had drifted to Bella. I wasn't the only one who missed her, who found that this place reminded them of her. Despite all of the hundreds of scents that covered the corridors, I found that I could smell Bella here, but she was in Forks, happy and normal. My mind was just making me have what I wanted and craved so bad. I decided not to tell my family about it, but I did wonder if they had smelt it too. I mean, the scent was everywhere, laced in with everyone else's. Maybe it's because I know it so well that I could find it, but she wasn't here. There was no way. My family were all sad and guilty about the whole Bella disaster, and begrudgingly I met up with them for dinner. They saw my emotionless face and understood that I must have heard what they were thinking about. I'm sorry, Edward the First just couldn't help it, thought Jasper as he assessed my emotions, wondering if a vampire could have a breakdown. Sorry dude, I forgot you were listening, said Emmett. I wasn't surprised that he forgot. He wasn't exactly the smartest person on the planet. Why should I feel bad about thinking about my best friend Edward? Alice still hadn't forgiven me for growling at her, I guess. Thought I wish Bella was here. She would make everything better again. We would be a real family again. I was slightly surprised by Rosalie's thoughts. I knew that her opinion of Bella had changed, but for her to say that was a miracle. My mask didn't slip, but I inclined my head, acknowledging that I had heard them all loud and clear. Making our way down the math stairs, her scent seemed to be everywhere, like it was following me. It gradually got stronger and stronger, and I struggled to keep myself from curling up and sobbing on the floor. Oh my god. I can smell Bella, but no, she can't be here. She's in Forks, thought Jasper. He wasn't the only one who noticed the scent, but the only one who thought about it. The others remained silent for my sanity, so I wasn't hallucinating. Then her scent was really here. We made our way through the double doors now facing the large yellow sports hall. We turned right heading towards the diner. Despite not having to eat anything, we had to keep up appearances. We walked in a defensive group, all huddled together in case the danger suddenly appeared. We heard the laughter of teenagers, the gossiping and talking. This was the one thing that I hadn't missed in our 3 weeks away. I heard Jessica Johnston sigh and her thoughts as they reached me. Oh my god. Hess back. I don't think anyone else can ever be as perfect as he is. Hess like a god or something. Hess so perfect. I wonder if her thoughts shouted at me, and the onslaught of images of her and me caused me to cringe. I heard the group around her giggle as they took in her staring at me and explaining it to another teenager, a new student. Could this be the danger? How could a teenager cause so much trouble? Besides, it was just another stupid mindless teen drone. They would inevitably disappear into the normal school clique soon. We didn't hesitate in our step but kept on moving, ignoring the stares now coming from the group of girls. Wow, they all so happy. I never thought I would see the day that I would envy teenage girls, but. He hesitated, slightly wincing. Wow, I have never felt so much hate before, even from you, Edward. Someone is royally pissed and I would stay away from them. I have never felt a human get so angry before. I didn't think it was possible, he said, knowing I was listening. The others noticed his hesitation and his change in expression. We all held the expressionless faces. We felt it tiring to fake a smile permanently. Besides, it keeps people away from us. I mean, we looked depressed, so we kept on walking, keeping up this stupid human act. But one thing made us falter. The only thing that could have it was her. Bella. You fucking arsehole, she whispered loud enough that we could all hear it. While froze and one by one looked up. Shock and surprise filled my family's face. I didn't know if I could look up. What if she isn't there? What if this is all in my head? Despite my decision, my body looked of its own accord, giving me what I wanted. Bella. I was so happy, so confused. She was here. She was here. Why was she here? But the euphoria shadowed the confused feelings until I thought my heart would start again. I won't get too happy about it, Edward. The hate that I felt before, it's all from her, and when you looked up in God, unbelievably stronger. Still, I can't believe it. She hates us, she despises us, he thought, flinching at the very idea. Now that I looked closer, I saw the signs. She was shaking, her entire body trembling, and her eyes shone with pure hatred for us. I flinched back. I had never seen Bella look so scary, so evil-soddedly. Despite her trembling body, her face was a blank mask that hurt. She was hiding her emotions from me, and it was the only way for me to get to her mind, and she knew it. Bella, said Alice so quietly that I barely heard it. No human who stood next to us would have heard it, and no human at the distance Bella was at would have had any chance of hearing it, but somehow Bella did. She removed her glaring eyes from me and glared straight at Alice. I felt through Jasper that her hate was still climbing. Alice visibly flinched away from her. Oh my god. Bella hates me. How can she hate me? She knows that we only left for her protection. Her eyes look so evil. She looks sick. Liquid did only worse. God. What did we do to her? She thought, her mind distraught. Sensing Alice's emotions as well as Bella's hatred, he placed himself in between them, blocking Alice partially from view. He was just as surprised as all of us, but he was slightly wary of Bella. He was the only one of us to have moved yet. We were all still frozen in shock. Even Bella. None of my family showed any emotion besides Jasper. No smiling, no glaring, no nothing. Her eyes narrowed, looking like she was planning something. I cringed as I thought what that something might be. One of her friends spoke to her, Lauren, one of Jessica's friends, as well. So Bella was friends with Jessica Johnston. Bella, you okay? Said Lauren from behind her. She and all of her friends had gotten up and stood beside Bella's shaking form. It was like a war, me and my family against her and her friends. Bella acted like she hadn't heard her at all, even though the entire group of teenagers that now surrounded us were silently watching. Well, they were watching Bella. I tried to pick out their thoughts, but there was too many to make anything out. When Bella didn't reply, another one of her friends spoke up. Bella said, a girl named Becky, also a part of their little group. She put a hand on Bella's trembling shoulder. Come on. She tugged at Bella's balled up fists that lay at her sides. She gave up and just grabbed her wrist instead. She started to pull her out of sight. Her friends quickly grabbed their bags, picking up Bella's and Becky's as well, and followed after them. I felt jealous that Becky could talk to her, that Bella wasn't angry with her, that she got to touch her. I was annoyed a little by Jessica Johnston. She lingered a little bit too long staring at me, despite what had just happened to one of her friends. Her thoughts shouted at me loud and clear. She smiled sweetly as she disappeared into the building. My family were still frozen in place. Their thoughts were a mushed up mess. I decided to try to find Becky's thoughts. I could not form here. They were sat on one of the benches that lined the walls, surrounded by hundreds of people. It was impossible to pinpoint one individual, but if I got closer. I turned and walked back the way that I had came, startling the onlookers. They had been watching the whole scene unravel and had seen that we had just stood there. My sudden movement must have scared them a little bit. I had to remember to act human, but at the moment I didn't care. I just wanted to be closer so I could hear her. I wanted to hear her voice, even if she was angry at us. I ignored the science block and turned into the other double doors, the other entrance to the building. It was the gym part, and it stunk like sweat. I ignored it, unable to distract myself from the fact that Bella was a few meters away from me. I leant on the wall and slid down it onto the floor. I sat there with my knees to my chest, resting my chin on the tops of my knees, wrapping my arms around my legs. I must have looked psychotic or something. My family must have unfrozen because they followed me and joined me on the floor. It was near impossible to find one voice in the hundreds coming out of the double door, the only thing that separated me from the corridor that Bella was in. We waited to hear what she would say, if we could even hear her. I managed to find Becky's mind. She was sat next to Bella on a bench surrounded by booming voices. She was staring at Bella, as were all of her friends, even Jessica J. She sat still, shaking her eyes closed, trying to calm herself down. Becky was holding her hand comfortably, but I also knew it was a restraint. Her mind flashed to memories of Bella. Bella on the math stairs confronting a large short girl. I realized it was Charlotte, a bully. She stood up for herself and ended up putting Charlotte in her place. She walked away smiling and laughing. The memory stopped and her thoughts started again. I won't mess with Bella. She's okay when you are on her good side, but I can tell that she has had a rough time and knows how to protect herself. I know that she would love to go back out there now and find the Cullens, but I don't want her to get hurt. They aren't very nice. I wonder how she knows them. I was slightly angry that she thought that we would ever hurt Bella, but set it aside. She was right. Since we had been here, we hadn't been very nice to anyone. We all looked depressed and unapproachable. We never spoke to anyone. My family found it as hard as I did. There was too many memories within schools. I raised my chin a tiny bit and looked at my family. Sat around me, all sat the same as me. They looked sad, guilty and injured. I just ignored it and got back to Becky's thoughts. Bella's eyes were still closed, but the shaking had decreased. She still trembled slightly, though I longed to have her in my arms to comfort her, but I was the one who had caused this. I would only make things worse. Does she know the Cullens? She could. I mean, they are all new around here, but what did they do to make her hate them so much? I have never seen Bella like this. She was always so happy. Memory flashed before me, Bella smiling and laughing at something. The sound was mesmerizing. The sight was spectacular. It was good to see her so happy like she used to be, though I had never seen her laugh so hard. She actually looked like Aunt Niger. But why would she even know them? They are horrible and antisocial. Why would she have anything to do with them? Actually, they kind of remind me of Bella when she first got here, but she looked worse, a lot worse. Another picture flashed before me and it broke my heart. Bella, but she looked idiot. Her eyes were sunken flat, dead. She was always pale, but in this picture she could have been one of us. Her face held no emotion, just like a few minutes ago. It was haunting to see. Her hair didn't shine the way it used to. It hung lank down her back. She was thin, but not like I remember. No, she was painfully thin. Her arms were so skinny they were painful to see. She didn't hold herself the way she used to. She shuffled along almost defensively. Another picture, one of her when she had spoken to Charlotte on the stairs. Her eyes shone, her emotions came to life. She was fierce, protective. I understood what she meant. She thought that she didn't want to get on the bad side of Bella. Too bad I was already there. I settled myself and remained in Becky's thoughts. Slowly Bella opened her eyes, though they still shone with anger. At least it was better than hatred, right? I waited for her to speak, to say anything. My family all waited, not breathing from the suspense. Despite all the noise, we all heard her perfectly. Maybe it was because we know her voice so well, but I wish I hadn't heard. My family's faces fell, and Alice started to dry sob into Jasper's chest. Those 3 words broke us. I hate them. I let Becky pull me into the building through the double doors. I heard the others trailing after us, hopefully bringing my bags. I certainly didn't want to go back out there. I might not be able to control myself next time, even if there are witnesses there. I was sat on one of the blue benches that lined the walls, surrounded by booming voices and bodies lying everywhere. I could hardly move. I was too tightly squished. Becky removed her hand from my wrist and held both of my hands in hers. I wasn't sure if it was restraining or comforting, but I was past caring. I was still trying to gain control of myself. I could lose control here with all of these humans. My eyes remained closed and I was taking deep breaths in an effort to soothe myself. God. I could really use Jasper right now. No, I don't need any of those monsters. My life was better without them. They dragged me down with them and left me there. Why are they here? I can't escape them. Everywhere I go they are there. It's okay, Bella, you aren't a human anymore. You are stronger, and not just physically. This experience had made you stronger within yourself, and you are better for it. Learn from your mistakes. Don't let him take control. You take it. My grandma's voice sounded in my head, and I had to admit she sounded like a fortune cookie. I laughed at my own thoughts. Hang on a minute. What do you mean learn from your mistakes? You think I will actually forgive them? My anger got worse despite my efforts. How could she think that after all they had done to me? You love them, she said simply, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. How can I love them after what they did to me? I hate them all. I thought venomously. And that is how I know you love them. If you didn't, you wouldn't hate them so much for what they did to you. No matter what happens between you, you will always love them. I knew there was no getting around this. Of course I loved them, I just hated them a whole lot, but there was one problem. They don't love me, so it's a moot point. My love is misplaced, I thought sadly. Maybe, but still, you have learned from your mistakes, and this time you are not alone. I didn't reply. Her reassurance helped me to calm down. My trembling was reduced, but was still there. I felt the others throw down our bags at our feet and sit around me and Becky. The benches were in the shape of squares, with one side missing. One bench lined the wall, while two stuck out into the corridor. Me and Becky were sat on the bench on the wall. I felt the cold on my back. They waited patiently, not saying a word, though I felt their eyes on me. Slowly, I opened my eyes, willing myself not to lose it again. Still taking deep breaths, I tried to explain my behavior to my very confused friends. They had never seen this side of me, and I was sure they were pretty interested as to why. But how do I explain this without telling them everything? I hate them, I said through clenched teeth. My hands were shaking violently, enough to shake Becky as well. They all stared at me confused. I didn't really know how to elaborate, so I just waited for their questions. I decided that the best way to get around this was to just answer their questions. If I went straight in and tried to explain without telling any secrets, I would most likely fail miserably. I would tell them the truth just without the vampiric parts. They stayed silent, probably waiting for me to explain it, but I was as silent as them. "But why?" said Lauren slowly, obviously confused. I didn't know how to explain it so directly, so I stayed silent and waited for another question. It was a good job I had good hearing. If I didn't, I don't think I would have been able to hear them. The people around us were oblivious to us and our discussion, and for that I was thankful. No doubt outside everyone was talking about it and making up their own little theories. I wondered where they were now. Were they still outside, frozen from shock? Did they just carry on like nothing had happened? Had they gone home? Were they listening to everything I said? The last was the most likely. They were always nosy, but why would they even be listening? They don't care. Taking a deep breath, Sarah stepped in with an answerable question. "You looked like you knew them from somewhere," she prodded, leaving the answer open. Taking a much-needed breath, I started to recall my disastrous past life with them, careful not to mention anything that could endanger them. Why was I defending them? I should be screaming their secret from the rooftops. No. I wouldn't stoop to their level and ruin their lives, though I should. They had kept their secret for over 100 years, and for some reason I didn't want to jeopardize their peaceful existence. I was confused by my conflicting emotions, and the things I wanted. I hate them, but I love them. I want to kill them, but I want to protect them. Confused. Yeah, I knew them. They used to go to my old school in Forks, I said slowly, and was glad that my voice didn't crack once. "Why, I mean they are horrible," Becky said beside me, a perplexed look on her face. I laughed darkly. "Let me guess, they are antisocial, know-it-all, top-of-the-class asses who think they are better than everyone else. They think they are all high and superior to everyone else and speak to no one but their own family," I said, counting them off on my fingers. This helped to ease the trembling. "Well, yeah, but they are always so depressed. They look like the slightest thing will send them over the edge. And never mind never speaking to anyone, Lise, they never speak to each other, especially Edward and Alice. Sometimes they look so angry that people are actually scared of them," said Lauren with wide eyes. "I wonder why they would be angry." I got the impression that they were quite close to one another, and why were they all so depressed? Probably didn't get a car or a pair of designer shoes or something like that, but how am I supposed to know? I don't even know the real Cullens, do I? Everything I saw was an act, a lie, so maybe this was the real Cullens. Ugh. I had to stop, my head is starting to hurt. "Really? Well, they weren't depressed when I met them, just stuck up and arrogant. God, I hope they are listening to this." I smiled a little evilly. "I get the impression that you were more than acquaintances." I nodded at Sarah. She looked even more confused. "But everything you just said, why were you acquainted with them?" I smiled at her struggle for a word. "I was new at my old school too. I got there in the middle of a semester." I saw their perplexed faces and translated, "Sorry, I got there in the middle of a term. I made a few friends, and then I saw the Cullens. They were just so mysterious, so otherworldly, so beautiful that I got sucked in," I said sadly. "I sat with Edward in biology, and he seemed to hate me for some reason, even though I hadn't said one word to him. Despite all of this, I found myself unable to stay away from him. Wow, I actually said his name without breaking down. Maybe I was getting better. Anyway, after a few near-death experiences, I was cut off by a chorus of whats." "You had a near-death experience?" said Lauren disbelievingly. "I wasn't the klutz that I used to be. I hadn't fallen over here yet." "Yeah, lots actually. You didn't know me back then. I would fall over ere." I laughed at myself, and they chuckled at me. "What sort of near-death experiences?" said Becky. "Well, I was nearly made into a human sandwich in between my truck and this lad's van. There was this night in Port Angeles where I was herded by a group of men. Then I was nearly killed by this V-man who liked me too much," I said, scolding myself for my near slip-up. "Wow, you were like a danger magnet. I'm glad you weren't like that anymore," laughed Sarah. "But you said that these were near-death experiences. How did you know not?" I said Lauren. Edward saved me every time there was danger. He turned up and saved me. I sighed. I guess he had some sort of hero complex, and since I was a danger magnet he stuck with me. I guess I was a little bit I dunno really I mean how would you react if someone kept on saving you from death? I made up actually no that I think about it, it made sense. So you and Edward were said Lauren. I noticed her eyes go to Jessica Johnston quickly before returning to me. I realized that Jess hadn't said anything to me at all and was actually staring pointedly at the wall in the opposite direction to me. Yeah, me and Edward were together, we were in love, well I was anyway. I got pretty close to his family as well. You know Alice, I asked, and they all nodded well. She was my best friend. Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie, and Alice were like the brothers and sisters. I never had Carlisle and Esme, their parents were like my second parents. I basically lived round at their house. I sighed again. Why do I get the impression that this isn't a happy ending, said Becky looking sympathetically, still holding my hands now comforting. Because it's not, I laughed. Humor. Leslie was well and truly in love with Edward. The first would have done anything for him, been anything, anyone for him, and I thought he felt the same anyway, I said, brushing away the escaped tears. One day he changed, something happened, and no, I am not telling you what I smiled slightly at their defeated facet was the day after my birthday when I noticed a difference. He wasn't the same. He never smiled or laughed, and he looked like he hated me again, like he did in the beginning. Every time I asked to go to his house he would make an excuse, but when the others didn't show up at school I knew they had gone the next day, a week after my birthday. He told me the truth. I stopped raining in the tears. Jessica still wasn't looking at me, but I thought she looked angry somehow. I don't know how I got that from the back of her head, but I did. They all stayed silent, waiting for me to continue. It was like we were in a bubble. I had totally forgotten the rest of my year sat around me. He told me that he was leaving, that the rest of them already had. He told me that he never loved me, that it was all for fun, for the challenge, but he was tired of acting anymore, and so were the rest of his family. He said that his family had only put up with me, Becca Sue, if T equals his little game, and they had known all along. Alice even forced herself to spend time with me, but it didn't work. They were just putting up with me until Edward got over it. He told me that they had gone straight after my birthday, and he just stayed to say goodbye. No one else did though. He told me that I would never see him ever again, any of them, that it would be like he never existed, and that was it. He left. I said altogether I knew that if I stopped I wouldn't be able to carry on. My tears were free flowing now and I couldn't stop them. My friends were silent for a while, thinking about everything I had said except one. You bitch, Jessica said, finally turning to face me. My friends looked at her. Their emotions ranged from anger to confusion. I thought I heard a crash come from the gym area, but dismissed it. What I said. Her face held no sympathy or sadness at my story, but smugness and happiness. I really wanted to hit her. Edward is not like that. Yep, she was angry. Her face turned red, her eyes burned. Yes, Jess, they all are. I know how you feel. Believe me, he is gorgeous and smart and mysterious, but really he is an asshole, I said, trying to be nice about it. No, he isn't. He was only like that with you because you weren't enough for him, she said nastily, but it didn't really affect me. She was just telling me things I already knew. My friends, however, didn't take that comment as well as I did. What? How dare you, Jessica Shaw was shouting at her, but I stopped her. Relax, Jess, it's okay, I said soothingly, and she calmed down a little but continued to glare at Jessica Johnston. Jess, he used me like a toy, then threw me away. I know I wasn't enough for him, that was obvious, because if I was he wouldn't have toyed with my heart, but that's not the point. The point is that he did it. He let me fall in love with him, then ripped I at my heart and stamped on it. If he was the good guy that you think he is, he wouldn't have led me on, would he? I said rather nicely, despite the mounting urge to punch her in the face. You lying bitch. You're just jealous. She spat at me. My friends just gawked at her angrily. They couldn't believe she was saying this, but I could. No, Jess, I really aren't. You can go out with him, snog his face off, have his kids if you want, but I am just warning you, he won't love you, he isn't capable of love. Hess a jerk. The whole family think they are all saints and angels, but they are all monsters, just not the ones they think of. Hess no good for you, Jess, I said, imploring her to see my reasoning, but she did something that I didn't expect. She slapped me. I felt my face burn from the hit. My hand was released, and I reached up and flinched when I touched the sore skin. I was shocked, and so were my friends. We were all frozen for a second, and I realized that everyone in the corridor had frozen too, staring at us. Jess grabbed her bag from the floor and ran down the corridor towards the double doors that led to the gym. Just then the bell went, signaling the end of dinner and the 5 minutes to get to class. We were still frozen, but Jess Shaw suddenly bolted from her seat, going after her. Thankfully Lauren and Becky were able to restrain her. The corridor emptied quickly, with everybody stealing glances at me. The corridor was empty, but we still had a few minutes before lesson started. I reached down and got my bag and stood. The others did the same, and we stood in the middle of the corridor, no one speaking. I noticed that Sarah wouldn't look at me, only the floor. I know they were close, and it must be hard for her to have been in this situation. Look guys, y'd better get to class, I don't want to make you late, I said, trying to smile, but it caused my sore face to burn. But they looked confused for the 100th time today. I'm gonna go get some air Becky, can you tell the teacher that I'm feeling sick and I don't know when I will be back, I said to them, slightly turning. Sure Bella, see you in class. They all gave me a hug. Sarah's was half-hearted, but it was nice all the same. They disappeared down the corridor as I turned and went in the other direction. I stopped in the middle of the corridor, torn between which doors to go through. The first set, the ones I had come through to get away from them. If I went through there they might still be there, and if they aren't, the memories will be enough to break me down. Or she second set of double doors, the ones that Jess went through after she slapped me. It was possible that she could still be there, and if I lost control, it could be the biggest mistake of my life. So either them or Jess. I went with Jess. I would rather get slapped again than risk running into them. I was breaking down, I could feel it. I shouldn't have told them I wasn't that much better. I could feel myself going back to how I was when they first left, like a zombie. I could feel my emotions shutting down. I couldn't get it out of my head what he had said, how he had looked at me. I found it hard to breathe, and I felt like the hole in my chest was coming back with a vengeance, making up for the time I hadn't felt it. I hadn't felt the pain in my chest for a long time, now preferring to be numb. Gradually I was coming out of my numb state gradually, but when I told my story, when I laid it all out in front of myself like that, it was all coming out. Now there was no gradually about it. The onslaught of emotions was overwhelming, but I held myself together. Yes, I loved them, I loved him, I would always love them, but the hate I felt towards you was so much more. It was easier to turn my emotions into anger than to face them individually. You weren't alone, you know, it won't be like last time. You are stronger now. My grand's voice rang clear in my head. I felt her emotions, her confidence and calmness, and used it. I felt myself coming together again a little bit, but it won't hold forever. I found myself leaning on the wall, wondering how I got there. I'm so proud of you, honey. Even when she hit you, you never lost control. Any young witch with your abilities would have burned her to a cinder. I didn't really appreciate the imagery, but I was still appreciative. Drawing my strength from her, I pushed away from the wall and started to walk towards the double doors that Jess had come through. Anyone watching me would have thought I was bonkers. I looked like I was crazy, leaning on walls, gasping for breath and smiling at nothing. I wonder if I would get sent to a mental institution. I tried to picture myself in a straitjacket. I heard my gran laugh at the picture I had created, and I laughed with her. My thoughts turned to Alice. She had been in a mental institution before she was turned, but was she? I don't know if anything they told me was the truth or not. I didn't know what to believe anymore. Were they really vampires? Were they really vegetarians? Was Edward really from Chicago? Or was that just a cover story as well? I walked down the steps towards the double doors, trying to figure out the truth from the lies. I should have been looking where I was going. I had jinxed myself. I told Lauren that I used to fall over thin air, and here I was doing it again. There were 5 steps, that was it. 5. But knew I could just walk down the steps like I had done 100 times before. Nope, I had 3 steps to go when I got my foot stuck in the strap of my bag. Why could I have put it on my shoulder? Because you are Isabella Swan. Man, this was going to hurt. I was headed towards the floor face first. That would leave a scar. Hang on, I heal fast now, maybe I would be okay, but it would still hurt. I closed my eyes, waiting for the hit that seemed to be taking forever. But it never came. Cold hard arms caught me, my eyes burst open as I felt them. No, 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 no. I stared at the floor for a few seconds as they held me there. They lifted back up and set me on the floor. I was just about to hit. I could feel it happening. My grand's voice was calling me in my head, but it faded away as I became numb. Speaking about them was one thing, but touching them, being this close to them, was a whole other thing. This was too much. I couldn't take it. I was taught manners as a child, so I answered robotically. Thank you, I said in a monotone voice, refusing to look up. I knew they were waiting for the blush that would never come, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I spotted my bag on the floor behind me and turned around, picking it up off the floor. I didn't know who it was, but it was definitely one of them. No human could ever be so cold and still be alive. I knew that there was more than one of them there, but I didn't look. I walked slowly and robotically back up the steps and made my way back up the corridor, forgetting my plan of getting some fresh air and heading to class. I was halfway up the corridor when I heard him. Ella, he whispered, almost as if he was in pain. Well, he probably was here. I was intruding in his life again. Even when he told me he didn't love me and threw me away, I find my way to him somehow. No human would have been able to hear it, but I heard him perfectly. His perfect velvet voice, the voice that had sent me to sleep all those nights, the voice that kept me awake after it was gone, the same voice that haunted my dreams and my mind. His voice. I couldn't help it. I froze. I couldn't move. I never thought I would ever hear that sound again. I love. No. He left you. What are you doing? He used you, then threw you away. He broke your heart. And here you are falling apart again. Don't let him have this much control over you. Come on. I managed to muster some strength from somewhere and I turned and faced him. No, Edward, the first said in the same monotone voice, and was surprised that it didn't crack. I was right, they were all there. Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, Emmett, they were all looking at me the same way, pity, anger and pleading. Each eye could understand pity, because they knew Edward's plan, had known what he was going to do, and now I had to go through it again. Anger at how I had turned up again, even after they threw me away, and pleading me to leave them alone, to give them peace too. Just disappear. My heart ached when I saw his face, but I made myself look at him, the one I had loved, who I had risked my life to try to save. I hated him for what he did to me, but I am just a human after all. Aren't I just food to him? They all looked a mess. They didn't look like how they had in Forks, proud and superior now. Well, they looked like a human who was sick. They looked like they needed a good night's sleep or the good day's feeding. This was the real Cullens. Come on. Pull yourself together. The angry side of me said, but I ignored it as a single tear escaped my eye and slid down my face. I didn't bother to wipe it away. They should see how they have ruined my life. They have made me miserable. I turned away from them, shaking my head slightly. I made my way down the corridor, not really knowing where I was going. I heard them behind me, but they weren't following me. I could tell the difference. Maybe this time they would leave me be. Maybe they won't interfere like they did in Forks. They would leave me alone, but I seriously doubted. I don't know how long it took me to get to my lesson, but I ended up in the doorway to it. The pain in my face numb compared to the pain that was currently making its way through me. My mind was blank as I walked into my lesson. God knows how bad I looked, but no one was really paying attention to me. The teacher was laid back, so basically it was just a free hour of going on the computer. My friends were waiting for me, watching me cautiously. I made my way across the room to my friends and sat down robotically. I saw they're watching me, but I just stared at the blank computer monitor in front of me. Ella, what the hell happened? You look, Sarah said unsurely, looking concerned. I stayed silent. How could I explain this to them? How could they comprehend the pain that a few people could inflict? How could they understand the war that my emotions were going through? Hate or love? Easy, they cold. Ella, hey, come on, talk to us, prodded Becky, looking genuine. The others were in another lesson now. Science. I think I don't know where Jess J is, but I hope Jess S hasn't killed her yet. Becky stopped and looked over my shoulder, taking in an angry breath. I didn't look behind me, just kept staring at the screen. How dare they? Whispered Sarah, angrily glaring at the people who had just entered. I knew who they were. I didn't need their reflections in my monitor or my friends' reactions to know who it was. I had fire sense. They paused at the open door, probably staring at me. They walked in and took a seat on the opposite side of the class to me. Great. If I wanted to make a quick exit, I would have to go straight them. My friends didn't do work or even use their computers. They turned in their seats and sat staring at the Cullens' backs. Of course they were all on the computers. I mean, I couldn't stop their precious schoolwork, could I? Oh no, I wasn't important enough for that. My thoughts turned acidic, but I couldn't keep up. I was numb, well and completely numb. Only strong emotions broke through my emotionless barrier, but they soon faded away. I must be really confusing Jasper. But I really didn't care. They put me through so much shit, so much pain, that they deserve the pain. Of course, I don't actually Jasper for what happened on my birthday. I mean, it was bound to happen eventually, but the fact that they left me, that was what made me angry. They told me their secret, brought me into their world and left, and I was left to pick up the pieces of their lie. Bekasu, I was late to lesson. I only had 40 minutes of the lesson left. 40 minutes of torture. Their scent seemed to be the only ones in the room, and it was driving me crazy. Every noise faded away until the only thing I could hear were their fingers hitting the keyboard. Me and my friend sat in silence for most of the lesson. I wouldn't answer. How could I? After a while they stopped asking me if I was alright, knowing they would only get silence as my response. I had Sarah to my left and Becky to my right, as if they were protecting me from the monsters across the room. They both stared at the Cullens' backs continuously, usually muttering something about assholes and bastards. I was grateful to them. I had friends, and they would stick up for me. Unlike my friends in Forks, they ignored me, blanked me out, and blatantly refused to acknowledge my presence. Even Angela, but at the time I didn't really care that much, only now did I see it. I was actually surprised. In Forks no one would dare mess with the Cullens. Look at them. Emmett alone looks like he would crush anyone with a flick of his wrist. People used to stay away from them and, well, basically idolize them because they were so beautiful. But here people still avoid them, but for totally different reasons. If only they knew the true Cullens. But did I know them? I mean, everything they had said and done was a lie. Every smile, every hug was false and forced. So I looked in the monitor at their reflection. Was this the real Cullens? I was broken out of my thoughts as Becky suddenly moved. Becky got up angrily but was pushed back into her seat by Sarah. I was glad of it. I didn't want any of my friends anywhere near the Cullens. Are you crazy? Said Sarah, whispering angrily, but I could still hear her. No doubt the vampires on the other side of the room could as well. What? Look at Bella. This is all their fault. I knew something was wrong about them, and after Bella's story she paused. I never thought anyone could be so cruel. Bella was right. They are monsters. I had never heard Becky so angry before. Usually she was always laughing and smiling about something. I had never seen her like this. I know that I was there too, and I saw Bella when she came in. Sarah whispered back, trying to be quiet so that I couldn't hear. Something happened. Yes, it's their fault. Yes, but so we go up to a group of people we don't know and scream at them. No, she actually was right. It would look weird. Besides, they would probably kill anyone who shouted at them. They need someone to put them in their place. They need to know I can't use people like that. I don't care if I don't know them or if they don't know me. They soon will do. Bella is one of my best friends and I will not see her hurting like this, not when there is something I could do to stop it. I don't care if this happened before Bella got here. Bella is our friend now and no one hurts my friend's past, present or future, she said fairly, her voice rising. I was glad that everyone else in the room was making too much noise to pay any attention. I heard Sarah mumble something in reply and they both were getting up. What? They were going to go over to a group of vampires and scream and shout at them. I made myself snap out of the thing I was in and spun around, grabbing anything of their I could. Thankfully they hadn't risen too far from their chairs yet, so I managed to snag their jackets. They were surprised. No, please don't, I whispered. God, I sounded pathetic. Bella. Alarm registered on Sarah's face as she heard me and felt me holding her jacket with a death grip only a witch can possess. They quickly sat down, both looking at me lovingly, but I noticed, but their body language, that their plans for a confrontation were merely paused and not stopped altogether. No, I couldn't let them face those monsters. I won't let my friends be put in that danger. Please just leave it, okay? I'm fine really, it was just shock, I said quietly, willing my voice to be stronger, but it won't comply, so once again I was reduced to begging. Okay, we aren't going anywhere, Kay said, Becky settling back into her seat, glancing quickly back at the Cullens with a hateful glare before returning her attention back to me. We all returned to our computers, none of us doing anything, just thinking, and in Sarah's and Becky's case glaring. As the bell went, everyone rushed to get out of the door, oblivious to the tension in the room. Well, mostly everyone. I logged off slowly and got my bag. I made a spectacle of pushing my chair under and turning around, hoping that they had gone. No such luck, I'm afraid. They were there, all of them. Part of my mind realized that they must all be in the same year then, but I ousted away to welto something to care. They were all stood in front of their computers staring at me with expressions I couldn't place. I froze for a moment, dreading walking towards them. Would they let me leave? They were so close to the door. Would they? I found my arm being hawked with Becky's and I was being pulled along towards the door. Whether I liked it or not, I was right. They did try to stop me. Emmett stepped in front of the door, effectively blocking our exit. The teacher had left a while ago, so it was just us in the room. Great. I could feel my resolve breaking down and I was about ready to crumble, but my friend saved me. Excuse me, but you seem to be in our way. It may have meant to sound nice, but it was one of the most menacing things I have ever heard, and to have come from Becky. I was shocked. We want to talk to Bella, Emmett said, though he sounded unsure of himself. Well, I'm so sorry, but I won't never get, so if you will excuse us, Sarah said, standing just in front of me talking to Emmett stronger than I have ever seen anyone. She was being a bitch to a vampire. She had guts. Emmett's face held a defeated look as he stepped aside and let us pass. I dismissed it. Probably just wanted to finally get rid of me, I thought acidically. I went on my way to my next lesson with my friends pulling me along. I just wanted to curl up on the floor and give up, but they wouldn't let me. I was half annoyed and angry, half thankful and happy. So the Cullens are back. They are in my school, my year, in my lessons, and as the cherry on the cake they wanted to talk to me. But my life get any worse? Well. Lol, I was gonna leave it there, but I rent that mean this wouldn't have made much of a chapter. I was on autopilot at the moment, just walking, barely aware of my surroundings. I remembered we had science in Mr. Young's room, so I headed towards the huge building. However, I was stopped by a hand gripping my arm. I froze instantly, fearing it was one of the Cullens, but to my relief, it was my friend's voice that spoke to me. Ella, we aren't gonna go to class. Sarah's voice sounded behind me as her grip disappeared from my arm. I looked at her confused, but then I realized people who have it together have science together as well. Thanks guys, I gave them a small smile. So what? My question went unanswered as Becky's phone ding-donged from her sleeve. It's where I keep my phone when I'm at school. She pulled it out, and I watched as her face lit up, a smile spreading nearly from ear to ear. To add to the humor, she even began bouncing up and down, whilst turning around me and Sarah. Couldn't help it, we laughed at her. Hang on, I laughed. Just a minute ago I was depressed in my zombie state, and now I'm laughing. Wow, these girls have totally changed me. After about 30 seconds and Becky was still squealing and jumping in circles, we held her in place and asked her what was going on. She swayed a bit, her eyes going bogeyed due to the spinning, but she managed to answer. Paige is back, she's meeting us at the gate. That Cheshire cat grin never left her face, and we had to keep a restricting hand on her shoulder. Cool, I have totally missed her. Come on, Sarah said, pulling me along as they both began to jog to the main gate. We got there in about 10 seconds. Man, those girls can move when they want something. They leaned on the metal bars that made up the gate and waited. After about 3 minutes a girl turned the corner. She was about the same height as Becky, but her hair was so long. I felt like I had seen her before. I wasn't really sure if this was Paige, and neither of the other two had noticed yet, seeing as they didn't have witch vision, but I knew as soon as Becky squealed really loudly and high-pitched right in my ear and sprinted off towards her. Sarah just laughed with me and we walked towards her. We witnessed as Becky jumped her, though I think it was meant as a hug, and she nearly sent Paige flying. Paige just hugged her back and they ended up laughing for some unknown reason. Right, this girl was like Becky, then that girl could just laugh about anything, and it seems like this Paige was the same. We stopped Peter and let them walk the rest of the way. Well, Becky bounced all the way. I saw Paige eyeing me curiously, but I didn't meet her gaze. As she reached us, Sarah hugged her too. Paige's eyes returned to me. Sorry, but have I seen you before? Paige said, squinting at me. I don't think so. I sifted through my memory for Paige and came up empty. Nope, I had never met this girl before. Oh sorry, Becky said, still smiling. The balcony had finally stopped Paige. This is a new girl, she moved here like. She looked deep in thought for a moment. Geez, Becky, don't bust a brain cell, said Paige, smirking. Becky kicked her and had to run to get out of the way of Paige's kick, so this was another one like Jess's then. Well, she got here 3 weeks ago and we sort of taken her under our wings, said Sarah, struggling to keep a straight face, probably imagining them all with wings right now. Oh my god, she looked seriously at me. They must have brainwashed you, she said with a straight face. I looked at her confused. What? Well, they are all a bunch of crazy ass fuckers. No one would hang out with them of their own accord. No one is that bonkers, she smirked as Sarah and Becky huffed beside her. I smiled and she was right, they were all crazy to some level, and I was up there with them. Actually, Bella is just as crazy as us, I think, maybe a bit more actually, Sarah said, poking me in the ribs. Bella, she looked at me again the same as before. Pee-wee, I leveled her look. As in Bella Swan of Forks, Washington, she smiled a little. Then suddenly I knew, oh my god. Paige Corbridge of Scunthorpe. I haven't spoken to you in like ages, I squealed as I ran up and hugged her. Hang on, Washiginga girlie had never met. Oh. I stepped back quickly but still smiled at her. Yep, just as crazy, she muttered as she walked back in through the school gates. It hadn't occurred to me that I had gone off the school grounds. We were walking towards the bottom gate, the one I go through to get in here, and sat on the field. Becky was back to bouncing and firing questions at us. Oh my god. How do you know each other? When did you meet? How long have you known each other? Why are you friends? Why didn't you tell me you knew Bella? Why were you so long? Have you been skiving again? God, it was quiet without you, Paige. Only kidding, Bella filled the silence. Did she just say that all with one breath? Me and Paige looked at each other and smiled. I started. We know each other because we were pen pals for a while. We have never actually met, only through letters and photos. Paige looks a lot different now. We started to be pen pals 5 years ago. I looked at Paige for confirmation and she nodded. Yeah, 5 years, and we are friends because I cold answered the last one. We are friends because she is just as crazy as you lot and we get along great. Paige helped me, then she answered her own questions. I didn't tell you I was friends with Bella because I never thought we would meet, and you never asked me. I was so long. Becky was ill, she smirked, making it obvious she was lying. Sarah and Becky smiled and rolled their eyes at her. It must be usual for her. Well, we are skipping class right now, I reminded myself. So I guess yes, I was skiving, and she reached over and hit Becky on the back of the head. You did totally miss me, she smirked as Becky rubbed the back of her head. So for 45 minutes me and Paige caught up. Sarah and Becky have very short attention spans, so they soon got bored and started to play Dizzy Dinosaurs. I was enjoying myself. I had totally forgot about the Cullens until. So why are you all cutting class? I mean, you are usually little angels, mocked Paige. Sarah and Becky stopped playing and came and sat either side of me on the grass, swaying a little as they walked. Sarah put a reassuring hand on my shoulder and she started to tell her the story. She had just gotten up to the part where Jess had slapped me when Paige shouted. What? What the fuck did that bitch do? I knew she was getting too deep with that Cullen asshole. She said angrily to no one in particular. I know Jess wanted to rip her head off, but we stopped her. But they do have the same Lisanso, who knows, Becky said, narrowing her eyes, looking quite evil actually. I just sat there silently. Becky told my own story for me, seeing as I was in no first state to repeat it twice in one day. Paige was as horrified as the others. When she was told, though, she looked more angry than annoyed. She carried on the story, and I waited for the inevitable question. It came. Ella, when you walked into it you looked well. What happened? I thought you were going to get some air, said Becky Quilty. I gulped and raised my head from where it had been laid in my crossed arms. I stared straight ahead as I spoke. I did go for some air, only I never actually got any back and forks. I was really clumsy. I could fall flat on my face on a flat surface. I sighed, remembering. You know the steps that lead to the gym near the lockers? They nodded silently. I was halfway down when I tripped. I was about to make a very nice indentation on the floor, but someone caught me. I was glad my voice had some voice to it. That small thing gave me hope. Maybe I could get through this if I had my friends and my gran. I will always be here for you, honey, I heard Gran say in her head. I must have been blocking her with my emotions again. Gaining more confidence, I went into the most difficult part of the story. I don't know which one it was. I didn't look up. I didn't want to. They put me back on me feet, and I just turned and walked away. I ended abruptly, missing the little exchange between us. But when you came in you looked. She didn't finish. I sighed. It looked like I was bearing my soul to them now. When they first left, the doctor said I was catatonic, so basically I didn't move, speak, eat or drink. When I saw how much I was hurting my dad, I made an effort. It was hard for me to really care about anything anymore, but I tried, so I moved, I ate, I spoke, but it was robotic. I was empty. The pain that came whenever I thought of them became physical and so painful that I couldn't breathe properly. My emotions weren't, and I had felt the pain. That was why I was catatonic for a while. I found it easier to deal with when I was numb for my emotions. I told them I didn't look up from the blade of grass that I was staring at. So when you came in to lesson, Sarah said almost in a whisper. When I saw them outside my anger got the best of me. I couldn't help it, but when we were all alone and they were that close, I couldn't handle it. I wanted to numb the pain, I said, ashamed of myself for being so weak. And now you don't look numb, Sarah said hopefully. I finally looked up and smiled at her. It was you lot. You cheered me up, and that is an amazing feat, believe me, I said from the heart. Glad we could help you, said Paige as the bell went. Though none of us moved, all of their eyes were fixed on me. I rolled my eyes at them and got up, brushing the leaves and twigs off me. I'm on, only 10 minutes of form left, and then we can go home, I said, helping Sarah up while Paige yanked Becky up. We all walked into school grounds again, and we all separated, going to our various form rooms. However, not before I received bone-crushing hugs from them all. I smiled at them all, silently thanking them for their support. I sat in the class for 10 minutes staring at the door. I hoped to God that none of the Cullens were in my form, and to my relief they weren't. However, I realized that I did have my PLP, personalized learning plans. It is where your teacher goes through your classes with you and sees if you need any help. I quickly texted all of my friends from under the desk, telling them not to bother waiting for me. So I sat there for half an hour, bored out of my mind. I did my PLP with Kate and Sam, two of the girls that I had briefly spoke to a few times. I watched the clock, willing it to go faster. After what seemed like hours, I put my book back and grabbed my bag. I plugged in my iPod, wanting to escape in my wonderful music. My tastes have changed somewhat. I sifted through my albums. There was Evanescence, Linkin Park, Muse, Slipknot, Papa Roach, all on there. I chose Muse Supermassive Black Hole because for some reason I find it relaxes me. I walked out of the class, out of the building and down the steps. I hummed along to the bass line and turned it up to get the full effect. Due to my good hearing, the lowest bar would have been fine for me, so the highest was near on, blowing my eardrums apart, but I loved it. It blocked out the world around me, and all there was music. I crossed the field quickly, now listening to Evanescence's Whisper. I was just about to reach the gate that led the path beside my house outside the school grounds when I was stopped once again. I froze, but I didn't relax. The hand on my wrist was ice cold, hard and soft. Oh good God, I didn't want to turn around to face whoever it was. I closed my eyes tightly shut and begged myself to escape into the music that was blasting into my ears, but I still heard his voice. Ella. It was him, it was Edward. I turned slowly around, battling within myself. What should I do? Part of me wanted nothing more than to kick his ass and teach him never to mess with me ever again, and now I can really teach him a lesson that he would never forget. But could I really do that? I loved him despite all that he has done to me. No matter how much I hated him, I still love him. How screwed up am I? Another part of me wanted nothing more than him to take me in his arms and tell me that he loved me and that this was all just a bad dream, but I knew that that would never happen. If he loved me, then he would have never left me alone and broken. Neither of us moved, and he continued to grip my wrist, neither of us breathing. I didn't know if the others were there or not. I seemed to be going back to before, weak, vulnerable and naive. I heard him sigh quietly and whisper my name again. I must have imagined the pained edge to his voice. I mean, why would he be pained? I just couldn't understand why they all were acting so bizarrely. Ella, please look at me, he pleaded with me, no more than a whisper, though I heard him perfectly. I didn't trust myself to turn around. I didn't know if I could suppress the urge to kick him in his balls. It was that or beg for him to take me back. He sighed, obviously getting tired and frustrated with my lack of cooperation. He turned me around himself, trying to be gentle. But I stood my ground. I was stronger than he was even before the change. There was no way he could have made me budge. But then I thought of something. Okay, this is like a situation with a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other. Bella isn't arguing with her grandma. Do I want him to know about me? Does he even have a right to know? Of course he doesn't. He left you, he doesn't have a right to anything anymore. But I know his secret. It is only fair that he knows mine. But it isn't your secret to tell, is it? What about Gran? That stopped me. I couldn't tell them anything. I could risk it. Gran had kept this secret for all of her life. I don't know how old she actually is. She refuses to tell me. I mean, if you freeze at about 23, how can you look so old? Personally, I think it's a spell or something, but regardless, I wasn't going to just tell a coven of vampires a secret that wasn't just mine to tell, because I felt bad. I gave in to his strength. I mean, Wald did look kind of suspicious when he cold moved me, a weak little human. He can't find out, none of them can, but by them just being here it's putting me and Gran at risk. They killed my race. What is to stop them from doing the same to me and Gran? They could kill us. But that thought at the front of my mind, I turned and looked Edward in the eye. I noted vaguely that it didn't hurt when I thought his name. I used to think that by the mere sight of him I would do anything. I used to be incoherent around him. Every time I saw him my heartbeat quickened and my head spun of the high that he produced. Now all I see is a monster, a killer. Like I said, I loved and hated him, and at the moment the hate part is surfacing. I glared at him, trembling with anger once again, only this time there were no witnesses to remind me to keep in control, and there were no friends to guide me away and calm me down. He was very wise to move his hand away from me. He backed up slightly, a worried look in his eyes. I then noticed the others. They're all looking at me with fire golden eyes. They stood in a semicircle around me, so I was free to leave if I wanted, if they would let me. What? I couldn't help screaming at him. The anger was getting to me, and I was finding it very hard to control it. My chest heaved and hands balled up into fists at my side. All of their eyes widened as I screamed at them. They had never seen me angry before, not this angry anyway. They all had the same emotions in their faces: sadness, guilt and sympathy. Sympathy. They are giving me sympathy. Ugh. They stayed silent, still shocked at my outburst. Of course they are back in forks. You were the weak little Bella who always saw the good in everything, I reminded myself. Well, I shouted. I managed not to scream, of which I am proud. Bella, please just listen to us, please. Alice stepped forward towards me, and I took another bigger step back. Her eyes were pleading with me. Why? Go on, tell me. Why the hell should I stand here and listen to more of your lies? Yep, I'm back to screaming at them. Do they honestly believe that I will listen to any more of their lies? I think they will be surprised at how much I have changed. Despite my screaming, they all just stood there calm and collected. Well, maybe not calm at my outburst. Alice started to dry sob and turned into Jasper's chest. If anything, that just made me even madder. They all had each other, a family. They were all happy and had nice lives, and they had ruined mine and made me miserable. The only sound being Alice's sobbing. Everyone else was silently staring at me. Even Jasper, who was rubbing Alice's back comfortingly, was staring at me with pity in his eyes. Pity. If I stayed here any longer, I knew it as a fact I would lose control. I didn't particularly want something to just burst into flames like my curtains had done when I got frustrated during practice when I had difficulty. I was pretty sure that if something just suddenly caught fire, it would be a little suspicious. With that in mind, I turned around. I hadn't even taken a step when I felt the cold hand return to my wrist. I felt my anger flare as I spun around. I wrenched my hand from Edward's grip and kneed him into sensitive area. I had wondered a few times if that would still hurt a vampire, what with them being made of stone, and I'll guess it did. Edward doubled over, his eyes tightly shut with pain. The others just looked astounded with me and shocked. I just glared at them all and turned to walk away again, but once again I was held back. It wasn't Edward holding me back this time. He was busy being held up by Jasper. It was Emmett who had grabbed me. Bella, you need to listen to us. We have to I span around again and elbowed him in the stomach. He, like Edward, doubled over, clutching his stomach. I wondered if that would leave a bruise or not. Why, you Rosalie stopped mid-sentence as Edward managed to straighten out again, wincing as he did, and glared at her. He was still holding Jasper's shoulder for support. I noticed that Alice had moved away from Jasper. In fact, the semicircle had totally disappeared. Emmett was now kneeling a little to my left, Rosalie just a little in front of him, glaring at me. Jasper and Edward were further away. Little to my left, and Alice, well, Alice was starry-eyed ahead of me, staring at me. Well, she started, but cut her off. No, I don't want to hear it, just leave me alone, I said, surprisingly calm, shaking my head slightly. I turned again and actually made it a few steps. No, we can't stay away from you, not anymore. I can't, said Edward in a quiet voice that I'm sure I wasn't supposed to hear. I froze as he said it, and my anger got impossibly worse. Why did you have too much fun toying with me that you want to come back for some more? I didn't bother turning, but I knew they could hear me since I was screaming. I kept my eyes on the grass, trying to clam myself down, my iPod headphones still in my ears blaring out music, but I couldn't hear it anymore. Ella, please just let us explain, said Jasper. That kind of surprised me. Jasper was the most distant of them all. Despite people's assurances that it was just about the blood, I suspected that he didn't like me near his family. Does anything make sense anymore? No, I said, simply taking a deep breath and trying unsuccessfully stop my hands from trembling. I wanted so desperately to walk away, to run as far away from them as I could, but I couldn't. My anger was getting the better of me. Have you ever been so angry that you couldn't move? Well, that was what was happening to me. I heard footsteps approaching me, slow and deliberate ones. I tried to get my legs to work just to move away from them, but my body was completely unresponsive. I knew who it was. Everyone else would have the sense to stay away from me. I mean, when someone has just attacked you and your brother, you tend to stay away from them, right? Well, someone should tell that to Edward. I could smell him now behind me. Yes, I can smell scents like vampires, only my sense of smell is so much better. Not to brag or anything, his scent was captivating me, enticing me to love and believe him, but I couldn't. I felt a shiver off. Something rushed through my body. It was cold like ice as it shot through my veins, making my entire body tingle. Of course, I didn't have long to think about what the hell it could have been, because Edward was being an idiot again. He put his hand not around my wrist, but on my shoulder. It felt too personal to caring to like it used to. With his hand on my shoulder, his chest became vulnerable. Big mistake. I spun faster than humanly possible and punched him squarely in the chest, making him soar in the air and land about 15 feet away. I felt a surge of smugness as I realized that I was beating up a vampire. If that was a human, my fist would have gone straight through his chest and killed them instantly, but anger soon took its place. Maybe I should consider anger management. Don't ever touch me again. My words were separate. They punctuated the shocked silence that had descended on us. I stood glaring at Edward, who was currently sprawled out on the floor. They had been forced to part into two pairs made to move, because if they didn't, Edward would have hit them as well. To my left was Jasper and Rosalie, and to my right Alice and Emmett. None of them were looking at Edward, though all of them were staring wide-eyed at me. My hands refused to stop shaking, which was really starting to irritate me. Seeing Edward there on the floor vulnerable and weak made me even angrier. Jesus, is there any limit to how angry I can get? I stalked forward, now consumed with rage, and I wanted so desperately that it scared me to hurt him. I wanted him to feel the pain he had put me through, although he would never feel that much pain emotionally. He could feel it physically. Unfortunately, Emmett and Jasper must have sussed my intentions and moved to block my path. God, they were annoying. I stopped and we stood still, silent, waiting for the other to do something. I just stood glaring into Emmett, eyes wanting so much for him to turn to dust. No. If I carried on thinking like that, I will lose control. Fire is one of the only things that can kill a vampire, and despite all my hate and disgust, I couldn't kill them. Hurt them, yes, but kill them, no. I won't become a monster like them. I would never. I could feel the magic burning beneath the surface, waiting for my anger to spill over and be released. I had to get out of here now, but before I could even turn, I was stopped again. God, I am trying to save them, and they won't have it. Ella, please just listen to what we have to say. You are my best friend and I love you. We all do. You're part of our family. And Alice came to stand in front of me, looking me in the eyes pleadingly. She was about to carry on, but that plea sent me over the edge that I had precariously perched on all day. Why should I listen to any more of your lies? You don't have to lie and act anymore, Alice, so just drop it. I saw a spark of fire on the grass just at the sight of me, but carried on regardless. Besides, if you were my best friend, you would have never left. The fire began to spread, burning and desiccating the ground. How can you love me when you hurt me? How can be part of your family when you used me then threw me away? The flames grew in size. As I screamed at them, Alice retreated to Jasper, sobbing again. Everyone stared at the fire, now crackling and emitting billows of smoke as it spread. Oh no. Great, I swear that I won't tell them anything. Then I attacked them and set the school field on fire. Yeah, they will totally believe you are still human. I thought sarcastically. I snapped out of my angry rage and cursed under my breath as I turned to the fire. Even witches who haven't changed yet can use a limited amount of magic. I can actually create a physical shield and expand it around things. Pretty cool, huh? I remembered the spell and muttered it, waving my hand over the fire. Immediately a faint blue ring surrounded the fire, stopping it from spreading any further. The ring looked as if it was made of smoke, though I knew that it was strong enough to keep the fire at bay. My magic, as you may have guessed, is blue, a nice baby blue. It was one of my favorite colors, sorry Elle, but it fitted, so it was nice. I didn't glance at the Cullens, who undoubtedly were staring at me right now. Ignoring them, I bent down and hovered my hand over the flames. I was now very aware that I was doing this in plain sight, and they could see everything I was doing. Maybe I should move, so I am in front of the fire to block their view, but the fire was reaching new heights, and it needed to be dealt with now. I muttered the spell for water, one that I was happy I had been practicing recently. I loved the way the water just appeared and came out of your hand. It felt weird in a good way, though I moved my hand around the fire, making sure I had extinguished it all. Muttering the words for the water to stop, I tried to remember the spell for growth. Yes, the fire had now in its place was a large patch of black charred earth. I smiled a little as I muttered the spell. I loved this spell. You could grow any plant or tree just by thinking about it. The feel of making a life feels amazing, and I often wondered if this was how mothers felt. The grass grew in a matter of seconds, lush and green, blending in with the rest of the field. Happy with my work and totally forgetting the Cullen's presence, I straightened out again, smiling to myself. I picked out my bag that I had let slip of my shoulder when I crouched down. I suddenly heard my grandma's voice in my head. "Oh my God, Bella, are you okay? Can you hear me now? I couldn't get through to you, though I sensed your anger. It woke me up. Are you okay?" Her voice rang urgently in my head, bringing me back to the situation at hand. I glanced at the Cullens to find them staring at me again with their mouths gaping open. I smiled at the image. Sighing, I replied, "Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry about that. These vamps don't know when to leave an aggravated witch alone. Sorry to wake you up," I said, not letting her see how angry I am, though she could probably feel it. "Yeah, I can. Are they still there with you?" She was on the defensive now. She hated them as much as I did. "Yeah, I'm on the field right next to the gate, or I might have lost my temper a bit," I added, a little guilty. She sighed mentally. "That's okay, it happens to all of us. I am coming out there. If you can leave, do so now." I didn't reply but heard her shuffling around in the house way too fast for an OAP. I heard her mental retort as I called her an OAP. I must have looked crazy standing there smiling and laughing to myself. I turned without a word and once again was stopped, this time by a very confused looking Jasper. "Bella, how did you?" What? He gulped as he tried to actually speak. I savored this moment. I had never seen a speechless vampire. I smirked, but it slid off my face with his next question. "What are you?" I knew he didn't mean it as an insult. He was only curious, anyone would be, but I heard Edward growl at him anyway. I smirked as I thought of something. "Oh, calm down." I rolled my eyes in his general direction, since he was still hidden behind Emmett. Jasper had since moved and was stood a few feet in front of me. He must have sensed my drastic change in mood, since I no longer wanted to dismember them using magic. Always cheered me up. I reminded myself that I still had not answered Jasper's question. Maybe a little revenge. "What am I teased as I put on a thinking face. What? I was in a good mood. "Yeah, I mean how what?" Jasper looked utterly lost. I had to giggle at him. I couldn't keep it in. What could I say? I have been hanging out with Becky and Jess too much. All of their eyes widened as they heard and saw me laughing. Jasper cracked a smile, no doubt influenced by my emotions. "Well, I can tell you that I aren't normal," I said mysteriously. "Okay, I aren't a very good riddle maker, so kill me already." "Would you tell us?" said Alice shyly, probably afraid I would shout at her again. I sighed as I thought about it. I heard the stairs creak as my gran made her way downstairs. I hurried. "Nope, you will have to work it out for yourselves," I smirked evilly. "What? How are we supposed to do that?" exclaimed Emmett, looking rather flustered. "Well, I figured out what you are, didn't I? Now I was one little human girl. I am sure that 7 vampires could figure it out." I smiled as I saw their incredulous faces. "Please, Bella," pleaded Alice. I only smirked at her. I knew that vampires are naturally curious, and these vampires are used to getting everything they want because of their looks or their bank accounts. Well, here's a change. I love to watch them squirm as they try to prise the answer from me. "Nope, you will have to use your noggins this time," I said, smiling at them before walking over to the gate and undoing it. Wow, I finally made it to the gate. After 45 minutes of trying, I heard no footsteps, so whispered words, so I went through the gate, a smug smile plastered on my face. I met my gran on my way in just as she was going out. "It's alright, Gran," I sorted it, I thought, still smiling. "Are they still there?" she thought, not smiling like she usually does. Yeah, Gran, are you okay?" I was a little nervous about her behavior, but she didn't reply. She just carried on walking towards the gate. I sighed, confused. She was going to confront them, no doubts there. I let myself in and sat myself down on the sofa and began watching 90,210. If I was human, I would have been worried about my gran confronting a group of 5 vampires, but I wasn't. I knew that my gran could take them all down if necessary. I smirked as I imagined her beating up Emmett. "Now that would be fun," heard her say, giggling a little in her head. I settled back into the sofa and watched my program. Gran came in about halfway through it, a huge smile on her face, a smile that I didn't trust at all. She was up to something, and it had something to do with the Cullens. After they heard what Bella had told her friends in the corridor, my family weren't too pleased when we decided to leave. They told me to tell her the truth, that we were leaving for her protection, but we didn't want to, and that we all still loved her. But I couldn't do that, could I? Oh no, I had to go and ruin it all and make up some crap about us all lying and acting. I never told my family that I had lied to Bella, afraid of their reactions. I knew for certain that Alice and Emmett would dismember me, and Esme and Carlisle would throw me out, and Rosalie and Jasper would blame me for everything. I was mostly right. We were sat in the gym corridor, still sat on the floor listening to her insult and degrade us, but we didn't care. I knew that I deserved it, but my family was just confused as to why Bella hated us so much. I knew that the truth was going to come out soon, and I was glad that humans were nearby so Emmett couldn't kill me here and now. She was crying though, trying to control herself. She told her friends what had happened, and I waited for the aftermath. He told me that he was leaving, that the rest of them already had. He told me that he never loved me, that it was all for fun, for the challenge, but he was tired of acting anymore, and so were the rest of his family. He said that his family had only put up with me because of this little game, and they had known all along. Alice even forced herself to spend time with me, but it didn't work. They were just putting up with me until Edward got over it. He told me that they had gone straight after my birthday, and he just stayed to say goodbye. No one else did though. He told me that I would never see him ever again, any of them, that it would be like he never existed, and that was it. He left. It took less than a second for Emmett to get off the floor opposite me, where he had been sat, and hold me against the wall by my throat. He stood growling and snarling at me while cursing at the same time. When he had shoved me against the wall, he was a little too rough. I could feel the brick crumbling behind me. The rest of my family weren't much better. Alice was currently being calmed by a very angry and annoyed Jasper, so he wasn't having much of an effect, while Rose was stood telling me that I deserved everything I got. I didn't struggle against Emmett's grasp, though he was pressing on my windpipe, making it impossible to breathe. Not that I needed to, but it was still uncomfortable. I knew that I did deserve all of this. It looked like this was going to carry on for a while. We were all stopped as a group of 5-year-8 girls walked in the corridor, giggling and falling about. As soon as they saw the situation, their smiles and laughter stopped, staring at us wide-eyed. After a few uncomfortable seconds of us staring at one another, they turned and ran away. Emmett grudgingly let me down and stepped away from me. Then started the whispered shouting, the questions, the accusations, everything. All of this happened in about a minute, and we settled back to the floor waiting for her to continue. Jasper and Emmett had to restrain me when that Jessica Johnston girl called Bella a bitch. Millimeters. Maybe it was just Jessica's in general. This one was worse than Jessica Stanley. She actually believed that I loved her back. Her fantasies were suff. I heard Bella tell Jess that she could have kids with me, the very thought making me nauseous. I had to listen as Jessica told Bella that she wasn't good enough for me, and it hurt even more when Bella agreed with her. I listened as Bella tried to tell her that we were monsters, just not the ends we thought we were. I had to admit that hurt. Alice was nearly sobbing into Jasper's chest. Then something happened which made us all shoot up. She slapped Bella as she hit her. My entire family were furious with her. This Jessica had just hurt Bella. The entire corridor went silent as they saw what had happened. Their thoughts screamed shock. I saw through many of the people's minds. Thatch was running this way. Oh no. Could I control myself? She's coming this way, I growled under my breath. Edward, Alice gasped as she saw a vision. Me with Jessica in my arms, her dead body falling to the floor, my eyes blood red. Bella seeing me. The shock of what I planned to do astounded me. I was actually planning on killing this girl, as I thought it. I knew it was true, but I won't let this miserable human ruin everything I have made for myself. I won't waste everything on one stupid human. I saw her starting to come down the steps leading to the door that led to our corridor. Begrudgingly I growled at everyone else. Let her pass. They all looked shocked but complied with it. Me and Emmett and Rosalie were backed up on the left-hand wall, whereas Alice and Jasper were on the right. She came through the door a little flushed and out of breath. I had to suppress the urge to take her then. She stopped in her tracks when she saw us all lining the walls. She didn't seem to notice that we were all glaring at her. She just stared at me and smiled sweetly, imagining what our children would look like. I felt nauseous again. Hey Edward, she waved a little before walking past our family, skipping slightly. My family watched her disappear around a corner before letting out all the profanities. The bell went, but we stayed where we were, trying to come to terms with everything. Everyone went to class, except a few stragglers. Suddenly Alice froze with another vision. Bella walking towards the steps, wanting to get some fresh air. Bella walking down the steps and tripping on the strap of her bag. I didn't move. Would she want me to save her? Would she want any one of us near her? Alice had filled everyone in on the vision, and they all looked at me expectantly. Emmett opened his mouth to say something, but then we heard the steps of someone walking towards the steps. Bella, everyone turned to me watching my reaction. I was torn between fear and duty. I could let her fall, but would she wasn't my help. I heard Bella gasp as she caught her foot in the strap of her bag. I heard Emmett sigh and get up, run to the door, and catch Bella before she fell. He hovered her over the floor for a moment before lifting her to her feet, her back to us. By this time we all gotten up and stood near Emmett. She didn't turn, she seemed frozen. Edward, her emotions are fading away. It's lickishes going numb. Jasper was nervous. He had never heard of this before. Wow, what's up with her scent? It's all different, Emmett thought. She looks too thin and ill. Did we do this to her? Thought Alice frantically. I hope she is okay. I wish I had been nicer to her, thought Rose. Thank you, she said in a monotone voice. She sounded detached. She bent down to get her bag, never looking at us. She walked back up the steps robotically like on autopilot. She was halfway up the corridor when I broke out of my trance. Bella, I whispered, pained. No human would have heard it had they been standing next to me, but somehow Bella heard. She froze for a second before turning around. No, Edward, her voice still monotone, her eyes betrayed the pain she was in. I didn't need Jasper to tell me. She is in pain, a lot of it, and I sense some hate, but not as strong as before. My heart broke as I saw the tear run down her face. She didn't bother to wipe it away, letting us see what we had done. I felt my family's grief at seeing Bella like this. Shaking her head slightly, she turned away and walked the rest of the way without turning back. We headed towards our own lessons, which we soon discovered was Bella's as well. Her two friends didn't appreciate our presence and could see a difference in Bella's behavior. She looked out of it. Becky was about to come up to us and shout at us, but Bella told her not to. I was pleased she talked her out of it. That might have been a bit uncomfortable. The rest of the lesson I thought about what to do. Should I just leave her alone like I did before, or should I try to get her back? When the bell went, she made a scene getting her bag and logging off. When she turned, her arm was hooked by Becky. Sarah in front. Emmett decided to face it head on and block their path. Of course they told him to move, trying to be civil, but we knew they were pissed. Never that a human bitched at Emmett before. He was slightly taken aback. I think I need to get some fear back. I can't believe they just did that. I thought humans were supposed to fear us. He thought. He stepped aside. Defeated. Bella never went to next lesson, science. I saw her out the window with her friends Sarah and Becky. I decided I liked them, even if their anger was directed at us. No way Bella can go to class like this. I don't know what will happen if she sees them again, thought Sarah, giving Becky a meaningful look. Becky nodded in response. What is up with Bella? What happened? Those Cullens had better stay away from Bella. But I thought Bella could stand up for herself. This is way bigger than she lets on, thought Becky. I liked that they both were willing to protect Bella against us. The rest of the lesson I clock watched. Every tick lasted an hour to me. Bella, Bella, Bella. It was pure torture. At last, when the bell went, we hurried out of class. I overheard Becky and Sarah being in their form that Bella had PLP and told them not to wait for her. I spotted my opportunity. We waited for about half an hour for her PLP to finish. When she came out, she didn't realize we were there, too busy listening to music. Supermassive Black Hole by Muse. I like that song. It relaxed me for some reason. She made it across the entire field without noticing us. Now listening to Whisper by Evanescence. If she didn't realize we were here now, then she would walk away, so I grabbed her wrist to stop her. I felt her freeze suddenly and I touched her. The only noise was her heart and the music playing through her headphones. It appeared that neither of us were breathing. Bella, I whispered quietly so she wouldn't hear it with her headphones in. She would never know how much it hurt me to stay away from her. Bella, please look at me, I pleaded pitifully with her. I doubted she could hear me. I got frustrated when she didn't turn. I know it was totally stupid, but I wanted to look into her eyes, trace her lips. I cold wait using my hand on her wrist. I tried to turn her to face me, emphasis on the tried. I cold move her at all. What the hell? I decided to use my vampire strength, but she still didn't move. She wouldn't budge. She seemed to think about something before sighing in defeat. Jasper told me. She allowed me to turn her, though kept her eyes trained on the ground. When she looked up, her eyes held none of the hatred that they did at dinner. They were filled with love and compassion that soon changed. Her eyes narrowed until she stood glaring at me, trembling again. Edward, back off bro, she is very well, she hates you. You touching her isn't helping at all, Jasper thought a little warningly. I backed up, letting go of her wrist. I immediately missing the connection. My family were stood in a semicircle and I took my place. What? She screamed at us. She was very, very angry. She appeared to be trying to control it, balling her fists up at her sides. We were all shocked into silence. We had never heard Bella scream like that, not even when she was scared. She emanated pure rage, and I could tell that Jasper was trying to calm her down a little. He cold for some bizarre reason, and the anger was getting to him, making his eyes turn black as he channeled her emotions. Well, she shouted at us. Well, at least it wasn't a scream. Bella, please just listen to us, please. Alice bravely stepped forward, but Bella took an even bigger step back. I could tell she was hurt by her reaction, but understood. I can't believe Bella hates us. This is all wrong. Edward, you had better fix this or else. I wasn't my best friend and sister back. Alice screamed in my head. Why? Go on, tell me. Why the hell should I stand here and listen to more of your lies? She was back to the screaming again. She has changed too much. She is harder, stronger, but is it for the better? We tried to remain as calm as possible, but Alice ran away from Bella, screaming, sobbing into Jasper's chest. I saw her take in the loving scene between the two of them, and her anger got worse. Jesus. Is there any limit to her anger, mused Jasper, feeling her escalating emotions. I saw her turn to leave, and I panicked. I grabbed her wrist again, but she spun around and kneed me not so nicely in the nuts. God. That hurts. I doubled over, eyes tightly closed. If I was human, my eyes would be watering, and I am pretty sure I won't be having any children. I heard Rosalie's amusement. Ha. You totally deserve that, you know. I think I like this Bella, she has backbone. Maybe we can, thought stopped as Emmett got elbowed in the ribs and doubled over like me. He ended up on his hands and knees in pain. Jasper had moved to my side and helped me up, lending me his shoulder. He was worried about Bella. She is so angry any human would have had a heart attack by now and her strength. Since when can a human hurt us or hear us with headphones and something isn't right here? Edward, Bella is different, he thought, trying to figure everything out. After a few more screams from Bella and us trying to get her to listen, she turned to leave again. I approached her, but froze for a second. A shiver of something went through my veins. It was as cold as ice, colder than I was. It made my entire body tingle. Pushing it aside for later, I carried on. I wasn't ready to let her go, so I stopped her and I paid for it. She spun around so fast, inhumanly fast, that she blurred even to our standards. She was fast. She punched me directly in the chest, making me soar back a good 15 feet. I stayed down on the floor trying to figure this out. How the hell could she do that? She is a human. But even a vampire wouldn't have been able to move me, then I made sure of it. So how could she be stronger than a vampire? I vaguely heard her tell me to stay away from her, but I wasn't really paying attention. I saw through Emmett and Jasper's minds that she was coming towards me again, and they anticipated another attack. They moved to block her way, trying to look menacing. All it did was make her angrier and annoyed at them. She stopped and glared right into Emmett's eyes. I heard his terrified thoughts. He was actually scared of her. She seemed to be taken aback by something, and she blinked a few times and took a deep breath. I'm getting anger and hate, of course, but also a fierce determination and shame. Jasper's thoughts confused me. She was ashamed. She turned to leave again, but I had learned my lesson. Nevertheless, I still didn't want to see her go. Let me try, thought Alice, stepping forward again. She told Bella how we all loved her, how she was her best friend, and she was a part of the family. But whatever Bella seemed to be controlling was let loose. She screamed louder and angrier than she had before. A flicker of light caught my attention, a spark over the grass. As Bella got angrier, the spark grew into a flame and spread across the grass, destroying it. Alice, seeing none of this, sobbed at Bella's words and ran back to a very frozen and shocked Jasper. We were all staring at the fire that had appeared from nowhere. Bella followed our gaze, and her eyes widened as she saw it. She is ashamed, shocked, and I am getting dread, thought Jasper, and I was relieved that the hate was gone. I had agreed the tenseness of when she screamed had gone. We were all very surprised when she cursed under her breath and waved her hand over the flames, muttering some words that sounded like none of the languages I had ever heard. A ring of blue smoke appeared around the fire, and it stopped spreading. What? We were even more surprised when she let her bag slip off her shoulder and crouched down beside the flames. She seemed to think about something for a moment, then glanced at us. We were all watching, but she didn't make any move to stop us. She put her hand over the flames and muttered a few other words from the strange dialect, and water appeared. How the hell did water just come out of her hand? She waved her hand around all of the waves, making sure she had extinguished all of them. After a few more words, the water stopped. She is feeling happy, proud and relieved, thought Jasper, smiling in effect of her emotions. She sat back on her heels for a minute. I could only see one side of her face, but she seemed lost in thought. Her face broke into a smile as she held her hand to the ground and uttered some other words. She lifted her hand up and watched the ground, her smile growing. The grass was growing, no longer the black dead ground that it was a few seconds ago. After a few seconds, she got up, beaming with happiness. I had to admit it was nice to see her happy. All that I have seen so far is numbness, hatred and rage. She got her back but froze momentarily. She stood for a minute or so completely still, but her features changed. They went from dread, so apologetic, then ashamed, then a small smile. Jasper backed me up. He didn't acknowledge her leaving, only that he wanted answers. He was the only one who was capable of talking at this moment. He stepped forward. The only reason why he did so was because she wasn't angry anymore. She was happy. He was pretty sure that it was safe to approach her in this mood. Bella, what was, how did you, what? He gulped, trying desperately to find the words to ask his question. Bella smirked as she saw him stumble. What are you? Her smirk slid of her face and was replaced with dread. She didn't see it as an insult. But I did. I growled in warning at him, and he apologized for his wording. Bella smirked again. Oh, calm down. I saw through Emmett that she rolled her eyes at where I was still hidden behind him. She seemed to realize that she hadn't yet answered the question and put in a thinking face. What am I? She teased Jasper, who was very desperate for an answer. How can she be enjoying this? I need to know. He thought, and I managed to hide a laugh. It was like she knew how curious vampires were. Yeah, I mean, how what? Jasper looked utterly lost. Bella giggles at him. A noise that I haven't heard in 9 months, sounded like heaven. Jasper's smile spread as he caught on to her emotions. Well, I can tell you that I aren't normal, I said mysteriously. Jasper was literally bouncing up and down with anticipation. Will you tell us? Said Alice, shyly, afraid that she will scream at her for a third time. She sighed as she thought about it. I heard a creak of stairs, but thought nothing more of it. She seemed hurried. Nope, you will have to work it out for yourselves, she smirked evilly. What? How are we supposed to do that? Exclaimed Emmett, looking rather flustered. Well, I figured out what you are, didn't I? Now I was one little human girl. I am sure that 7 vampires could figure it out. I had to admit she did have a point. She smiled when she saw our disbelieving faces. Please, Bella, pleaded Alice, but Bella only smirked at her. She seemed to be getting satisfaction out of this. This was literally going to torture us until we found the answer. Nope, you will have to use your noggins this time. She smiled widely before walking to the gate. I let her go this time too, lost in thought and happy that we were parting in a good mood. She is smug, thought Jasper glumly. What the hell could she be, thought Rosalie. Maybe she's a witch. But witches don't exist and they need wands. I shook my head at Emmett's thought as an image of a character called Hermione appeared in his mind. He watched way too much Harry Potter. I hope we can be friends. I know it will take time, but I hope we can get through this. I miss my sister, thought Alice, the only one who wasn't thinking about what Bella was. We stood there for a few minutes as Bella went around the corner to her house. I heard her stop and another set of footsteps later walking in the opposite direction. After a few seconds Bella's footsteps continued into the house and the others carried on heading towards us. I was about to tell everyone to leave when I heard a voice. Don't you dare go anywhere. I was stunned by this voice as if it knew I was listening. It was a woman's voice, but it sounded aged. Oh, I do know you can hear me. You and your family had better stay put, she threatened as I saw an elderly lady turn the corner that Bella had just been down. I know I am a total hypocrite. How can I call someone elderly when I am 108? She was only about 50 or 60. She had white shoulder-length hair, curly. Like Bella, she didn't have many wrinkles, though for some reason she looked old. She walked proudly. Back straight, head high. Who the hell was she? She walked through the gate, not bothering to shut it behind her. She walked towards us, no hesitation. Her step. My family's thoughts were confused as were mine. Are you the Cullen? She said in a stronger voice than I would have expected. I stuttered, Alice wondering how she knew us. Oh, so you are Alice then. She looked Alice up and down with distaste. She hates us like Bella, though thankfully not as much, thought Jasper. Yes, Alice, she managed to get out. This woman looked very frightening and intimidating. And you are Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett, I presume. She turned to each of my siblings as she named them. They only nodded, fearing what she wanted and knew. And you must be Edward. I gulped the way she said it, slow, venomous. Yes, I said, looking at her. She cleared her throat. I want you to stay well away from my granddaughter, do you understand? She said severely. We didn't move. We can't do that, Emmett spoke up. You hurt her more than any injury ever could, and she hasn't recovered yet. Do you want her to? She didn't finish, but I filled in the blank for myself. We didn't want to, we did it, Jasper tried to explain but was cut off. I don't care why, the fact is you hurt her and you keep on hurting her. I never want to see my granddaughter in the state that you left her in ever again. Now I am warning you, stay away from Bella. She waved a long finger at us, her eyes near slits as she glared at us. For some reason I feared this woman. She radiated power and authority. My siblings felt the same, though we couldn't explain it. She turned to go, but I remembered something. How do you know what I can do? How can you read my mind? My family started as I asked this. They didn't know about the little conversation we had. She turned and smirked at us. I know a lot about you, she said mysteriously. How you know about Rosalie? Gulped. Of course I know. She waved her hand. She acted like it was obvious. Did Bella tell you? Asked Jasper. He wasn't angry, just curious. He is always curious. No, she didn't tell me a thing. I knew that you were vampires long before she even came to live with me, she said offhandedly. Now stay away from Bella, she started, but I interrupted. But we can't, not anymore, I confessed. And why is that? She cocked an eyebrow. Because she's our sister, said Emmett. Jasper and Rosalie nodded. Cause she's my best friend, said Alice. Because I love her, I said quietly. Her head immediately turned to me, her eyes boring into me. I met her gaze, willing her to believe me. She sighed. I do. Edward the First can sense your love for her. Besides, you don't exactly look too good. She looked at me like a mother scrutinizing her son. None of us have been since we left Forks, said Rosalie, looking at the floor. She shook her head slowly. You think you always know what is right for everyone. You do. She didn't say it angrily, more of a sigh. Look, I want to see my girl smile, not a fake smile, a real one. I don't want to find her huddled on the floor crying because of you, she said fiercely, her eyes glaring again. What are you giving us your consent? Emmett asked, rather unsure. Yes, Emmett, I am, and believe me, without it you won't have a chance, she said, smirking slightly. How? She won't let us explain, cried Alice desperately. Don't talk then. She doesn't trust you because you lied to her. You have to make her doubt that. Once she has doubt, show her. She won't let you speak because she believes you will just lie, she said wisely. But how? I said desperately. You think I know everything? Besides, you need to this for yourself, she said, smiling. I have to get back. She glanced back at the house that Bella was in. I felt a pull towards her, but it wasn't like it used to be. It wasn't just a need, it was a physical attachment. The woman must have been reading my mind because her head snapped up and her eyes widened at me. Oh my. What? Alice said. It's nothing, but she won't take her eyes off me. She turned to leave, but Emmett's curiosity got the better of him. Wait. We're sorry, but one more thing. What is Bella? I expected her to be angry or deny it, but she just laughed. You and your curiosity, she chuckled. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you, she said, still chuckling a little. So you know? Asked Rose. Well, of course I know. I can't tell you because if Bella wanted you to know she would have told you, she sighed. Just be patient, once she trusts you enough she will tell you, but don't try to force her, it will only push her away, she advised. She walked away towards the gate but turned to us before going through. If you hurt Bella ever again you'd best be ready to run for a very long time, don't mess this up, she threatened. Wee woo, she cut Alice off. Your words mean nothing because they are just words, what matters are your actions, only then can trust be formed. Odd, she sounded like a fortune cookie, thought Emmett, and I chuckled. The woman chuckled too. Believe it or not, Emmett, you weren't the first on to think that. Oh, and I'm called Only, so you can stop referring to me as woman. She chuckled slightly as she turned away and made her way back to her house. We didn't move for a while, but I should have known it would be Emmett who broke the silence. Is anyone else slightly scared of that woman? He sounded sheepish. No, Emmett, you weren't alone, gulped Jasper. Things were looking up. Yes, Bella hates our guts, and she can kick our asses pretty well, plus she can do stuff and has good hearing, but we have a plan now. We would win back her trust, and then we can all be together again. We can all have Bella back. I hadn't spoken to the Cullens in 3 weeks. My life was well complicated. I was waiting for this change to happen, and since no one has ever been this young, we didn't know what to expect, at the same time trying not to fall apart. Every time I saw one of the Cullens, I had to admit, though I was enjoying watching them try to figure it out, I was in some of their lessons, and they would just stare at something with this concentrated look on their faces. I smiled every time I saw it. Though I liked watching them score my cold and talk to them again, the only reason I did before and screaming and shouting doesn't count is because I was so happy about the magic that I actually forgot. I know it's usually pretty hard to forget when someone ruins your entire life, but I did. I haven't spoken to Jess since she slapped me, and none of my friends will even look at her. Paige wants to hit her. And believe me, she hurts. Well, obviously not me, but she can inflict damage on poor humans. She also wants to hit the Cullens, but I convinced her not to. I don't want her to break her wrist or anything. The Cullens, that was a big subject. My grand still won't tell me what happened between them. Every time I mentions them her face would light up and she would turn away. I tried to find it in her mind, but it's like she had a barrier around the entire subject. It was very frustrating. It's not like I can just walk up to them and ask them what happened, is it? No, but I did notice something in their behavior. From what my friends have told me about them being all unsocial and rude, they weren't like that anymore. It was Lauren who actually noticed and told me. It was true, they looked like they did in Forks happy, but still kept to themselves. Maybe it's because I am here and they don't even start thinking like that. They are only doing this for your benefit. They are trying to pull you in again, don't let them. Wow, sometimes I think I have a split personality or something, but it can come in useful sometimes. But there was something else as well, something my gran told me about a few days after the encounter on the field. I had told her about this strange pull I had all the time. I told her that sometimes I would just get angry or sad without meaning to. She explained it to me, and it was something that made this whole situation impossibly harder than it already was. Flashback. Bella, she was in the garden tending to her plants while I was laying under the apple tree again. Millimeters, I lay with my eyes closed, my hands under my head, creating a pillow with them. Did something happen between you and Edward on the field the other day? She said, turning to look at me. I opened my eyes and sat up confused. What do you mean, Gran? She sighed. You know our link, everyone has a link to their guide as I am your. We share a link, she said, though I had heard all of this before. Well, you remember what I told you about werewolves, shapeshifters and vampires, and pretty much every race out there? She looked at me expectantly. I tried to remember, but I didn't know where she was going. I shook my head. Every race has their own way of choosing a mate. Vampires is their singers, shapeshifters it's their imprint, but I never told you about ours. She looked at me meaningfully. She dropped her trowel she was using to loosen the earth and came to sit by me. When a witch finds their other half, they make a connection. It is very much like ours. The more you know the person, the stronger it grows to be, she said, waiting for my response. I was shocked. And you think I have connected to Edward? The first gulped. Great. I connect to someone who doesn't even love me. Just my luck. From what you described, yes, she sighed. When Edward left and you felt the pain, that was because of the connection, she told me. How do you mean? I asked, now thoroughly confused. Your genes triggered that night. I know because I saw the last words he said to you. That was when our connection was made. Yes, it was very weak, but it was still there. That was also when you first connected with him, though I doubt you even felt it then, she said sadly. You see, when you are with your other half you feel whole and happy, but when separated, it can cause physical pain. That's why you feel the pull to go in a certain direction, sometimes because she trailed off. That's where he is. I finished, looking down at my lap. We sat in silence for a while, just thinking. But how can he be my other half? He doesn't love me, I barely whispered. The magic runs deep and doesn't make mistakes. You only ever get one other half. I know what she was trying to tell me, but I couldn't believe it. I thought you didn't like them, now you're bigging them up, I said, confused. Was this what she was hiding from me? I don't like them not at all. What they did to you was atrocious and horrible, but I read his mind. Bella, I know he tells the truth. They all did. She stopped as I got up and walked into the house, tears streaming down my face. Could I trust anyone anymore? End of flashback. Me and Gran haven't said much since then, but I know her opinion now, and I don't speak about the Cullens to her not anymore. But despite all of this uncertainty, I knew I still had my friends. They never left me alone, to which I was very thankful. The Cullens had come up to me on countless occasions, trying to talk to me, even begging me to believe them, but every time I was about to break down, my friends would step in and not so nicely tell them to get lost. Of course they weren't their exact words, especially Becky's and Paige's. Oh. Paige, when Becky and Sarah were telling the story, they had forgotten to say which Jessica had hit me, but Paige went on a rampage. Flashback. We were sat on the steps where we usually sat. It was the first day when Paige had met all of her friends again. She usually misses most of the day. As soon as Jessica Shaw got near the steps, Paige got up from her seat on the steps and stood in front of where she had stopped, and she punched her squirrely eye. Her jaw just fell to the ground, clutching her jaw, while Paige stood cradling her hand. Fuck, that hurt. Shit. 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 Of course there were choruses of laughter and whispers. We helped Jess to her feet and looked at Paige angrily. She looked back innocently. What the hell was that? I yelled at her, the crowd around us quieting instantly. My anger had become legendary around here, and no one messed with me. Notey sarcasm. What? She hit you? Okay, so Paige wasn't the brightest bulb in the box. No, she didn't, I said, pointing to Jess, who was trying to hide from Paige behind Lauren. It was Jess Instant that hit me. Not Jess Shaw. I said, waving my hands around frantically. Paige looked at Jess. I expected a smile, but a smile crept on her face. That's okay, you have no idea how much I have wanted to do that. She said. I saw Jess' eyes widen. All of my friends around us smiled a little, nodding their heads. I sighed. Paige started to rub her knuckles. Right now to find Jess Johnston, she muttered to herself before grabbing her bag and disappearing inside. I saw Paige getting towed out of lesson by Mr. Tasker, our deputy head. She saw me looking and put her two thumb up to me, grinning widely. So she had done it. Then I shook my head slightly, but cold to resist the smile that came on my face. I saw Jess in the corridor the next day with a fat lip and black eye. I would have congratulated Paige, but she had been excluded for 3 days. End of flashback. Yep, I have some great friends. They were willing to do anything for me. For them I felt at home here, even in this dreary town of Scunthorpe. I internally sighed home. My mum and dad had been calling every day since I got here, and that was about 7 weeks ago, which is 49 days, 49 unanswered calls, and 2 therapist parents. They didn't know why I rejecting my calls. They didn't know how much I hated them for making me come here. Sure, I loved it here, but that wasn't the point. They were supposed to be my parents, the people in the world I could trust the most, and they tricked me. They saw my vulnerability and took advantage, kicking me when I am down. So no, I will not talk to them. My gran stayed out of it, not wanting to get in the middle of a family argument. Of course my parents had no idea that the Cullens were here. If they did, I would be on a plane back to Forks before I could say no. God. I hated the way parents had so much control over you. Well, not anymore. If I don't want to do something, then I won't. Well, of course there would be exceptions, but there always is. Ugh. This was confusing. I was laid in my bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about how messed up my life was. I didn't need sleep. I slept 2 days ago. I looked at my clock, 600 AM. What? I had been laying here for 8 hours. I really need to get a handle on my thoughts. I heard a chuckle from my gran as she agreed with me. I got dressed for school using magic. I might add, Gran had showed me the spell for changing my appearance, but wanted me to start with clothes. She didn't want me to get disfigured or anything, and I agreed. So now I was in my school clothes and in a very good mood. I bounded downstairs, nearly falling, but magic saved me this time. Gran thought that that spell would be vital to my survival. She noticed how handicapped I was when I came to walking. My gran didn't comment on my behavior and the time flew by. Gran sat watching television and I sat in the dining room practicing my telekinesis. I heard my friends at the door and ran to it, yanking it open and screaming my goodbyes at my gran once again. My friends again. My friends wondered how I could ever be a morning person. I just shrugged. If only they knew the real reason. The day was Friday and the end of term. We had another 2 weeks off now. I felt like I hardly went to school when I was here. So as usual, we didn't do any work most of the time. We sat and watched movies on the interactive whiteboards. Others, the teachers, just let us do whatever. Today I found it easier to forget the Cullens watching me. They did it every day, probably waiting for me to slip up again and reveal myself. But since that day on the field I had been practicing my control. I had a better handle on my anger now. But we had PE today, last lesson. I like PE for some strange reason. It is nothing like in Forks. We actually played good games like rounders and bench ball. But like Forks, girls and boys were mixed, though girls usually stuck with girls on their teams. Of course we were the exception. On ours was me, Becky, Lauren, Sarah, Jess. Then there was Danny, Tom, Jacob and Cupid. The lads were really nice and the girls Like them? Lauren liked Cupid, or more precisely his back. Jess liked Danny, she had done for ages. Sarah liked Jacob, and I have to agree he was really nice to talk to. And I think I rent sure, but I think that Becky likes Tom. Well, as usual the boys are clueless. I just found it funny we were playing bench ball today, and of course the Cullens were all on a team. No one liked playing the Cullens, they were impossible to beat. I didn't actually know. Every time they came on to play our team I always sat off, no one minded, and everyone understood what I had told my friends had gotten around school, but only a very watered down version. Of course my friends hadn't told anyone, but we were sat in a very crowded corridor, so people were bound to hear bits of it. Most people know that me and Edward used to be together, but he used me and dumped me nastily and then left town. Everyone hated them even more for it. Of course there were other stories, like about me getting pregnant and Edward leaving before I gave birth. I just laughed at them, they were so unrealistic, like he would ever touch me like that. But deep down I wanted the Cullens to be affected by the rumors, but like always they were calm and collected and acted like everyone wasn't talking about them. I sat on the bench in the gym waiting for everyone else to come in and get sorted into teams. One of the reasons I liked PE is because we get to wear what we wanted. I wore a pair of grey baggy tracky bottoms and a long stripy top that showed a little cleavage. It helped when you played against boys and you wanted the ball. They all walked in trackies as well, but of course they were all designer. They sat on the opposite side of the gym to me and started having a hushed conversation. 3 guesses what it was about. Well, they kept on looking at me, all of them, so I am guessing it was about me. My friend sat around me, keeping my mind from wandering back to them. The most annoying thing was the fact that I found it hard to stay in my seat. The pull I felt for Edward was getting stronger the longer he stayed. Again, I wanted to walk up to him to ease this pull a little. Everyone else poured into the gym and set into teams. We were going to be playing the Cullens first, and all my friends expected me to sit out, but as I saw them walk onto the court I thought about it. Why should I sit out? Why am I hiding from them? I got up and walked over to my team. "Hey guys, do you mind if I play?" I said with a smile. Becky looked unsure. "You sure, Bella?" Her eyes went to the Cullens, who looked like they were talking with each other, but I knew better. "Yeah, I'm sure," I said, smiling. Mrs. Manlol came up to us and told us that we needed to even out the players. They had 5 and we had 9, so it was a little unfair. So Becky, Tom and Sarah and Jacob went off and sat on the bench watching. At first it freaked me out that the whole group sat and watched us play, but I got used to it. We got into positions with Jess on bench and me, Lauren, Danny and Cupid on the floor. They had Rosalie on their bench. I chuckled as I remembered the person on bench is called the Queen. How appropriate. The game started and people were right, they were good. I could see how frustrated they were to keep to a human pace, because I was the same. I wanted to run so fast I blurred and throw the ball so hard that it went through the wall, but obviously I couldn't. After 5 minutes the crowd was cheering my team on. Usually no one lasted so long against the Cullens, so I guess this was a first. Usually the group just sit and talk, ignoring the game, cheering when we got a ball in the basket, but now they were all watching the game intently. On our bench was Jess, Lauren and Cupid. On theirs was Rosalie, Alice and Jasper. I could tell they were trying to beat me, but they couldn't get the ball off me, so we were evenly matched, me and Danny against Edward and Emmett. After the toss-up I got the ball and got Danny on bench, receiving a high five from everyone on my team. The ball got thrown out of court and it was my ball. I was behind their bench, and since I had no players left, had to bounce the ball up to my bench. Easy, not so much when you have 2 vampires eager to get the ball off you. I could hear my heart beating frantically because of my running around madly, and the gym seemed to be longer than I remembered. "Oh, easy," whispered Emmett to Edward, who nodded. I smirked. "Oh, I don't think so, boys. I am going to win this fair and square, so I want no one to be taking it easy on me, understand?" I whispered so only they could hear. I saw Emmett smirk at me and nod. Edward nodded rather reluctantly. "Bring it on," I heard Emmett whisper. "Oh, don't forget to be human though," I smirked at them. "Ready?" I nodded at Mrs. Mann and she blew the whistle. The smile never faded from my face as I stepped on the court. The screaming crowd faded into the background as I concentrated on keeping myself at a human pace. As soon as I stepped on court, Emmett tried to swipe the ball from me, but I dodged him, bouncing the ball between his legs, then running around him to get it. Edward tried next, but I threw it over him, ran around, and continued to bounce it up the court. I felt my legs cramping and my breathing coming in short bursts. My face flushed, but I carried on. I was nearly at my bench when Emmett stood in front of me, causing me to pick up the ball. Great. I couldn't move and he was blocking my side of the bench. I saw him smirk. "Come on, Bella, you can do better than that, surely," he taunted me. I looked up at him and smirked. "You bet I can," I said, and I threw the ball blindly toward the direction of the bench. We didn't watch where the ball went, not really caring, but the smirks faded from our faces and we just looked at each other. Emmett, my brother, my friend, I missed him so much. I wanted to wrap my arms around him and hug the life out of him, but I couldn't. "They're all eyeing Bella," I thought. "Maybe, but Gran won't lie to me," I contradicted. Well, he started, but I grabbed his freezing hand. No one else could see what I was doing, but he understood. I held his hand in mine, gently looking up into his face. "I missed you," I whispered to him. I saw his face smile a little. "I missed you too, Bella." A sudden rush of sound made me jump. People were screaming my name and cheering and clapping. "I think you should get going, Bella. Well done, you just beat the Cullens." He smiled broadly as he whispered, too fast and quiet for any human to hear. I smiled and let go of his hand. I ran up to team with a huge smile on my face, despite all the cramp coming back to my legs. As soon as we were all on the bench, the whistle blew, and the room exploded with sound as people converged on us all. Anyone would think that we had just won the World Cup or something. After a few more games of bench ball, we went to get changed back into our school clothes. Ugh. I hated the sweaty feeling, but at least it was the end of that day, the end of the week, and the end of a term. Wow, that's a lot of ends. I hadn't spoken to any of the Cullens since I spoke to Emmett during the game. I wasn't sure what to do. Did he expect me to talk to him all the time now? Did they all think they were forgiven? I wasn't ready for that, not by a long shot. They could just be acting, like they did in Forks, I thought. I didn't know what or who to believe. I wanted to believe them, to believe that they all really did care about me, to be part of a family again, to be loved, but I couldn't trust them. I didn't know if I ever could. Everything they said I would always doubt, and I don't know if I could ever be as close to them as I used to be. I don't know how I can trust them. I wanted to make myself trust them, but I knew that there would always be a little doubt in the corner of my mind. I got changed in silence, my friends not noticing my quietness, too busy talking and laughing amongst themselves. Of course Alice and Rosalie were in the changing rooms with us. I could see them on the other side of the room. They kept on looking at me and smiling. What could I do? Smile back. Hug. What should I do? The bell went shortly after that, and everyone rushed out of the changing rooms, eager to get to form and then go home. I prayed that they weren't waiting for me or anything, and for once my prayers were answered. The corridor was a Cullen-free zone. I waved goodbye to my friends, promising to meet them at the gate. Like we usually do, I walked slowly to form, thinking on whether I did the right thing or not. This is pointless. What's done is done. You'll just have to take the repercussions for your actions, I thought. I sat in form and waited for the bell to go. All around me, people spoke to me, congratulating me on beating the Calensa ND, begging me to be on their team. I just nodded and said, maybe acting interested in what they were telling me, but really I was far away. I met everyone at the gate as usual and walked across the field. I looked for the Cullens, not sure if I wanted to see them or not, but the pulling sensation was getting stronger, so I guess I was getting further away. I sighed. During the walk home I was silent. The air around me was filled with excited chatter about holiday plans and meeting everyone tomorrow in town to see a movie. I reached my gate and told them that I would text them I could or couldn't come. I got into the living room and sat down heavily. I put my head in my hands and just sat there. I heard my gran come in from the garden and take her gloves off. She must have sensed my emotions because she came in and sat down next to me. "Ella, I have to talk to you about something," she said. She sounded reluctant. I lowered my hands and turned to her. She looked sorrowful and apologetic. "Oh no, this couldn't be good. Your mum called when you were at school. You are going to spend the holiday over at the house they are staying at in London," she said rather fast. She paused, waiting for my reaction. "What?" Why, I shouted at her, though I knew it wasn't her fault. "She isn't happy that you've been ignoring her, and she was worried. She said that unless you came to visit she would take you back to Forks with her," she said sadly. "So why are they in London?" I didn't really understand. "Well, Phil has a game and Renee needed to be close, especially in her condition," she said, referring to that fact that my mother is pregnant. "But I thought that, Charlie, that's why she came to stay with us in Forks in the first place." It was true, Phil had to go abroad for games, leaving my mum behind. Of course my dad said that he would look after her, and she came to live with us. It was strange having both parents under the same roof. "Charlie is there as well. Someone has to look after your mum while Phil is away," she said, never taking her eyes off me. I sighed. I knew there was no getting out of this. "Hey," I said dejectedly. I got up and went upstairs to pack. Using magic I packed my bag. It did cheer me up FPR a while, until I went downstairs and saw my train tickets. My gran put on her coat and got the car keys out. I knew she didn't like this any more than I did. She agreed with me about the whole situation, even though she is glad that it got me here. As we arrived at the station I got my huge duffel bag out of the boot and stood in the rain. Yep, it was raining true Scunthorpe style. It was actually called Sunny Scunny. The name made me laugh. It seemed like it was sending me a farewell present, and I have to admit the little town has grown on me. Putting my huge bag on my shoulder, I kissed my gran goodbye and watched as she drove away, going way too fast as usual. I sighed as a thought occurred to me. No magic, no powers, no strength, no speed. I was going to have to act all boring and human. Ugh. I actually found it hard to remember how I actually survived being so weak, but I would make an effort this week, and I am sure that a very angry and hormonal Renee won't make that easy for me, and neither will Charlie. I trudged into the station ignoring the staff smiles and cheery moods and handing over my ticket. I wasn't exactly in the best of moods. I got on the train at about 9 at night after waiting for 3 hours, sat in those horrible plastic chairs. The squashed dirty holy seats on the train felt lovely on my numb bum. I got on 3 other trains after that and 1 tube train. It was a good thing I slept last night, otherwise I would have probably missed my connecting trains, but I was bored. I had texted my friends, telling them where I was, and had called Sarah for so long that my phone died. She was going on about getting her cousin's gecko or something. I just let her ramble on until my phone died. I then listened to my iPod, which died as well. I would use my magic to charge them, but the train was surprisingly packed and I cold Triscuit. It was times like these when I wished I had my Woothing Heights with me. Of course I hadn't touched that book since they all left. I hadn't read any book since they left, so I was now staring out of the window, bored stiff. The tube train was better and more entertaining. I found it funny the way everyone wobbled the same way at the same time. There was this bald man in front of me and his head just kept on bobbing up and down, but his wig was caught in the headrest, so it kept on coming off. I had to stifle the giggles that had me gasping for breath. When I finally got off the train, I had to get a taxi to the house that Renee and Charlie was staying at. It was one of Phil's friends that he had given him to live in while he was here. For some reason the taxis amused me being yellow. I don't know, maybe the color yellow was funny to me or something. So after 6 hours on trains and 2 hours of waiting for my connections, it was 5 o'clock in the morning and I had to sit in the taxi for another hour. My bum had lost all feeling long ago, and I feared that it would never return. Why did the station have to be so far away from the house? It cost me a fortune just to get there, but luckily Gran wasn't exactly strapped for cash. I handed the driver the money and thanked him for the ride as he helped me with my luggage. Their street was pretty run down, nothing spectacular at all, and the house wasn't that much better. The bricks looked ready to collapse, and one of the windows at the front had a hole in the window. Obviously the area wasn't too good around here, and I wondered why Ren had come here when she was pregnant. Ugh. Pregnant. I can't believe it. And then who does she turn to but her ex-husband, who she knows would do anything for her. She is so manipulative with everyone. I walked up to the door hesitating as I thought about the early hour. Well, they are expecting me. I thought. I knocked on the door and waited. Luckily it wasn't raining here, so I wasn't getting wet, though I was still damp from Scunthorpe. A very disheveled looking Charlie answered the door. He didn't do anything for a second. He didn't say hello or smile. He just stood there and looked at me. I stared blankly at him, still angry that he had tricked me. After a second he stepped aside. Come on, he said. He was happy to see me. Note the sarcasm there. He didn't turn to look at me, but let me in anyway. I was in a tiny little hallway. The only thing on the walls was a clock. Charlie led me straight upstairs. Never speaking a word, I followed cautiously, a bit unnerved by his strange behavior. There were 3 doors on the tiny landing he led me to. The far left one, which turned out to be a little room, the only furniture being a bed and a wardrobe. He stopped halfway in and spoke. You must be tired, you can sleep in here, and with that he turned and walked out, closing the door behind him. The darkness engulfed me despite the fact that I could see just as well as I did in the light. I felt alone. Without changing, I climbed on the bed and curled up. I wasn't going to sleep. I wasn't tired. I wanted to speak to Gran, but she was asleep at the moment. I could see her dreams playing out in my mind as I stepped back from her mind. Here in the dark all alone, the pull that I had noticed getting stronger and stronger as time went by came to the front of my mind. It also seemed that the further you got away, the stronger the urge to go back was. I concentrated on Edward, but the connection wasn't that strong and I could only get vague emotions. He felt guilty, sad, pain and curiosity. I wondered if he could sense my emotions. If we do get stronger, he will be able to read my mind, something he has always wanted to do. I thought about Edward and eventually drifted into a deep sleep. I awoke a long time later, astounded by how exhausted I must have been. I got up and changed into some different clothes, brushing my hair afterwards. I made my way hesitantly downstairs. I checked the clock in the hallway. It was 9 o'clock at night. Oh, maybe they are already in bed. I cracked open the door. They were both in there watching television. As soon as I walked in, their heads snapped up and they both looked at me, but their faces were empty. Oh no, this had happened before. I entered and sat on a sofa as far away from them as I could get, and I waited for it to start. Sure enough, I only had to wait a few seconds. What the hell were you thinking, you stupid girl? Do you have any idea what has been going through our minds? I thought that you had actually gone and done it this time and jumped off a cliff. My mother shouted at me. Charlie put a hand on my mother's shoulder, calming her down. Ella, we are so disappointed in you. We send you to your grandma's in England and we hear nothing for 7 weeks. 7 weeks. Charlie said, trying not to raise his voice. I clenched my teeth and took a deep breath, restraining the retort that was forming. This is all their fault. If they had just left you alone, none of this would have happened, and I would have my daughter back, Renee said harshly, though nearly sobbing at the end. I felt like they had just stabbed me in the heart. They always brought the Cullens into our arguments, blaming them for everything I didn't used to mind, but now it seems I have changed my opinion. I still can't believe it. Oh, that's what they thought, but surely not Charlie. I know Charlie, how could Charlie say that? It was that boy, he ruined everything, he destroyed her. And that girl Alice. Ugh. I hate the lot of them. That doctor and his wife are as bad as the rest, pretending to be all nice, but you can tell they are two-faced. I hate the lot of them, and the others. This went on for another 2 hours. She basically pointed out my every flaw and attacked it, Charlie backing her up the entire way, every remark and insult was like a twist of the knife. They spoke like I wasn't there, like I had died. I didn't speak for the entire attack, remaining silent as I felt myself slowly falling apart again. When the Cullens left, my parents kept me going. Now they were giving up on me. But I was better now. How could they not see that? I don't know what they said or what they did, but I snapped. Shut up, just shut up. I screamed at them, getting up from my seat. How dare you speak to us like that? Sit down. I had never heard Charlie raise his voice before. It scared me slightly. No, I won't. You don't expect me to sit here and take all of this shit you are giving me? No. Not anymore. I screamed and Charlie got up too. I told you, Charlie. I told you not to send her to my mother's, and now look at her. Shess let her run wild, letting her speak like that. I should have kept you. She glared at me, and I flinched away from her. She has always had some fascination with you, begging you to come over in the holidays, and now look what she has done. You aren't going back there, not to live with her. My mother said, deadly calm, Charlie's hand still on her shoulder. How can you say that Gran is the best person in the world? I have to go back, Shess. My Gran, I love her. I shouted at her. This is all their fault. I knew that sending you to your Grans would cause trouble. Those Cullens poisoned your mind, and now my mother has done the same, and that was it. I couldn't take it anymore. The Cullens were probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Carlisle and Esme were more my mother and father than you were. They were my family, and I won't stand here and listen as you insult perfectly good people. I screamed at them, trying to control the trembling that racked my body again. No, I couldn't afford to lose control here. They left. They don't care about you, they never did. We were the ones that put you back together, not them. They left you behind to rot. My mother screeched at me, trying to get up, but my father pushed her back down. They do care, and I know. They came back. They go to my school. They are in my classes, I said, willing my voice to be calm. They are back, Charlie said, his back still turned form when he pushed my mother back down. Yes, all of them, I said strongly. Does your grandmother know about what happened with them? Charlie asked, still not looking at me. Yes, I answered simply. And she lets you talk to them? My mother sounded astounded at the very idea. They are in my school, Mum, and besides, Gran wants me to be happy. They won't hurt me, I know it. When did I decide to trust them? I was speaking more to myself than anyone else, willing myself to believe my own words. Well then, since they are such a better family than us, why don't you go and live with them? He said strongly. I saw my mother nod slightly. What? I couldn't believe this couldn't be happening. You heard me. Get out. Get out right now, and don't come crying to us when they break your heart again, you ungrateful bitch. Go back and live with your grandma. Go shack up with the Cullens. We don't care anymore. As far as we are concerned, we never had a daughter. Charlie swore for the first time. The calmness of his voice terrified me, and I knew he meant it, every word. I didn't cry. I didn't even feel sad. I didn't know what I was feeling, to be honest. Silently, I went into the hall and up the stairs, packing my bag. It took all of 20 seconds to do, and I shoved it on my shoulder and walked downstairs. I didn't bother to say goodbye. I just walked out of the house and didn't look back. They never came after me, so I just walked away from the house. It was midnight when I arrived at the tube station. I thanked God that I had remembered to pack my purse, which was thanks to my Gran bursting with money. I paid for my ticket and waited. I got on the tube and sat down, taking a deep breath. What the hell had just happened? I couldn't comprehend it. I had never seen either of my parents like that ever. When did they start thinking like that? How could they say that they never had their daughter? Thanks to my pondering, it took my half an hour to discover that I had the wrong train. I had to buy 3 more tickets before I was back where I started, so I could start again. Finally getting back to where I started, I paid for another ticket, the ticket master giving me a strange look as he handed me my change and ticket. I had to run to catch the tube. Just getting there in time, I sighed as I sat my huge bag on the floor at my feet, leaning my head back on the headrest, closing my eyes. The compartment was empty, and I was grateful. I let my mind wander to the events of the week, all the Cullens' approaches and ways of trying to get my attention, all the times I had avoided them, the bench ball game, the trip down here, Charlie's behavior, the fight. My thoughts carried on like this, and I was blind to the outside world, too wrapped up in my own mind. Maybe if I wasn't, I would have seen the man who got on after me, the one sat staring at me at the other end of the compartment. I would have seen when he moved slowly until he sat in the seat behind me, but I was too late. I felt something cold and sharp on my neck and it brought me out of my daydreams. Alright beautiful now then don't make any noise I won't want to ruin that pretty face of your now would I a gruff voice said behind me and I could smell the alcohol on his breath. My heartbeat accelerated and my breathing hitched my palms sweated as I tried to use my magic to get away but I couldn't my mind was a mess it was running too fast and I couldn't concentrate I couldn't find a hold on my magic I was powerless. That's better now I'm going to take you someplace special and you and me are going to have a good time tonight yeah he said digging the knife into my throat. He pushed it so far that he cut me causing blood to drip down my neck. What I thought I healed. I didn't think I could bleed anymore at least that's what my gran told me. I tried to contact her but I couldn't reach her. It was like I was human again with no powers I couldn't use magic or contact anyone so what was I going to do? I stayed silent willing this all to be a nightmare I felt the knife cut deeper. I said you and me are going to have a good time aren't we he said his voice getting angry at the end. I gulped willing my voice to work. Yes. How the hell am I going to get out of this there was no grandma no magic, no Cullens no Edward the first was on my own. I stayed perfectly still the only noise in the entire carriage being this man's breathing and the tube on the rails. I no longer like the way the tube shakes and sways. Each time it moved the blade dug further into my neck. Silent tears poured down my face, wishing someone would come and save me. My neck was covered in blood it ran down the front and sleeve of my shirt, staining it. I was glad that I had gotten over my aversion to blood, otherwise I would have been unconscious a long time ago. But maybe that wouldn't have been a bad thing there wouldn't be any pain I didn't like how silent the man was, it was like he was calculating something planning something. This is our stop princess he whispered in my ear leaning forward, causing the knife to dig in further I gasped in pain, but held in a scream, it wouldn't do any good and he would kill me straight away. The tube slowed, and a loud screech signaled us arriving in a station using the knife as leverage heroes, making me rise with him. He walked around the seats, never moving the knife away from me. The computerized voice told us to mind the gap between the platform and the tube with it the doors opened, but he didn't move just yet. He finally removed the knife from my neck and I sighed in relief, but it didn't last long. He put it up the sleeve of his jacket and I could see the shape of the blade. As it pressed against the material carelessly he slung his arm over my shoulder, pressing against the burning wound on my neck. He put a restraining hand over my mouth when I was about to scream and squeezed. Now they're gorgeous we won't want anyone to interrupt us would we he said from beside me being careful not to show me his face. He let go of my face, but to emphasize his words, he pressed the blade into the cut again. I shook my head tears pouring out over my face and his hand I knew that if I survived I would have a bruise on my face from where he squeezed me. Now where is your ticket he said quietly. I reached my trembling hand into my pocket and got it out showing him it. Goodwill come on then he said walking forwards pulling me with him. We walked off a tube and onto the platform I was so happy to see people they could help me. But they didn't. Some looked at me curious as to why I was crying so hard I wondered why they didn't know how they couldn't see. That's when I realized a man was hiding the wound and all of the blood with his coat that he had unzipped making sure it covered some of me as well. We couldn't go through the barriers for a very obvious reason I would run, so he went up to the man with services on his shirt and showed him. Our tickets. You can go through here he smiled as he opened the large gate. Are you okay miss he looked down at me, but I looked at my feet. Just fine just got some bad news that's, Alf man lied very convincingly. The services man led us through and we walked up the steps towards the streets off river we are the cold night air hit my face and made my eyes water even more. No one looked at us anymore it was too dark and there were only a handful of people on the entire street. The street was lined with shops on both sides, all closed for the night, no cars appeared on either side of the road and by the time we reached the middle of the street all the people had disappeared as well. We didn't go any further we pulled me down an alley between a hairdresser's and a kebab shop. With my good vision, I could see two doors on either side of the alley halfway down the walls were maybe 20 feet apart and I began to get claustrophobic. There was also a car there parked haphazardly, blocking the path to the other end of the alley. I could see a street illuminated in the faint glow of a street light placed near the mouth of the alley. Dustbins lined the walls and the smell wanted to make me throw up everywhere. The alleyway seemed to be miles long, each step taking an eternity. We reached his car, but we didn't get in like I expected. He suddenly yanked the coat and knife away and turned me around so my back was pressed against the front passenger door of his car. He grabbed my arm and pulled me forward so I had nothing to lean on and was stood in the middle of the alleyway. I shivered and trembled despite the hot blood pouring down my shirt and neck. The man began to circle me. I could hear him saying things like very nice and I can't wait to have that. I closed my eyes, wanting it all to go away. We are going to have lots of fun tonight. Have you said goodbye to your family? He taunted as he passed behind me, because you will never see them again. He laughed slightly. No. Edward. He didn't know I loved him. He thought I hated him that I despise him. He will never know the truth. And Alice shall never know how much I loved her, she was my best friend, and Emmett, how I missed him so much. I even missed his making fun of me when I blushed, and Jasper missed how calm he made me even without his power. I even missed Rosalie, no one could glare at me like she could, she was my sister, and Carlisle and Esme, they were like my parents. Heck, I actually chose them over my real parents. Why couldn't I realize this before it was too late? My thoughts went to my gran, to Lauren, Jess, Becky, Sarah and Paige, then finally to Charlie and Renee and Phil. The tears ran faster, though I kept my eyes closed. I heard him step closer to me. The car sped past on the road behind me, the sound of it echoing in the alley. He put his hand on my shoulder. Some might think this was a comforting gesture, but I knew better. I heard the car's brakes squeal in protest as the driver stopped it abruptly. Slowly he leaned forward and whispered in my ear, lots and lots of fun. I didn't open my eyes. I didn't want to look at him, no matter what he did to me. What was he going to do to me? Would he rape me, beat me? What was his definition of fun? Could he? My thoughts were cut short as he grabbed me roughly and turned me around, putting the knife against my neck again. He put his arm around my waist, securing me to him, and my eyes flew open in surprise. I couldn't concentrate on one thing, everything was blurred by the tears in my eyes, and I could hear my heartbeat loudly in my ears. "What do you want?" the man asked, shouting loudly in my ear. I tried to clear my eyes, but I couldn't move my arms, they wouldn't respond. "Leave the girl alone," a voice said angrily. I think I know that voice. The man behind me forced my head up with the knife and placed the knife at the base of my throat. "Sorry lads, but this one's mine, I'd share, but she's so beautiful I think I'll keep her all to myself," the man behind me sneered at the lad in front of us. I swear I heard a growl, but my mind must be playing tricks on me. The knife on my throat dug in, and I heard the growling cut off immediately. The only thing I could see was the night sky. I was happy I would die seeing something so beautiful. I didn't want to die, but you have to make the most of the situation, don't you? "Now if you will excuse me, I have some business to get back to," the man said, dismissing the lad in front of us. I heard footsteps approach us slowly. Someone was trying to save me. The knife was taken from my throat, leaving a shallow cut there as well. A small trickle of blood escaped, but it was nothing compared to the huge gash in the right side of my neck. I let my head down and looked at the scene in front of me. I gasped. The man was pointing the knife at Edward. His arm was still around my waist in case I tried to run. I knew that if I tried it, he would turn and kill me instantly. Jasper and Emmett stood a few feet back. I felt it as Jasper tried to soothe me, but I was too far gone. Now my eyes were fixed on the man with the knife, and Edward stood calmly in front of the man 10 foot from me while the man pointed the knife to his chest, the knife trembling in his hand. "Go ahead, the one who lasts the longest gets the girl," Edward said calmly, not looking at me at all. "Where's your weapon then?" the man asked, looking at Edward like he was hiding it up his sleeve. "I have one, but I will show you when it's my turn," Edward said cryptically. "Okay, but your lads can't get involved." He saw his head turn slightly in the direction of Emmett and Jasper. I couldn't really see anything since his back was to me. "Trust me, it'll just be me." I saw Edward's eyes darken and he lowered his head a little. "Fine, but I go first then," the man said. I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot. The man took his arm from my waist and put it at his side. Edward just nodded and the man lunged at his chest. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I knew that Edward would be fine, but I couldn't get it into my head. I stared transfixed at them, both the blade bent and twisted. As it hit Edward's chest, the man looked taken aback, but Edward didn't even flinch. Slowly, he raised his head and looked the man in the eye. "Now it's my go," he said, deadly quiet. He picked him up by the front of his shirt and threw him against the wall of the alley. The wreck knife fell to the floor as he flew to the wall. His head hit the wall with a sickening crack. The impact was so strong that I heard some of the bricks break. The huge bang echoed around the alley, and he landed on the floor with a thud, sank to the floor and looked dazed. Edward stalked forward away from me and towards the man. I knew he was going to kill the man. I had never seen him so angry than this ever. Jasper and Emmett rushed forward, and Emmett grabbed Edward's arm. Edward glared at Emmett like he wanted to kill him, but then he relaxed and stepped away. Jasper and Emmett blocked the man from view as Edward turned and made his way back to me. My eyes were fixed on the wall of the alley that the man had hit. My body trembled, and my mind couldn't focus on anything at all. I didn't know how long I stood there. Time became irrelevant to me. After what seemed like years, I heard Edward's voice. Edward was stood in front of me, blocking everything else from view. How could I have not seen him? It was the only thing that could have made me move Edward. I made my eyes move and looked at him. I knew my eyes were wide with fear. My clothed and skin were covered in blood and sweat, and my face is streaked from the hundreds of tears that had run down it. Despite the state I must look, he looked concerned about me. I saw it in his eyes. I don't know how I did it because I thought I could move, but I threw myself into his arms. I buried my face in his chest and sobbed my heart out. His arms wrapped around my waist and he pulled me closer to him. I wrapped my arms around his waist and grabbed his shirt, clenching it with my fist. Edward stood stroking my hair and whispering words of comfort to me. After a while, after my sobs had turned to hiccups and my tears had run dry, he pulled back. I felt an instant loss and sadness. Bella, are you okay? He stroked my face from my eye to my jaw. I couldn't speak just yet. I wasn't sure if my voice could even work. I just gripped his shirt tighter. I suddenly remembered something. I stepped away from him, weary of his reaction. Bella, what's wrong? He looked concerned again, and it pained me to see him so distraught. "Mama, the blood," I stuttered out, my voice hoarse from all of the crying and the lack of use. "I don't care, Bella, as long as you are okay. The blood doesn't matter to me." He stepped forward and I didn't move away, but I didn't move forward either. This was something he noticed. He came closer to me and took both of my trembling hands in his and bent down to my level. "Bella, I would never hurt you." The way he looked at me couldn't help but believe him. I walked calmer this time into his arms and hugged him fiercely, letting his scent wash over me, calming and soothing me as it went. I didn't sob this time. I just tried to convince myself that this was real. I wasn't really sure what to believe. I squeezed him slightly. He felt real. Leaning back slightly but not stepping away from him, I poked him in his ribs. Yep, he is definitely there. "Bella, why are you poking me?" He wore that crooked smile, though his eyes still held concern. "Just checking you were real," I said quietly, leaning back into him. We could have stood there like that for years, and I wouldn't have ever known. I thought of something then. "Where's Jasper and Emmett?" I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear the answer. "They are dealing with the man." I tensed in his arms. Could they have killed him? "Don't worry, he will be fine. That's why Emmett and Jasper went." I waited for him to elaborate, but he didn't. "Why?" "Well, isn't it obvious?" I shook my head against his chest, and I heard him chuckle slightly. "Because if I went I would have killed him, as much as I want to, Bella. It goes against." He sounded apologetic. Why was he apologizing? "Edward, why are you apologizing for not killing someone? I don't expect you to go against everything you have worked for over 100 years for me," I said calmly, and it was true. He couldn't go against everything he and his family had spent so long building just for me. It wasn't fair. He didn't reply but squeezed me slightly. I noticed that the pain in my neck was forgotten in the events of the day, and I couldn't even feel it anymore. Actually, I was getting pretty tired. That was weird. I slept a few hours ago. I heard footsteps approaching and I tensed in case it was the man again. Edward, feeling me tense, whispered to me. "Don't worry, it's just Em and Jazz." He kissed my hair as I relaxed. The steps got closer, but I didn't turn. Edward wouldn't let me. They stopped about 3 feet away from me. Behind me I heard Emmett. "Bella," he sounded worried and cautious. I didn't hesitate, and I was glad Edward didn't hold me back. I turned and flew into Emmett's arms like I had done Edward. My arms didn't go all the way around this time though, but I still hugged his fiercely, careful not to hurt him. In true Emmett style, he picked me up and spun me around. I couldn't help but laugh at it. Despite everything, he cheered me up. He set me back on my feet after a few twirls and looked me in the eye. Why were they all so tall? I had to tilt my head right back to look at his face. He looked serious. "Bella, are you okay?" He was in big brother mode now. I recognized it from before. I nodded and he hugged me again. After he released me, I turned to Jasper, but I froze, looking apprehensively. Edward told me about the burn in their throats, and I was covered in blood, and it was still coming out of the cuts. I didn't want to hurt him or anything. He must have noticed my hesitation. "Bella, I would never hurt you. I am so sorry about your birthday. I truly am, but since then I have been working really hard to control my thirst," said, and I was shocked by how childlike he looked and sounded. He was stood awkwardly looking at his shoes while twiddling his fingers. He sounded like a child telling their side of a story, then waiting for the verdict. I didn't really know how to reply, so I did what came natural. I ran and hugged him. I waited for a moment to see what he would do, but his arms wrapped around me, and he hugged me back. I felt so calm and safe in his arms. He wasn't the muscle monster brother Emmett was, but he was the comforting brother I had to tell him. I pulled back a little, but I spoke seriously to him. "Jasper, I don't blame you for what happened on my birthday." He looked like he didn't believe me at all. I grabbed his arm, which was very muscular by the way. I felt a little jealous. "Where are my muscles?" And I sounded like a teacher when I spoke. "Jasper, I don't blame you. I never did. When I came into your family I knew the risks, and I knew that it would happen at some point, but it is part of who you are." He interrupted me. "Not anymore," he said quietly, so quietly if I was human I wouldn't have heard it even at this proximity. "Yes, it is. You have control, but your thirst is still there. It will always be a part of who you are, and you can't ignore it, no matter how hard you try. But I know this, Jasper, and at the time I didn't blame you. I am happy that what happened has made you gain control over your thirst, because you seem happier to me." I saw him smile slightly at me, "and I know you won't hurt me." I leaned in again and hugged him. "Thank you, Bella," he whispered into my hair. I pulled away. "Anytime, Jasper," I smiled. "Can I get to know my sister now?" I never really had the chance before. He looked a little apprehensive of my answer, like I could say no. "Only if I can get to know my brother," I said quietly. He pulled me into another hug, whispering another "thank you." I felt suddenly very weak and tired. My eyes felt heavy, so I let them drop, and my arms and legs felt like lead weights. Despite all of this, my body was still trembling. "Bella," Jasper said to me urgently. I forced my eyes open and looked into my brother's very concerned eyes. Bella, you have to stay awake, okay? Bella, stay awake, don't go to sleep, he said slowly. I felt myself being moved into another pair of arms. Edward the First would know that scent anywhere. His scent instantly made me relax and tired. Bella. Bella, open your eyes. Edward nearly shouted at me. I did as he asked and looked into his eyes. Get Carlisle on the phone, I heard Jasper say. I felt a draft, well actually a huge wind, and I knew that Edward was running with me. He never took his eyes away from mine, even though he was running through housing estates and winding roads. I kept my eyes open, even though my body screamed in protest. After a few minutes I spoke. Edward, why can't I stop shaking? I wasn't cold. Despite the closeness to Edward. You're in shock, Bella, that's why you can't go to sleep just yet, okay? We have to get you to Carlisle first. You've lost too much blood and we aren't sure what will happen once you are unconscious, said, never taking his eyes off me. Carlisle, I was happy to know that I would be able to see one of my parents. I missed him so much, I whispered. I know, Bella, I know. He sounded so pained. I didn't know the story, but I wanted to. I mean, if he did care, which he must do, otherwise, why would they save me? Why did he leave? Edward, need to talk, I said, wanting answers. I know. He leant forward and kissed my hair, but not now, later, he said, and I nodded. Now wasn't exactly the best time to get talking, but I had to do something to make my mind busy, so I gave myself a challenge. After about 20 minutes I was still on my challenge. My concentrated face and silence had caught Edward's attention. Bella, what are you thinking about? He probably expected something along the lines of nothing, but I was never normal. I am trying to remember all of the 7 dwarfs' names, I said, racking my brain for the others. Okay, I haven't seen this film since I was like 7-11 years ago, but I had to do this, plus it was distracting me. I could tell that Edward was amused by my mind. Who have you got so far? I saw the smile on his face. I don't want any help, okay? This has been keeping me awake for the past 25 minutes, I warned, and I saw him nod. Well, I have Sleepy Doc, Grumpy, Dopey and Sneezy, I said, trying to remember them. I heard a slight chuckle. You know them, don't you? I said. This was one of those things that keeps you up all night if you don't figure it out, hence why I was using it, but to have the answers so close was so maddening. Of course I know them, so do Em and Jazz. I looked over his shoulder. Jasper and Emmett were running with Edward, but a little behind only because Edward is the fastest. I heard them agree and laugh at me. I crossed my arms and huffed. This was so unfair. After an insurmountable amount of time and intense concentration on my part, I was about to burst into tears. I couldn't figure this out, and I was getting very frustrated. The only thing stopping me from throwing something at all 3 of them was the fact that Edward was cradling me and holding tightly, and there was nothing to throw. No phone, no jacket, no. I groaned, frustrated again. But Edward was amused, probably thinking it was about the 7 dwarfs again. My bag. Everything was in it. I said sadly. Well, where is it, God? I thought Edward was clever. On the tube. You know, when you get a knife in the neck, they don't usually wait for you to pick up your bag. I snapped at him. My mood wasn't very good at the moment. Jasper had warned Edward about it, which really annoyed me. People don't need to be warned about me. He told me it was to do with the amount of blood I had lost. I instantly felt bad for snapping at him. God, I am a mess. I'm sorry, Edward the First didn't mean to snap at you. It's he put a finger against my lips. I know, he said, and he kissed my head again. How much longer? I said. The exhaustion was getting harder to ignore. Every blink turned into me nearly falling to sleep. Jasper was trying his best to keep me awake, but he wasn't having much effect on me anymore. It was turning into morning, and soon the sun would be rising. We had to be faster. Well, Edward did. We had been running for hours now. My neck stung as the wind hit it, making it feel like thousands of daggers were stabbing me in the same place. Not long about another. His voice was cut off by a very loud scream. I would have heard that if I was human. We were in some woods near his home. I didn't know where he lived, but it obviously was near woods or a forest. Edward sped up, causing the wind to attack my neck even harder. He didn't know about the pain. It would only cause him to worry even more. I wondered why I wasn't healing anymore. All of my powers were down, and I didn't know why. I would have Toscrin. My thoughts slowed. The pain climbed, and the pull of unconsciousness was even greater than before. The thought of sleep made it hard to fight against it. I did try, but I wasn't in control anymore. Edward, my voice slurred as I tried to tell him. Ella, stay with me just a little longer, come on. He said desperately. I heard voices in the distance getting closer fast. By sheer willpower my eyes remained open, but that couldn't last. After what seemed like a lifetime, the voices were close enough for me to tell who they belonged to. Ella. Alice screamed as she ran towards me, her tiny feet beating the ground beneath her. Carlisle, hurry. Edward yelled. The pain was still growing, but it soon turned numb. That can't be good. The numb sensation spread to other parts of my body until movement was impossible. Edward slowed and I felt something hard against my back. The ground. I was still in the forest, but anywhere will do. I just wanted to sleep, to get away from everything, but I wanted to stay with Edward and the Cullens. I wanted to hug them all and never let go, but I couldn't. Bella, stay with me. Carlisle's face appeared in my line of vision. Once again I found myself looking at the sky, about to die, sorry about the rhyme, and happy that I could die looking at something so beautiful, though not as beautiful as Edward. Though I could move my hand, I felt it being held by someone. Edward, my voice sounded alien to me. Bella, I'm here, it's okay, but he didn't sound sure if I died. I had to tell him now. Edward, the first love you. I sounded pitiful, and I heard a sob somewhere. I love you too, Bella, with all of my heart. I smiled. I didn't care if I died, sure I would probably regret it later, but right now it's so much I had Edward. Everything was perfect, the world seemed to make too much more sense, everything suddenly fit together perfectly, everything is perfect. My eyes closed of their own accord, and I let the blackness drag me under. He loved me, he actually loved me right now. I don't care if I was dying or dead, I was the luckiest person ever. What the hell? I felt kinda floaty and weightless. Oh my god. I'm dead. No, you can't be dead. Dead people don't think, but how do I know? It's not like I have experience in dying. Taking a deep mental breath to try to calm myself down. Okay, now what do you know? Right, well, I was in London visiting Renee and Charlie. The argument, the tube, the man, the knife. I searched for the pain of the wound where the knife dug into my neck, but it was lost in the lovely numbness. Thina Savior running and worse. After that it was sort of blurry. I could have sworn I heard and saw Carlisle and even Alice, but I can't really focus on it. Besides, why would they be there? It just didn't make any sense. I wasn't sure how long I had been in the black numb place. A second could be an hour or a year, but slowly I could feel myself coming back. I was getting gradually heavier, and I could now feel my body parts again. Unfortunately, with the feeling of my body came the pain in my neck. Sorry about the saying, didn't mean it. I could feel the pressure of something in my hand. Wherever my hand was I could feel something soft beneath me, the thing that I must be laid on. It was warm, nice and cozy warm, and I really wanted to just lay here forever. So peaceful, so nice. After a while other things came back as well. I could hear the ticking of a clock nearby that helped me to keep track of the time. I could hear breathing beside me, very slow breaths. Every time the person breathed I could feel their breath across my face. Mint, freshly cut grass and cinnamon. A memory itched at my mind, but I was still too out of it to comprehend it. Okay, so I was laid on a bed. There was a clock nearby, and I was warm, so I was in some sort of building, a house maybe. There was someone next to me holding my hand. I was conscious but not enough so I could wake up. This was very frustrating. I tried to open my heavy eyelids, but they refused to lift. I tried to twitch a finger, but I couldn't. I was immobile. Great, plus to make my day just that much better the pain in my neck was steadily increasing. The more conscious I got. Why, in this state of numbness, where I couldn't move, could I still feel pain? It just seemed backwards and downright unfair. Bella, the voice sounded pain, defeated and desperate. Bella, please wake up, they pleaded. Please, they whispered, his voice suddenly muffled. I wanted to comfort the voice, to tell them that I was awake, that there was no point in worrying, but I couldn't. I was imprisoned in my own body, my mind working, be it slowly, and my body refusing to comply. Frustration was a major understatement. So I was laid on a bed with someone holding my hand, someone very familiar, and I couldn't do anything about it. I soon got wrapped in my own thoughts. I tried to remember what had happened, but it was all fuzzy. Then I tried to figure out the whole war thing, but that just stumped me. Why dwarfs? It just seemed silly to me, and there was that voice, and that scent. They were familiar, very familiar, but I still couldn't explain how I knew them. I had been listening to the clock as well as all of my inner ponderings. It had been 48 minutes and 60 seconds since I started to hear it. Gradually, the full feeling of my body came back to me, but I was still immobile. I didn't want to move here. Wherever here was, it was safe. There was no one to hurt me. I didn't want to go back to reality and face whatever was coming. Bella, please, I heard a choking sob from beside me, from the same person who held my hand. They hadn't left my side since I had woken up, and I could now feel them gently stroking circles on my hand with their thumb. It was oddly relaxing. I couldn't stand to hear them in such pain. They shouldn't be in pain, not over me. They wanted me to wake up, to open my eyes. If that was what it would take to stop the pain, I would do it. I wondered idly why I cared so much about this person, but I felt connected to whoever it was, even though I couldn't see them. Strange, I know. But the hand that they were holding, I squeezed them gently, and feeling the stiffness and drain in energy almost immediately I heard them gasp beside me, and the gentle stroking stopped. Bella, they whispered, and I realized whoever it was male. I wondered how I could have possibly missed that last time. I heard a rustle of clothing. Bella, the voice sounded closer, more urgent. Bella, can you hear me? Can you open your eyes? God, he sounded so pained, so desperate. It sounded wrong to have such emotions in such a beautiful velvet voice, because it was beautiful and musical and smooth. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt glued together somehow. I scrunched my face up and groaned. The pain in my neck had made itself known again, and now that I was fully conscious it came back with full force. Bella, he sounded frantic. I had to show him. I opened my eyes, finally my vision was blurry as I struggled to actually see anything clearly. I saw a blue ceiling above me and something white close by. I blinked trying to clear my vision, and it worked to some extent. I could see the face of the man who held my hand, Edward. How could I not recognize his voice or his touch or his scent? They were all drilled into my memory very thoroughly, but why was Edward here? What happened? How could he have known? I sat up faster than I should have, making my head and the room spin around me. I groaned, my revelation lost in the sudden dizziness and nausea that took over my mind. I closed my eyes tightly, begging the room to stop spinning. I felt a hand on my shoulder, a very cold hand. It helped to stop the spinning feeling, and I opened my eyes slowly. I saw his face staring at me with the most concerned look I have seen on anyone. "Ella, are you okay?" He sounded so worried, and emotion I saw mirrored in his eyes as well. He came and sat on the bed in front of me as I crossed my legs Indian style underneath the quilt. I didn't really know how to answer his question. Was I okay? Well, I'm in pain and very confused and frustrated, I sighed. I screwed my face up looking for a word to sum it up. Well, I don't really know yet, but I'll tell you when I realize, I said seriously, still trying to find the word to describe this. "Ella, do you remember what happened in London?" He stared into my eyes seriously and spoke slowly. I had to resist the urge to roll my eyes. Instead, I looked down at the blue quilt on top of my legs and thought, what did happen? "Well, he went to London on the tube, that I remember." I nodded to myself. "I got Renee and Charlie's, and well, that didn't go as planned." "I'm sure," I said sarcastically and angrily. As I recalled the argument, I shook it off and carried on. "I got on a tube, but got on the wrong one, so I went back and had to get another set of tickets. Then I got on the tube and man and knife," I said slowly as I reached up and touched my neck. I winced as I touched some material that covered it. It pressed on the tender wound. I lowered my arm back to my lap and bit down on my lip as I thought I remember jetting off the tube. Then I searched for any solid memory, but failed. I sighed looking up at Edward. "Everything's fuzzy," I said, getting annoyed at the gaps in my memory. I couldn't understand the emotions in his eyes or on his face. I saw anger, frustration, curiosity and some other emotion that I couldn't place. "You don't remember anything after you got off the tube?" He sounded very worried, but I could hear the anger that he tried to hide as it seeped into his voice. "I do remember, I just can't understand it." I leant forward and kneaded my forehead with my hands, trying to fend off the headache, which was growing. "It's there, it's just fizzy," I tried to explain, but he just looked very confused. I can remember a man smiling at me, a hairdresser's, a street light, a car screeching and a strong wind in my face, making my neck sting. I said, a little confused as to why he looked even angrier when I mentioned my neck. "You see, they don't make any sense," I said, rather frustrated. "I thought I heard Alice and saw Carlisle Beauty Rent." "Sure," I said, chewing the inside of my lip. "You did see them," he said sharply, making me bite down hard on the inside of my lip. I winced as the throbbing started. I was just glad I hadn't started bleeding. So they really had been there, but how? Why? I was so confused, and this headache wasn't helping me at all. I looked at Edward again to find him glaring angrily at the quilt in front of his folded legs. "That's wrong," I said gently. It felt wrong to see him like this. His head snapped up as he switched his glare onto me. It reminded me of those first days in biology when he hated me. Nothing. He spat at me. I automatically cringed away from him. I was shocked, hurt, frustrated and angry. What? I was being nice and all he does it be a royal prick. What's his problem anyway? Why was he acting like this? I searched for a reason, trying to control my emotions. So why would he be acting like this? I got the feeling like I had missed something big, like I had forgotten something huge. I mean, if he loved. That's when I remembered. How could I forget the day he destroyed my heart, the day he walked away and told me that it was all just a game, the day he killed me and my heart. It's not something you tend to just forget, is it? Maybe it was my mind trying to protect me from the pain. It won't be the first time, or it could be the loss of blood. It's messing with my memory, but it did explain Edward's behavior. I found my anger rapidly growing into fury. "Well, I am very sorry for taking up your precious time. I won't want you to miss out on any other distractions." "Well, you're here," I said, glaring at him while flipping the covers off me and getting off the bed, very glad when I didn't sway. I guess being a witch granted me good balance, lucky me. He sat on the bed just staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at me. I didn't really understand it, and I didn't really care. He broke me, he destroyed me. Why should I care if I hurt his precious little feelings? I was nearly at the door when I felt a hand wrap around my wrist. I froze as I recalled this not being the first time this had happened in school, on the field, 5 of them, me getting too angry, the bastard. He yanked me back roughly until I was facing him, squeezing my wrist a little too tightly. I glared right into his black eyes, not scared in the least that he was either very angry or very thirsty. I waited for him to say something to tell me to get out, to never speak to him again, but it never came. "What? Not done toying with me yet?" I tried not to yell. I really did, but I couldn't help it. "I never toyed with you," he yelled back, squeezing even tighter. If I were human, my wrist would have been broken by now. I'm glad I aren't as fragile anymore and have actually developed a backbone. "Really?" So what would you call it? I screamed at him, feeling the magic brimming close to the edge, threatening to burst forth right now. I couldn't care less. Love. I love you. He shouted at me. How could he say that after all he has done? He still has the guts to stand there and tell me he loves me. I wasn't really thinking at the time, but I couldn't stop myself. I slapped him, and not gently, either. The force of it pulled his hand away from my wrist and made him stagger back a little. Never say that. Never. If you had ever loved me you would have never hurt me the way you did. You killed me. I screeched at him, balling my hands into fists at my side as I started to tremble. I saw his eyes widen and the black turn to gold. He looked hurt and ashamed, and truthfully I really didn't give a toss. I could hear the faint speedy steps approaching the house. That could only mean one thing: only vampires could travel that fast, and there were 6 pairs. Oh great, just what I needed. The whole family is here. This just got a whole lot harder. I realized that the house had been too quiet for them to be home and mentally kicked myself for not realizing it before Edward brought me out of my infuriating thoughts. What I did to protect you, to keep you safe from all foe. This I never wanted to leave. None of us did. But if it meant that you were safe then I would have done it, and I did, he said sadly, looking imploringly into my eyes, trying to dazzle me. That just made me even angrier. Did it ever occur to you that you leaving didn't keep me safe at all, but left me defenseless to everything? So congratulations, your little plan backfired. Are you even surprised you brought me into your world then left me there? I had to stop myself before I revealed too much of what happened after he left. I looked into his eyes and realized it was too late. What did we leave you defenseless to? His eyes burned with anger, only this time curiosity burned with it. He took a step back towards me, and I took a step back. My anger totally disappeared, only to be replaced by fear of them finding out. Nothing, it was just something to say, I stammered, totally unbelievable. He wasn't convinced as he stalked me while I walked backwards. Ella, he said, deadly calm, tell me it happened. Okay, he was taking the knight in shining armor too far. Before I knew it, my anger was back, my fists clenched again and were trembling at my side, and I was stalking towards him. What business is it of yours? What happened after you left? Because that just it. You left. You lost the right to care when you walked away. Jesus, talk about PMS. I suddenly felt a great sympathy for Jasper. I knew the others were all downstairs listening. I heard the front door open and all of them walk in silently, or so they thought. I could hear every breath they took and every shuffle they made. Edward had that deer caught in headlights look, all innocent and guilty at the same time, though I could still see the anger in his eyes. The entire house was silent apart from my breathing and heartbeat. Ella, please. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to control his anger. Just tell me what happened to hurt you. Okay, I know I was acting like a little kid, but I couldn't help it. It was a natural reaction. I just leant on one leg, jutting my hip out and crossing my arms over my chest. I'm not sure what expression I wore, but I was sure it was childish. I'm surprised he didn't roll his eyes at me. No, I won't tell you anything because it's not your business. What happened when you left? I said seriously, very annoyed at his oddly protective nature. Look, I can't take back what I said or what I did, but I can try to make it better now. Fortune cookie alert. My face broke out into a smile as I thought of that. I bit my lips together, trying to stop the huge smile spreading, but feeling Edward was very confused at my sudden shift in mood. I didn't really help either. I ended up doubled over laughing, and you want to know why? Well, you know those Chinese men with their thin twirly mustaches dressed in silky red dresses and putting their sleeves together? Well, imagine Edward wearing one of them, now you understand. I know that the situation was not amusing in the slightest, but I truly couldn't help myself, so I ended up knelt on the floor, wrapping my arms around my waist in an attempt to stifle the laughter, and my shaking body, tears streamed down my face as I struggled to regain control of myself. Now Edward was talking in that Chinese accent, reading fortune cookies. Don't ask me why, it just happened. Ella, are you okay? Edward asked, sounded concerned but on the verge of laughing. I looked up, trying to see him through the film of tears that covered my eyes. I just shook my head at him, unable to speak. At the minute I could hear Jasper downstairs laughing his head off, and because of his ability so was everyone else, taking huge breaths and trying to get up off the floor in an attempt to control myself. I ended up crawling to the bed and using the quilt to get me onto it. My legs were kind of useless when I was like this. So I was laid on my back on Edward's bed, laughing my head off, and I couldn't even register the fact that I was angry at him. I rolled over trying to quieten my laughter in the quilt, but it only made me laugh harder. With much effort I looked over at Edward, only to find him clutching the back of a chair and doubled over laughing. I took huge breaths through my nose in an attempt to stop the unrelenting laughter. It worked to some extent, but I still couldn't control the chuckles that escaped, wiping my face clear of all of the tears and the tear tracks. I sat up and sniffed, chuckling again, desperately trying not to dissolve into another fit of laughter. Sorry, Jasper, I said as the chuckles burst forth. The others' laughter had decreased, but I could still hear them. I chuckled again and clutched my stomach. My chest and ribs were killing me with all of the laughing, but it didn't stop it. Think of something depressing, I murmured to myself. I thought of the argument I had with Renee and Charlie in London that managed to stop the uncontrollable laughter, but I cold wiped the smile off my face, I took some more deep breaths, and I was finally stopped. Right, I said, looking at Edward, who had straightened out again. Sorry about that, I giggled again, but swallowed and held it back. It's okay, it's been a while since we laughed like that, he said, smiling at me. He came and sat next to me, but at a respectable distance, which I very much appreciated. I sighed, looking up at him. Can we do this without shouting and getting angry? My head hurts, I said, pointing at my head and cringing slightly, before chuckling a little. Besides, all of the arguing and laughing had worn me out again. I was spent. Sorry, I think we can do this without yelling. He smiled at me and scooted closer. I naturally leaned away from him. I just want to try something, I think it might help you remember, he said, never dropping eye contact. Okay. He was actually asking my permission. Wow. I just nodded at him and sat normally again, slightly apprehensive of what he would do. He scooted over so he was sat next to me, our arms almost touching. We both wore short-sleeved shirts, so it would be skin on skin. He raised his hand and reached over, his eyes flashing to mine for approval. He must have found it because he carried on until his fingers were centimeters from my skin. I watched his fingers like they would suddenly sprout heads and legs. He lightly grazed them on my arm, and I gasped. Everything in front of me disappeared as I was flooded. My images, smells, tastes, sounds and emotions. Edward, Jasper and Emmett coming and saving me, mine and Edward's embrace, my hugs with Jasper and Emmett, sudden weakness and the urge to sleep, running in Edward's arms, thinking of the 7 dwarfs' names to keep me awake, the pain as the wind stung my wound, a scream, the hard floor on my back, Carlisle and Alice. Edward. Me telling Edward the first loved him and him saying he loved me too, me happy. I hadn't realized anything, but as I came back to reality I found myself in Edward's lap being rocked and my hair being stroked as I cried and sobbed into his shirt. I don't know why I was crying, I was just so happy, so confused. Sablia. SSSHHHH, it's okay, you're safe now, he whispered, rubbing comforting circles into my back. I cried for what seemed like hours into Edward's shirt, but he didn't complain. I finally looked up at him, feeling so guilty and embarrassed about everything. I'm sorry, I whispered as I looked into his eyes. It's okay, it's not like I didn't deserve it, he sighed as he leant down and kissed my forehead. We stayed silent for a while, just holding each other. I felt him shift slightly beneath me, and I worried that I was squishing him. Ella, are you okay? He looked down at me, concerned again. I was just confused. Are sure, I said, rather unsure. He rolled his eyes at me and smiled a little. Your neck. Oh, that, well, I thought about it, and it really did hurt, only it had been forgotten and everything else, but now that I thought about it, it hurt like hell. Funny how that happens. Yeah, it hurts, I nodded. He lifted me off his lap and stood me on the floor. He held his arms either side of me, as if waiting for me to fall. I rolled my eyes. I have pretty good balance now. Edward the first swatted his hand away as he raised his eyebrows, smirking slightly. Oh really? In the incident at school on the steps, he waited with a smug look. I crossed my arms and glared at him playfully. That was a one-off, I hardly ever fall anymore, I sniffed. Oh what, that's no fun. I heard Emmett downstairs and the thud of someone smacking him. Edward got up, ignoring Emmett's comment, and led me towards his door. I took the 3 seconds to look at his room. It was very much the same as his room in Forks, the stereo, the whole well of CDs and films, journals, very much the same. He opened his door and with his arms still around my waist and holding my hand and led me into the hallway. It was decorated the same as the house in Forks, and I wondered if they had actually moved the entire house. I did, however, notice the subtle differences. The paintings were different and the carpet had been replaced by laminate flooring. Edward's room was at the end of the hallway. Again we passed the others as we went towards the stairs, which were at the far end of the hallway. This house was big. So down the stairs, down another hallway with loads of doors. I amused myself by thinking about what could be behind them, and I found myself giggling a little as I pictured Emmett having a secret porcelain doll collection. I got a few confused looks from Edward, but I shrugged them off. Finally we reached the second flight of stairs. What is it with the Cullens and 3-story houses? Tell me please that it isn't a 4-story house, please. Thankfully it wasn't. The stairs set to the wall this time, but a little away instead there was a banister, and if you leaned over you could see the front door and the entrance bit as well. I know, because I did. Edward directed me towards the top of the stairs, and I froze. Carlisle was stood on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Okay, so I know I have seen and heard him before, but that really didn't count. I mean, I was barely conscious at the time. Carlisle. I shouted and ran full pelt down the stairs. I heard Edward gasp as I got out of his grasp, and I saw Carlisle's shocked face turn into a huge smile. I was glad I didn't fall, which would have ruined my amazing hug. So Carlisle backed up a little as I ran down the stairs, and I nearly jumped on him with my hug. I heard him chuckle slightly as he wrapped his arms around me and squeezed gently. Hello Bella, nice to see you too. I could basically hear the smile in his voice. Hi Carlisle. I said happily, resting my head on his chest and squeezing him back. He leant down and rested his head on mine. "I missed you, Bella," I whispered, and I could feel my vision beginning to blur with tears. "I missed you too," I sniffed and laughed slightly. We stayed like that for about 20 seconds. I knew the others were there watching, but I didn't really care. I really did miss Carlisle. Bella, I think him hugging you a bit too much." I pulled away. I smiled and clung on. "I don't mind," I said quietly. "Neither do I, but the others are getting impatient." He smiled, looking behind me. He removed his arms from around me and turned me slightly to my right, where I enveloped in another hug. I didn't see who it was, but I would know that scent anywhere. "Esme," I whispered, clutching her like my life depended on it. "Oh, Bella. I missed you so much," she said, and I could feel her body shaking as she sobbed into my shoulder. I couldn't help the tears that spilled over my eyes and onto my cheeks. "I missed you too so much," I whispered and squeezed her tighter, never wanting to let go. What can I say? I had chosen her and Carlisle over my own parents. Of course I loved and missed them. Like with Carlisle, we stayed like that for a while, just crying on each other. I felt her arms loosen, and I released her as well. She kissed my forehead, then fully let go. I looked at who was next and gulped. Before I could even turn towards her and talk, she was rambling at me. "Ella. Thank God you're okay. I thought you were going to die, but then Edward, Emmett and Jasper went after you and I knew it would be okay, but then something happened and you were like unconscious and you nearly died and it would have been all my fault. I mean, this is all my fault. We should have never. You wouldn't be in England and you wouldn't have gone to London and then you would be okay, but I." Okay, this was getting a little out of hand. "Alice," I said seriously, but she kept on jabbering on. Everyone else was watching me apprehensively, probably seeing what my reaction would be. "Alice," I shouted, turning and walking over to her, putting my hand over her mouth to stop her talking. It worked, but she looked at me with huge watery eyes, and I felt my heart break a little as I looked into them. I removed my hand slowly. "Alice," I whispered before I hugged her. I held her tight to my chest, never wanting to let go. I felt her tiny arms snake around my waist and squeeze almost painfully. I didn't care. Her spiky hair tickled my nose, but my eyes were streaming. "Alice, it's not your fault. I would have gone to England anyway, and I would have gone to London as well. It's thanks to you that I'm alive. Well, you and everyone else." I mended, not wanting to insult anyone. I heard Alice sniff and nod against my chest, refusing to lift her head. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, and I didn't contradict her this time. I wasn't sure exactly what she was apologizing for, but I had to apologize too. "I'm sorry for shouting at you, Alice," I whispered into her hair. "It's okay," she sniffed again. "Bella." I looked over to see Rosalie looking at her feet, picking at the sleeve of her jacket uncomfortably. I found it odd that she was picking her sleeve like she was nervous. She usually radiates confidence. I let go of Alice, giving her one last squeeze, and walked slowly towards Rosalie. "I hope she doesn't shout at me. I don't think my headache could get much worse." I stopped in front of her. She looked up and at me. I didn't see the glaring beauty that I used to. I saw a woman, just an ordinary woman. "Ella, I really don't know how to say this." She smiled nervously, and I smiled back with encouragement. She took a deep breath before starting. "Ella, I am so sorry for being a total bitch to you before and not even trying to get to know you, but I would like it if we could befriend, start over." She said it like a question. I smiled broadly before stepping forward and hugging her. I waited for her response and was relieved when she wrapped her arms around me as well. "You're my friend, Rose, but you're my sister as well," I said, smiling. "Really?" She sounded so shocked that I had to chuckle a bit. "Really?" I sighed. "I missed you, Bella," she said rather hesitantly. I leaned back and looked her in the eye. "I missed you too," I said, smiling as her eyes widened. "Why, hope it. No one could ever glare at me like you could," I said, glad that made her smile. She shrugged. "It's a natural gift." We both smiled at each other and let go. I was happy that I might actually get to know Rosalie this time and not be subject to her glares every time I came around. I hugged Jasper tightly, thanking him for saving me and helping. He hugged me back just as tightly. I was glad that I could actually be near him. Now I didn't really have the chance to hug Emmett because he beat me to it. As soon as Jasper's arm slackened, he twirled me around and picked me up, squashing me into his chest. "Emmett, put her down," I heard Esm say sternly. I just laughed and hugged him tight. When at long last he set me on the floor, he smiled down at me. "Well, since you don't fall very much, I'll have to amuse myself some other way, won't I?" His eyes sparkled with mischief, and I rolled my eyes and hugged him normally. "Oh, by the way, I'm sorry for elbowing you," I said, smiling a little at the memory. "Hey. That wasn't funny. It really hurt." He looked hurt as he rubbed the part I hid. I hugged him tighter and he smiled at me. I nearly ran to Edward and wrapped my arm securely around him. "Sorry for kicking you in your sensitive area," I giggled, and so did everyone else in the room. "Yeah, you can laugh, Jasper, just wait till you piss her off and she does it to you," he said seriously before he burst out laughing. Well, I had come full circle. The Cullens were all stood in a circle in front of the door, and it was a good job the entrance area was large. After a few more jokes at Edward's expense, we all moved to the sitting room. The entire bottom level was open planned, so everything backed onto another part. After I was sat in Edward's lap and got comfortable, we started talking. No doubt this would be a very long talk. I was happy that it started off easily. "Hey Bella," Emmett shouted. Thought I was mere feet away. "Yes Emmett," I shouted at him, smiling though. "Oh sorry, but could you tell us why one minute you were ready to rip Eddie's head off and next you were hysterically laughing?" He smiled hugely and everyone just looked at me expectantly. I wasn't really sure what to say. Well, it was something, Edward, and it made me think of a fortune cookie. I smiled as they looked confused. "Just something between me and my gran." I waved it off anyway. "You know those Chinese men with the long curly mustaches?" They all nodded and I saw a smile creeping up Emmett's and Jasper's faces, "And they wear those red silky dress thing, their sleeves together." They nodded. "No, Imogene," Edward with all that. The room was silent for exactly 1 second before everyone burst out laughing, and I was right there with them. I stopped enough to ask Edward something that determined whether or not my stomach would be aching with laughter again. "Edward," I chuckled a little, "do you know Chinese?" I asked, trying desperately to keep in the giggles. "Yes, I know fluent Chinese," he said, laughing with the rest of us. God knows what images are in his head right now. "Oh my god." I laughed. Imagine Edward with a deadly serious face in the dress and mustache reading fortune cookies in a Chinese accent, I said before I was too far gone. Emmett and Jasper slid off the sofa and rolled around on the floor, laughing. Alice was banging the sofa with her tiny fist, and Rosalie was clutching her sides. Carlisle and Esme were just laughing into each other's shoulders. I took deep breaths, but it was very hard to keep a straight face, especially when you have a certain hilarious image in your mind. "It's nice to hear you laugh like that again. I missed it," I heard my gran say. My laughter immediately stopped and I jumped out of Edward's lap and to the huge mirror on the wall above the fireplace. I carefully took off the thick white plastery thing and looked at my neck. There was nothing there. It must have healed. "When did that happen?" I asked Gran. "I lost touch early this morning and I haven't been able to get through for ages." "Beaut, it was when you were shouting at Edward in his room when your anger flared," she said. "How could I have not realized? God, I was stupid." "You were not stupid, you were just caught up in the moment." I didn't have to see her to sense the smile in her voice. "Bella, what is?" I felt Edward behind me and I realized that the house had gone silent. He froze when he saw my neck and my lack of wound. "Bella, how is that possible?" He gently touched his fingertips to the skin, maybe to check if it was real. "You have to tell them, they need to understand," I heard my gran say. "But they are our enemies." "Do they look like your enemies?" "They are your family, not your enemies." "But what if they?" "Bella, you accepted them for what they are. I'm sure they will freak out, but they will accept you for you." "But I'm a witch." "Sure, I can get over the fact that we are enemies, but what if they can't? I can't risk losing them again." I thought desperately. "Would you prefer to lie to them?" "No, besides you're going to have to explain the healing and everything to them. They'll accept you, Bella, trust me." I sighed and looked into the eyes of my family. They were all staring at me with concerned and curious expressions, and I realized that my gran was right. I accepted them, they should accept me as well, I hope. I grabbed Edward's hand and led him back to the sofa. I didn't sit in his lap this time, not sure if he would want that after he knew. I stared at my lap, wondering how to begin all of this. "Bella, what's going on?" I heard Carlisle say. "My dad, my parent, would he still see me as his daughter after this?" "Whoa. Bella, what gives? Your emotions are everywhere," Jasper said, and I looked at him as my way of an apology. "I use this to start. I'm sure you've all noticed strange things about me, things that have changed since last time we saw each other." "You can heal very fast," I heard Edward say and I nodded. "You're sent," Carlisle noted. "You're balanced." Trust Emmett to say that. "The fact that fire and water sprouted from nowhere and you grew grass from nothing in front of our eyes," Alice said, sounding very happy. "You're good hearing," Rosalie pitched in. "You look different. I don't know how, but you just do." I saw everyone glance at me and nod. "You and Edward, you have a connection. I can feel both of your emotions separately, but I can also feel Bella's emotions in Edward and Edward's emotions in Bella, and there's something else, like a new emotion or something. When you two are apart, something pulls you back to each other. I've watched you both, and you don't even realize it." I nodded in understanding. "The pull you mean?" He looked at me and I nodded again. "When I rant around Bella, I get hispal in a certain direction, Bella's direction. It literally hurts to be apart." I nodded. "The further apart we get, the stronger the pull and the more it hurts," I said quietly. "Well, that explains that." Then Edward was looking at me. I sighed, realizing I couldn't stall any longer. "Well, all of these things, humans can't do these things, but there is a good reason I can do them," I said, never looking away from my lap. "Why?" mask. I didn't look up. Because I aren't human." I ignored their gasps of shock and denial. "Then what are you?" Carlisle asked quietly. I sighed. "I am. How could I tell them? They are my enemy and I am theirs. We should be killing each other, not acting like a family." I was afraid of their reaction, afraid of the rejection, afraid that Edward would leave again and break me. Really, I was petrified. Would they really accept me go against their very existence? Well, they've done it before, I heard my gran say, and she was right. They went against their very being just so they didn't have to kill humans. Maybe they could extend that courtesy to me. I looked up from my lap into the faces of my family. There wasn't a smile or relaxed body in the room. They were all looking at me, emotions clear in their eyes, confusion, interest, concern. They were all waiting for me to say something, anything to explain all of this. I took a deep breath, looking back at my lap, opening my mouth to spill my secrety was interrupted. Bella, be careful. Do you know if they had anything to do with the witch hunts? Yet she said, her voice harsh with such anger I had never heard from her. Despite her being right, I was still annoyed. My moment of bravery was gone, and I wanted to run away again. Great. I growled quietly, I know, and yes, I can growl, not as loud and feral as a vampire, but I can still growl when needed. Odd. Could you get any better timing? I muttered to myself, forgetting that the 7 vampires in the room could hear every word. Sorry, just checking, I heard Gran say quietly and rather sheepish. I sighed loudly, letting my annoyance buy me some time. The silence was killing me, the atmosphere was too tense to serious. I wanted Emmett to crack a joke or Alice to make plans to go shopping, but every eye was fixed on me, waiting on my every word. If I ever said anything, say something. Instead, I got up away from my family and paced. It was a bad habit I had picked up from somewhere, but it helped to ease my tension. I walked across the back of the sofa. Me and Edward had sat on, chewing the inside of my lip. I was going to tell them I really had no choice, they had to know, but I was having trouble with finding a place to start. I had a sudden light bulb moment. Spinning around, I fixed my gaze on Carlyle. Carlyle, I remember the story Edward told me about you and the Volturi. Did you spend time with them? I tried to keep my eyes from narrowing in a glare, and my hands unfisted at my sides. I failed. It seems that with being a witch, you have anger problems as well. His eyes widened at my question, or it might have been my appearance. Either way, he looked slightly taken aback and scared. Well, yes, I used to spend some time there, he said, slowly gulping in the middle. He shifted uncomfortably when I didn't remove my gaze from him. His answer had not answered my question. I needed to be more direct. But how do you ask it without revealing the truth? Did you ever help them with anything? I pieced together the sentence, trying to hide my real question. Will I sometimes help them out when they needed my assistance with anything? I am close friends with one of the leaders there, I finished for him. My hands fisted into balls, and I felt my body tremble with anger. That monster had destroyed my entire species. Could Carlyle have really helped him? Carlyle was compassionate and caring, but if he thought he was helping a friend, I could be certain. Yes, how? I cut him off again. Did you ever help him when it came to witches? I blew caution in the wind when I asked that, but I needed to know, and I couldn't skirt around the subject. I was going to tell them anyway, right? I was met by silence and blank stares for a few seconds. My gaze was fixed on Carlyle as he gaped at me. He spluttered a little before answering straight away. Ella, witches don't feed me all that crap about witches not existing, because I know they do. Answer the question, I said, angrily, tired of him avoiding my questions. No, I haven't had anything to do with witches. I don't agree with what Arrow did to them, he said, gently meeting my gaze confidently. I blew out a breath I wasn't aware I was holding and released him from my glare. I looked around the room to the others. Most looked shocked and relaxed, now that I had finally stopped looking like I was about to murder Carlyle, but like I said, most. Jasper was looking at his sleeves as he picked at them. What effect am I having on this family? First Edward, then Rosalie, then Carlyle, and now Jasper. But why did Jasper look guilty? Only if he had. Jasper, I said in a deadly quiet and calm voice. He knew what I was asking. He raised his head and met my eyes slowly, too slowly for a vampire. Ella, I'm sorry, it was ages ago, before I even met Carlyle and Alice. I felt like a teacher scolding a student. He was basically begging me to forgive him, and it was weird. I was used to him being the Maturian. Now he looked like a child. Why did you do it? I whispered angrily. I didn't have a choice. There is always a choice. You didn't have to kill her, but you did. You had a choice, but you ignored it. I screeched at him. He flinched away from my voice, his shoulders slumping in defeat. I know, but I wasn't the Jasper I am now. I was a killer, and that was all I knew. It was all I lived for. You don't know my story, so I can't blame you for judging me, but now I won't do anything like that unless there was no other option, he said, and I knew he was talking about protecting Alice. I knew he would do anything to protect her, just like I would Edward. I took a step back and closed my eyes, calming myself down before something started to burn. I opened my eyes calmly. I'm sorry, Bella, if I could undo it I would, he said sincerely. I bit back a sarcastic retort and nodded. Anyone else? I said, looking at everyone else. They all shook their heads quickly. They didn't know about this side of me, the witch side. I continued my pacing, trying all over again to find a place to start, since my previous one had gone down the drain. Bella, I heard Alice say quietly. Shyly I stopped and turned to her. How do you know about witches? She hesitated, looking scared that I might shout at her again. I sighed and smiled, slightly thankful that I now have a way to tell them. I carried on pacing thinking of how to tell them I could show them, but I didn't want to push it and scare them even more. I stopped before them and eased my anxious expression out to something like normal. I know about witches because I am one, I said evenly, watching their expression change. They all sat motionless for a few seconds, frozen. I concentrated mostly on Edward. He just looked shocked. I waited for the anger, for the hatred and the rejection, but wasn't expecting. Yes. Yes. Told you. Ha. I was right. Emmett jumped up from his seat and punched the air above his head, smiling hugely, pointing at his siblings one by one. I couldn't help but smile at him. I could always count of Emmett to do something unpredictable. No, Emmett, you weren't right, you said. Bella went to Hogwarts and had a wand and met Harry Potter, Rose said, rolling her eyes at him. I burst out laughing. You with a wand at Hogwarts meeting Harry Potter? That would be fun. Let me guess, Harry Potter phase 1? asked, quirking an eyebrow at him. Yeah, he just watches them and reads them over and over again. He quotes it all the time, whatever the situation. He even knows all the spells off by heart. Jasper said exasperatedly. I didn't glare at him, which he seemed pleased about. Hey. Don't dis Wingardium Leviosa. Or Avada Kedavra. They rock. I said happily, remembering my Harry Potter phase. Oh no, we have another one, Rose moaned, putting her head in her hands. Oh my god. Didn't you totally wait for your owl on your 11th birthday? He ran over to me excitedly and started jumping up and down. Yeah, totally. I caught a cold from having my window open all night waiting for my owl. But Harry Potter wasn't out when you were 11, I puzzled. That didn't stop him from sitting next to the window in his pajamas, waiting for the hedgewiggy thing to send him his Hogwarts acceptance letter. Carlisle shook his head, smiling. I found it amazing that I just told them I am a witch and they are joking with me. No screaming, no pitchforks, nothing. It's Hedwig actually, I said, bobbing my head up and down as I watched Emmett in front of me. Emmett, I put an arm on his shoulder, looking serious and trying not to laugh. I don't go to Hogwarts. I haven't met Dumbledore or Harry. I don't need a wand to do magic either. He started bouncing when I said that. You can do magic. Show me, show me, show me. I chuckled nervously and shook my head. Here, maybe another time, Emmett, I said sadly. I was still waiting for the rejection and hatred. Ella could wed a, Carlisle said, motioning me to sit back on the sofa. I nodded slowly and sat down again. Emmett sat back down again as well, looking rather sulky. I sat right on the edge of the seat, as far away from Edward as possible. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable, and I didn't know what his overall reaction had been. Sawyer, which he carried on slowly. I just nodded, looking at the wooden floor. But witches are extinct. The Volturi hunted them all down centuries ago, Carlisle said, looking rather confused. Not all of them, I said sadly, thinking of my gran and how she must have lived. You'll have to forgive the rest of us, Bella. As far as I know, the only ones who knew of witches are Carlisle and Jasper, Alice chirped and looking nervous. I just nodded. It's not something you are expected to know. I knew about witches, he said excitedly. I just laughed. Yes, Emmett, of course you did. The sarcasm seemed lost on him. Rosalie just rolled her eyes at him, shaking her head slightly. I don't know a lot about witches. No one does these days. Witches protected their knowledge vigorously, and the little information the Volturi coveted was destroyed. I do know a little though, Carlisle said, seeming lost in thought. I looked up, and our eyes met. I didn't see the violence or hate I expected. I saw love and curiosity. Shouldn't be surprised, they are always curious about something. Well, witches don't just happen. They have to have had a witch relative for the magic to have been inherited. He looked at me for confirmation, and I nodded. I know that they have a mentor to guide them, and that they have a connection to them. I nodded as he left it as a question. Magic takes different colors depending on the witch, and the amount of magic in the blood relates to how powerful the witch is. He sighed, running his hand through his hair. But that's all I know. Knowledge about witches is very limited, and I am lucky to know that much. Most never even know they exist like the rest of the family. Jasper, of course, encountered one in his previous lifestyle. He looked at Jasper for a moment, then back at me. I don't know much about witches either. I saw one fight and well, it wasn't easy. I smiled, glad that she fought against them, but apart from that I know about as much as Alice. He shrugged. The room was silent for a few seconds. This couldn't be possible. They couldn't just take it so easily, just like that. Ella, what's wrong? Why aren't you breathing? I let a gust of air go that I hadn't realized I had been holding. I'm just waiting for the screaming and the violence and rejection, I sighed, looking at my lap. Why would we scream and reject you? Carlisle asked gently. We're enemies by nature. Our kinds have been at war for centuries. We should be trying to tear each other apart right now, not sit around talking casually about this. I shouldn't even be here, I whispered, defeated and not wanting to lose my family all over again. Ella, I looked up to find Carlisle sat next to me on the sofa. You accepted us when you should have run away, screaming vampires and humans aren't enemies, but you were our prey, yet you didn't run. How can we turn away from you? We loved you when you were human orb for this, and we love you now as a witch, he said nicely. Yeah, and even if you grow a horn and turn into a unicorn, we'll still love you, Emmett shouted, laughing slightly. Carlyle hugged me tightly, and soon there was a line of vampires waiting for hugs from me. When it came to Jasper, he started to apologize once again, but I just hugged him tighter and apologized for shouting at him. He understood and squeezed me tighter. After everyone got a hug, everyone but one, they went and sat down. Edward hadn't moved from his spot beside me, and I got concerned they didn't share Carlyle's views on witches. Ella, I hope you don't think we're prying or anything, but you want to know more about witches? I know vampires are very curious beings. I finished Carlyle's question for him and smiled a little. What do you want to know? I asked, hoping they didn't ask any difficult questions I couldn't answer. Be careful, Bella, they're still vampires. They're my family, they won't hurt me. I got irritated by her lack of trust in them, forgetting about the 7 vampires that were watching me intently. Bella, you okay? You just got irritated, Jasper said, looking wary and confused. Yeah, I'm fine, I shrugged it off as my gran went silent. Were you just talking to your mentor? Carlyle whispered. Odd, I nodded shyly. It was strange. Ella, my head snapped up to Emmett, who was smiling hugely. Can I just take the opportunity to say you're awesome? I laughed simply because there was no other reply. Thank you, Emmett, I chuckled. So I leant back on the sofa, getting comfortable. I was under the impression that you had questions, I said, waiting for them. They contemplated what to ask for a moment. I felt the pull amplify. Being so close and not touching was near torture. I found my hand sliding over the sofa cushion to Edward's, but was met halfway by a cold hand. Edward's fingers wrapped around mine as I smiled and turned to him. I raised my eyebrows at him, and he smiled and shrugged. It was hurting being so close and not touching. Same, I smiled, turning to face the gobsmacked Cullens, who were watching our hands like they were talking or something. Rosalie cleared her throat, looking nervous still. Could you explain that? She motioned to our hands. Well, you know about vampire singers and werewolves' imprints. They nodded. Well, it's kind of like the witch version. My mentor tried to explain it to me. You can have seen them every day of your life, then one day it just happens. Like Edward has said, it's like a pull. We are drawn to each other without even knowing about it. We can also feel each other's emotions, and I turned to Edward, smiling. When the connection gets strong enough, we can share thoughts, beautifully ones you want to share, I said, but his eyes still brightened, and his smile threatened to fall off his face if it grew any larger. I knew you would like that one. I squeezed Edward's hand and turned back to Rosalie. It's our way to find our other half, though I'm sure there has never been a pair like us before. Wow, you two never really stood a chance, did you? Jasper asked, looking awestruck. I chuckled and shook my head. Who is your mentor? Esme said softly, almost a whisper. I bit my lip, looking at the floor anxiously. I aren't sure if she trusts you enough yet. Besides, I think your children already know. I chanced to glance at them, but they all looked confused and deep in thought. I suddenly heard a squeal and hoped it wasn't because she planned to shop soon. Your grandmother? She clapped her hands together, bouncing in her seat. Your gran's a witch. But she didn't look like one. Emmett puzzled. You don't even know what a witch looks like? Edward said beside me, laughing at his brother. Yeah, I do. They look like Bella L, different, like a magical quality about them. He tilted his head to the side and stared at me. All eyes turned to me again as they all watched me and nodded. I rolled my eyes. About my gran, what did she say to you? She won't tell me. I said, getting grumpy. I hated being left out of the loop. She warned us that if we ever hurt you again, she would hunt us down. When we said that we loved you, she gave us permission to try to get you back, though she didn't really help much. Edward said, his eyes far away as he remembered it. We don't really know what to ask. Could you just tell us? Asked, looking unsure. Taking a deep breath, I tried to start at the beginning. Okay, well, first off, I aren't a witch, yet since I haven't gone through my own change, it's like your change. I felt Edward tense and squeezed my hand tighter, but I just get sick, my immune system goes down, and the first illness that I get takes me. There isn't any time limits to the change, but it's usually a week or so. Hopefully I'll just get a bad cold. Or something. I grimaced, thinking of the diseases and things I could get. And no, I looked at Carlyle, who looked about to say something. Medicines can't help, you just have to tough it out. I shrugged. I wanted to get off the subject of my change. It's not the nicest of things to talk about after all, so it else. Well, I was human until a few months ago, when my witch gene was triggered. Even before you change you have powers, though you are much stronger after the change. The usual age for the change is 23ish. But you're 18, Emmett nearly shouted. I sighed and nodded. Yeah, but since when am I normal? No matter what species I am, I joked. They all nodded and laughed a little at that. Though our young witches are very volatile, and their powers are usually influenced by emotions. Just a heads up, when we get angry things happen, I said slowly. Like what? Carlyle asked, looking like he just won the lottery. Not that that would really affect their money status. Well, every witch is in sync with something. Lakeith, it's telekinesis. Things go flying. Mayonnaise fire. I said I knew that fire was one of the things that could hurt vampires. Just my luck. So that day on the field, Emmett prompted. Yeah, I was pissed. I nodded, feeling quite ashamed of myself for letting my anger get out of hand. I looked down at my knees and actually saw what was there. Alice, what am I wearing? I poked the fabric on the knee, and I heard them chuckle a little. Pajamas. Your clothes were a little destroyed. She sounded hesitant and I couldn't help but laugh at her. Could I made a face and pointed to the ceiling. Shower please. Oh sure, I'll lay some clothes out for you, Alice said, jumping up, but I stopped her. It's okay Alice, I'll just get my bag. I smiled slightly, also getting up, relinquishing my hold of Edward's hand. But I thought your bag was on the tube, Emmett said, looking even more confused than normal. Not anymore, I smiled and quirked my eyebrow at him. I waved my hand over the coffee table in the middle of the little cluster of sofas. I closed my eyes and said the necessary words. I could feel the magic in me hum as I used it. I heard all of the Cullens gasp as I opened my eyes. Smiling wider, I went and unzipped my bag, looking for my phone and iPod. Damn. I shouted, they could not have taken my phone and iPod. I could barely live without them. Come on, you have to be here somewhere. I shoved my neatly folded clothes around my bag, but eventually I found them broken. No. I said, holding my broken phone in one hand, my iPod in the other. Growling slightly, I said the words for repairing and smiled again once I saw them fixed and fine in my palms. Quite pleased with myself, I grabbed my duffel bag and slung it over my shoulder. I ignored their wide eyes and gaping mouths as I made my way to the stairs. The fish doesn't look that good, you know, I chuckled as I made my way upstairs. Remembering my way pretty well, I made it back to Edward's room and into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I nearly laughed at myself, like a locked door could stop vampires. I took my time in the shower, relaxing my tensed muscles. After I washed my hair twice and conditioned it, washing the rest of me as well. I rinsed it all off, getting rid of any traces of that foul man from me. I shuddered as I tried myself, thinking how close I was to being killed with my powers down, and with no Carlyle I probably would have. I shuddered again. After finding a simple blue shirt and jeans, I got dressed. I opened the window slightly to let the steam out and opened the door. I wasn't surprised to find Edward on the bed waiting for me. I felt the pull reduce as he walked upstairs. I smiled as I set my duffel bag on the floor and walked over to him. He seemed distant when I sat next to him. When he looked at me, he didn't look like he did half an hour ago. Could things really change that quickly? Did I scare him away with the connection thing? Did he see me as his enemy now? What is it? Because I simply had to know. I let go of his hand, worried that I might be making this worse. He didn't try to stop me. Ella, we need to talk, he said in a monotone voice, looking at the floor. I swallowed the lump in my throat and pushed back the tears. I will not fall apart because my boyfriend wants to break up with me. I am not that weak. Okay, I said, looking at him even though his eyes were trained on the floor. I know that things have changed with you a lot, and with everything that has happened between us. I waited for it, the rejection, the hurt, the pain. Could you ever love me again, he said in a whisper. Boy, did he say the wrong thing. My anger brewed strong beneath the surface. Edward was oblivious to what was going on with me, still staring at the carpet, coward. I realized that he was waiting for me to answer him. How dare you, I said quietly. I got up from the bed because I couldn't sit next to him right now. Oh no, Emmett said apprehensively. Wrong thing to say, buddy, Rose said, quite sympathetic. Man, is she pissed, Jasper said, sounding a little scared. I ignored them, but obviously Edward had heard them as well. He finally looked at me, but he looked shocked. Ella, I cut him off. How can you even doubt my love for you? I wasn't the one that left. I didn't choose to be away from you, no, because you chose for me. Even after all you have done to me, I still love you. I want to hate you, all of you. I want to never speak to you ever again, but I can't because I love you. I love them. Even when you pushed me away and told me it was all a big game, I couldn't help but love you. I stalked forward to where he sat frozen on the edge of the bed. Every time someone bad-mouthed you, you know what I did? I defended you. Even when you had broken my heart, I defended you. I even chose your family over my own, so don't you ever doubt my love for you, because my love was never the one doubted. By the end of my speech I was in tears, stood in front of a gobsmacked Edward. My anger had totally disappeared, being replaced with something else. Don't just stand there, idiot. Do something. I heard Alice say from downstairs. I heard the springs in his mattress, and a second later his arms around me, holding me tightly to his chest, my arms wrapped around his waist, and I let his scent calm me down. After a few minutes I stopped crying, and he pulled away and looked down at my tear-streaked face. He wiped away the tracks they had made with his finger, looking into my eyes. Ella, I love you no matter how much space there is between us. I will always love you unless so much has changed now. I wasn't sure. He trailed off, and I rolled my eyes at him. I will always love you, Edward, and there is nothing you can do about it, I said childishly. Ella, cold, we talk to you for a moment downstairs. I looked at Edward. He was looking at me like I was a puzzle. Sure, I said, pulling away from Edward's arms but grabbing his hand. The spark was still there when I touched him, which I was very happy about. After walking downstairs and sitting back down, Edward receiving a few glares and smacks on the back of his head for his insensitivity, and me a few small smiles, we got down to it. It was just something you said before, she said, referring to my little rant where I said love a hell of a lot. I nodded, wondering what this was about. About you choosing us over your own family, she said quietly. Every eye was on me, watching me, though I wasn't sure why. I sighed. Yeah, I chose you, I said evenly. Their eyes widened at my statement. But we, Emmett said like it was something unbelievable. Because you are my family and I love you no matter what, I said quietly. This earned smiles, but Esme still had a frown on her face. You chose use over your own parents, she said, watching me intently. Like everyone else, I sighed again. Yeah, I said casually, like it was no big deal. I had been disowned by my own parents. There was a huge pause as everyone stared at me like I had two heads or something. I just tilted my head back and looked at the ceiling, waiting for them to get over it. 20 and 30 and 30 twa 33 34. Bella, Esme said slowly, looking shy and nervous. I looked at her quizzically. What happened after we left? I clenched my teeth and set my jaw, closing my eyes. Nothing good, I said between my teeth. Please, was all she said before I agreed. I gulped and looked down at the floor, taking deep breaths. I didn't want to do this, I really didn't. Reliving it would be almost as hard as living it for real. Okay, but you have to let me tell it. No interruptions from anyone. I aimed this at Emmett because I knew he would want to with questions. I turned to Edward, next squeezing his hand. No matter what I say, no interruptions. He looked confused but agreed. Taking a deep breath, I began at the beginning. When you left, I was, as the doctor put it, catatonic. I sneered at the word and used air quotes with my hands. Charlie wanted me to have counseling, but I would I mean to be have them help you. You have to tell the truth, and if I did I would be put in a padded room after a week or so. Charlie threatened to send me to Phoenix with Renee, so I had to pretend to be alright. I rolled my eyes, they were so stupid. It got them off my back for a while, but I got a bit rebellious, I said hesitantly. I went to school, but it was useless. It's like I wasn't even there. I dragged everyone down with me, and after a while the teachers stopped calling on me and my friends stopped talking to me at all. After about 2 weeks I gave up and skipped school because I hated to be told what to do. I drank and smoked and even took some drugs once. Never again. I shuddered at the memory. Hallucinations are not fun at all. I guess I just wanted to escape, but Charlie found out and threatened to arrest me. He wasn't too happy when I laughed in his face about it. Buto, well, I shrugged carelessly. Since he took away all of those outlets, I needed something else to get my mind off it, or you lot, so I bought a fast car with my college fund, knowing I wasn't going to go anyway. I finally see what you see in Speed. It's amazing. Since I never went to school I drove around and found some lads I would race for fun. Unfortunately Jacob, you know Jacob Black Werewolf from the Quileute reservation, I said to them. No one interrupted me like they promised. He was my best friend after you left, but he just got sick of me. He saw me racing one day when he was on patrol, and he said that I couldn't do it anymore because it was dangerous. Yeah, because hanging out with a pack of werewolves was so safe, I said sarcastically. He threatened to call Charlie if it carried on, and the bastard actually did it, I said angrily and shocked. Needless to say, my car was taken away from me, but Charlie isn't exactly the best man for discipline. God knows how he became a police officer. They looked shocked that I had even said this. He phoned Renee and she came and moved in with us, but she came with a surprise, I said sourly. Renee is pregnant with twins. She decided that it would be better if she told me in person. I didn't speak to her for a week. I was never home except at about 11 when I would get in, and I left at about 7 in the morning, just so I wouldn't have to face them. Don't ask me what I did all day, because I honestly can't remember. I wasn't drunk or high. Charlie took all money away from me and closed my bank. And transferred all money to his account. Arsehole. I usually went to the Quileute reservation and sat on the cliff. That's when I discovered cliff diving, I said, recalling the first time I did it. What? I jumped as Edward shouted at me. No interruptions, I said, peeved off. He had interrupted me. I was on a roll. You just told us that you jumped off cliffs and you expect me to be quiet about it. He sounded incredulous and shocked and a little angry. Yes I do, and you will, I said, looking him in the eye. He sighed and looked away. Yeah, I won. As I was saying, he went cliff diving. It was something Jacob had told me about, and he had promised he would take me, but it went out the window, so I went by myself. It was wicked. I nodded in appreciation as I remembered it. Unfortunately the werewolves saw me and told Charlie, so I was grounded. He knew I wasn't going to school, and he tried to guilt trip me. Didn't work. I was, to say the least, pissed and bored. So I got my truck out of the garage using Charlie's gun to shoot the lock off and drove to La Push. It was stupid and idiotic and very reckless, but I was angry and just tired of fighting everyone with everything I did. I sighed. What did you do? Asked Jasper, sounding like he didn't want to know the answer. I took a deep breath, smirking a little. I'm sure I looked a little crazy. I drove it off the cliff. The room was silent as they all stared at me open-mouthed. I kept my face indifferent. Why? Asked Rose, looking scared. Because I was sick of not being enough, of being controlled and ridiculed for everything I did. I wanted to take back control of my own life, even if that meant ending it, I said slowly. So it was a suicide attempt, Carlisle said, shocked. No, it was just something. If I died in the process, it would just be an added bonus. They seemed shocked at my casual speak of suicide and death. I looked at their shocked faces and giggled a little, rolling my eyes. Calm down, witch, remember. I can't get hurt though. I didn't know it then, I said with a shrug. So my car was absolutely totaled, and at the bottom of the sea I swam to the surface and walked home. Of course I climbed the trellis underneath my window, so Charlie and Renee won't wake up and find me, but I couldn't replace the missing car or the bullet from Charlie's gun, so they soon found out the werewolves filling in the blanks. They tried to guilt trip me again, but once again it didn't work. They threatened to send me back to Phoenix with Renee, but I refused. Only this time it wasn't a request. They said that I had to buck my ideas up or I would be dragged to Phoenix, whether I liked it or not, so I did. I didn't go to school, but I didn't go cliff diving or racing. Instead I just sat around doing nothing, but they saw it as an improvement. I made a face at the memory of them being all condescending. So they kept their word and didn't send me to Phoenix. They sent me to England instead. They tricked me into coming here, and I hate them for it, I said nastily, glowering at the carpet in front of me. So where were you yesterday? Carlisle asked. I sighed, visiting Renee and Charlie. They are staying in a house that one of Phil's friends owns. Hess up here for a game, and Charlie came too to look after Renee. I didn't keep in touch. The last time I spoke to them was 2 days before I came to England when they told me. They called me every day, but I ignored them, so one day I came home from school, and Gran said I had to London for the holiday to visit my parents, otherwise they would take me away from her. I said sadly, I could never leave me Gran now, she is like a mother sister to me. But how does that mean you chose between us? Asked. I sighed. I went down to London because my parents were pissed that I was ignoring their calls. When I got there they didn't say anything, just led me to my room. When I went down in the morning they were both just sat there with straight faces. I took a deep breath. They screamed at me for about 3 hours about how stupid I was and that they thought I had actually done it this time. I used air quotes. Then it was all, we're so disappointed in you and all that crap, which I was used to from Renee. But then Charlie started and I had never heard him like that. I sighed again. Then they started to blame you. I looked at Edward, saying that that boy ruined everything, saying that you destroyed me. Then she started on Alice, then Carlisle and Esme, saying how horrible you are and how much she hates you. That carried on for a few hours. They basically pointed out every flaw and attacked it. Not exactly a nice thing to have said to you by your parents, I chuckled humorlessly. Then I lost it and told them to shut up, and they got even more mad and screamed back at me. Then they started on Gran, and that was it. They said that she had poisoned my mind and that she was sick and twisted. God, I wanted ton of her mind, I said, taking a deep breath. But like I usually do, I defended you. Beauty took it a bit further this time, I said quietly, picking at the sleeve of my shirt. I might have taken it a lot too far. They stayed silent and I decided to thank them later. I said that Carlisle and Esme were more a mother and father than they have been. I said that you were my family and I won't stand there and listen to them insult you, I said, as thought it were obvious. They did the usual, they don't take her about you, and they left you trick hoping I would break down like I usually did, but I didn't, not this time. Of course I kind of let slip that you were back. They couldn't believe Gran let me talk to you, and I said that it couldn't be helped cause we go to the same school and all. Beanie said that you wouldn't hurt me, that I knew you wouldn't, I whispered, taking deep breaths. I felt Edward's hand in mine, and it helped me. They said, well, Charlie said that if I cared about you that much I should just go and live with you. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was Charlie, I ended pitifully. I didn't understand, he looked so angry and determined. He just told me to get out, I ended quickly, too quickly. What did he say? I had never heard Edward so mad before. I peeked up at him and his eyes were near slits. I gulped, squeezing his hand. It doesn't matter, I said quickly again. The glare I received in return stopped me from saying my retort. I looked at the other Cullens, and they had similar masks of anger that Edward had. I actually thought Emmett would crush Rose's hand if he squeezed any tighter. All of their eyes were on me, and I was suddenly scared for Charlie's life, but I know I had to tell them because they would find out. Eventually anyway. Okay, you wanna know exactly what he said? I hope they didn't, but they all nodded. He said, get out right now and don't come crying to us when they break your heart again, you ungrateful bitch. Go back and live with your grandma, go shack up with the Cullens, we don't care anymore. As far as we are concerned, we never had a daughter. I sobbed at the end, and I felt myself being hugged by several people. I looked up into the faces of Rose, Alice and Esme. Behind them sat Carlisle, Emmett, Jasper and Edward, looking impossibly more angry than before. I pulled away from the girls' embrace and walked over to where Emmett sat, staring at the coffee table in front of him. He actually looked like a vampire. Emmett, I said imploringly. His eyes softened when he looked at me, but he was still angry. Fine, Emmett, I swear, was all I could say before he pulled me into his lap and hugged me fiercely. I just can't believe he would say that to you, he said quietly. I know how he felt. After a few seconds I repeated it all over again with Jasper and Carlisle. I was shocked at Carlisle. He always seemed so calm. Jasper, I wasn't shocked too much. He was absorbing the others' anger as well, but I think I calmed them down. No, for Edward this would be a toughie. I sighed, rolling my eyes. Come on. After all you lot have seen, and parents disowning their daughter stumps you, I said with raised eyebrows. I got smirks from all but one. It's all my fault, Edward said into his hands. I am cheesed off. But God, Edward. It is not your duty to protect me from every little thing that happens. If I hadn't have left none of this would have happened, he said, sounding so miserable, and I could tell through our connection he was shouldering all the blame. No, you could have left and me be fine. Yes, I would take it hard, but you didn't make me take drugs or drive off a cliff, did you? I was met with silent success. About that, Carlyle said, looking like the parent I knew him as. I smirked at him. Oh, don't worry, only tried it once, not the most pleasant time of my life. I grimaced at the memories. Why, Emmett can get excited really easily. It seems he was currently bouncing up and down and clapping his hands together. Hallucinations are a bitch. I reminded myself that none of them had ever been high before. I envied them. And the alcohol masked. He haven't touched it since coming to England, mostly because my gran would know immediately if I did. This connection is really annoying. Sometimes, you know, I said, smiling slightly. Oh, Mumpless, can Bella get drunk here? All eyes turned to him, then back to my laughing figure on the sofa. Emmett, no one is getting drunk here, Esm said sternly. Please. He'll clean up any puke air. Sounding ew was heard from everyone. Am I don't puke when I'm drunk, I said matter-of-factly. He quirked his eyebrow at me. I usually just go loopy, dance around, sing, laugh a lot. I smiled. Emmett turned back to Esm. Please, he pulled the puppy dog eyes, and I could see Esm's resolve crumbling. Please, Mom, was all he had to say before she gave in. So I now have a scheduled drinking date with the Cullens, which will be strange, since they don't drink. This is going to be the best holiday ever. No. Definitely not. It's out of the question. I huffed noisily, frowning and glaring angrily at nothing in particular. The Cullens all looked up from what they were doing, curious at my sudden outburst. Carlyle and Esm were reading books, turning a page every 15 seconds or so. Because of how fast they read, Jasper and Emmett were locked in what looks like a very complicated chess game. There was 3 boards attached to each other, with 4 times as many pieces. I don't know how to play normal chess. Never mind this one. Alice sat smirking behind Jasper, twiddling with his hair, already knowing the outcome of the match. Rose sat flipping through the seemingly unending television channels. Edward was currently laid on the sofa, his arm wrapped around my waist, crushing me to his chest. I wasn't complaining. He alternated between twiddling with my hair and sniffing it. Apparently he liked my new scent, as he put it. The entire room had been silent apart from my breathing and heartbeat, and the occasional page-turner chess piece hitting the board. It was peaceful, something I had missed recently. I was just thinking about what drinks I could get for this little date I have with the Cullens. It was then that my gran seemed to step in and put her foot down. Edward's hand froze momentarily in my hair. What's up, he asked, distracted, obvious in his voice. My gran is so going to ruin my little date. I pouted. Edward remained silent. I knew he didn't like the idea of me being intoxicated, as he put it, but he was wise enough not to patronize me and try to control me like he used to. What? No. It's going to be so much fun. Emmett yelled, looking like someone shot his dog or something. See, that is what I am talking about. They are so immature they couldn't possibly take care of you. She said in that superior voice that supposedly ended the conversation. Not with me, it didn't. Please. That's just Emmett, and if you remember correctly, he helped save me from James. Carlyle is a doctor. Jasper can keep me in check if I get too out of hand. And do you think any of them will let me get hurt? I asked. The silence said it all. So it's going on. You're just frowning a lot at the moment, Rose said, dropping the remote on the sofa cushion. I sighed, him trying to get my gran to approve of this meeting. Why is she against it? Esm asked in a motherly tone. They really didn't get the whole drunk problem, seeing as they can't remember it themselves. Once again I sighed, sitting up from my laid down position. She was listening to what we said and said you were too immature, that you couldn't possibly take care of me. I rolled my eyes. I told her that that was just how M was, and that he helped save my ass from James. The first said that Carlyle is a doctor, and Jasper can keep me in check if I get too out of hand. I smiled, turning to Jasper. Have you ever been around a drunk person before, Jazz? I asked, quirking an eyebrow as he tried to remember. He shook his head. Boy, are you going to have fun, he nodded, chuckling at my enthusiasm to get drunk. Edward poked me in the ribs to get my attention. You know, this connection we have, will I be able to feel it too? He looked quite scared. I laughed because he was right. Well, see it like this, you missed this as a human, so I am giving it back to you, he smirked as he rolled his eyes. See, I will be fine. I thought. The silence on the other end unnerved me for a second. I'm coming to see you now, she thought rather hurriedly. Now? Why? Do you even know where I am? I asked a lot of questions, didn't I? There I go again. I'm a fully matured witch, Bella. I think I know my way around little old Scunthorpe, but do me a favor. She trailed off, and I sensed some hesitation from her. I stood up from the sofa, waiting for her to continue. Go outside, please. I barely heard the request. She said it so quietly. Why do I have to go outside? Because I am not comfortable materializing in front of a room of 7 vampires. I know you trust them, but I don't, not yet. I grumbled, huffing again and crossing my arms. Fine, I said out loud, knowing she could hear me as well. I turned to the very confused vampires in the room, all watching every move I made. My gran wants to talk to me outside. Do you mind? I trailed off. "Of course, go ahead," Carlyle said, though I am sure he just wanted to see another witch. I nodded my thanks as I walked out of the room and into the reception area, opened the front door and closed it again. To be honest, I missed my gran. We had a connection, a strong one, and though it didn't hurt to be away from her like it did Edward I, still wanted to hug her again. "It'll be there in a minute, okay?" I didn't reply but walked down the steps and sat on the front lawn. It was an oddly sunny day today, so I had to make the most of it. I smiled as I felt the sun heat up my face. I laid like that for a while, until I felt the air shift, signifying the use of magic nearby. My smile grew even bigger as I sat up. I looked to the trees where she would come out of, and for "Here you go, Bella," she exclaimed, her face relaxing visibly, but I saw her shoulders were still tense. "Right, vampires." I ran up to her, only a blur as she walked out of the shadows of the trees. She was surprised when I wrapped my arms around her, but returned it with strength no one would believe a woman her physical age could have. After a few moments she pulled away, she worried face on again. I sighed. She was worse than Ren. I stopped that thought. They disowned me, I rent their daughter, and they rent my parents. "Are you okay?" I couldn't see anything. "I thought you had." She stopped, taking a deep breath, still flapping her hands around manically. "I'm fine." My powers went down because I panicked and was scared. As soon as they came back I healed good as new. I smiled reassuringly. "Anything could have happened, Bella, anything. I shouldn't have let you go. I knew they were going to do something." I knew she was referring to my parents. I fidgeted nervously with my trousers. Her head suddenly shot up as she looked at me. "Oh Bella, I am so sorry. If I had known I would have never let you go to London. I can't believe what they did. And my ex-in-law as well." She shook her head sadly. "What happened to Charlie? He used to be such a nice man." She sighed. "He is a nice man, he just had enough of his rebellious daughter ruining everything," I said sadly, tears springing in my eyes. "No Bella, you didn't do anything." She took my hands in hers like she always does when she is telling me something important. "Beauty did. I wasn't exactly nice or helpful or anything like his daughter." "It doesn't matter, Bella," she said almost angrily. "Parents' love is supposed to be unconditional. It doesn't matter what you said or did. Nothing could condone what they did to you," she shouted, though I know her anger wasn't directed at me. I pulled on her hand, forcing her to sit on the ground like we usually do when talking like this. I couldn't help my mind jumping to Carlyle and Esme. They had accepted me, even though I was supposed to be their enemy. Is that unconditional love to the extreme, when you are supposed to kill one another, but love each other instead? Compared to my real parents, Carlyle and Esme were saints, angels. "Bella," she took a deep breath, "tell me everything that happened. Leave nothing out." I sighed. I conjured up the memory, projecting it into her mind. As a second thought I extended it to include the Cullens as well. They deserved to know what was going on. I watched as Gran's eyes glazed over. About a second later I heard gasps from the house, meaning that the memory was playing through. I closed my eyes, letting the memory take over. Why does everything look so much worse when you see it a second time? Before I thought it was just a little argument. It wasn't exactly the first time we yelled at each other. But it seemed so much harsher and mean. The look in Charlie's eye when he said I wasn't his daughter anymore. The set of Renee's jaw as he called me a bitch. I expected her to come to my rescue and tell Charlie to back off, but she didn't. I wasn't surprised. I carried on with the memory, letting them see what happened on the tube with the man. I heard several growls from the house, but my gran was oblivious. I wasn't even sure she knew they were there yet. I ended the memory, unable to keep the tears at bay any longer. Seeing it a second time didn't help really. They hate me. They don't even want me as a daughter. I have no parents. Bella, I was unaware of how I got into Gran's lap or how long ago, but I didn't care. I really did have to stop zoning out though. We stayed silent. Well, I was crying, so not so quietly. I listened to my Gran's thoughts and froze. I knew she had done something like this. Then she had the cheek to phone me up. And she phoned you when? Why, what did she say? I asked, sitting up and looking into my Gran's eyes. My heart sunk. She wasn't looking at me. This wasn't good. "After they kicked you out, Renee called telling me that I had poisoned you against them." She said that. She glanced at me nervously. "That they wanted nothing more to do with you. They are sending all of your stuff over to England. They said that you can't go back to them when the Cullens break your heart again." And that she gulped, and I resisted the urge to shake her. "That they never want to see or hear from you ever again. Thaw that you are dead to them," she whispered, hugging me tighter. I didn't want to. It felt wrong. I pushed everyone away. I destroyed every relationship I ever had, and then I expect them to just go back to normal. How blind could I have been? My own parents don't want me. My friends deserted me, and it is all my fault. I got out of her lap and stood up, backing away from her, shaking as I sobbed. "You are dead to them." Those words kept going round and round in my head. "Bella, this isn't your fault." I hated the pity I saw in her eyes. I didn't need pity, I needed a padded room. I was close to losing it. The look on Gran's face told me she knew it as well. It wasn't just anger that made the magic escape. If I didn't get a grip I could lose control. I closed my eyes trying to get control of my own body, but all I could see was Charlie yelling at me. I could hear every word he said, every insult and threat. It wasn't helping at all. I heard a click and a gasp before I felt cold, a nice cold. I could feel his hard chest as he hugged me close, letting me use his presence to gain control again. I wrapped my arms around his waist and sobbed into his chest. You do have friends, Bella. What about Lauren, Becky, Siraj, S. Page? And you do have a family. What about your gran? What about us, Bella? You are never alone. We will always be here, all of us. This is not your fault. I hugged him tighter, willing his words to be true. I felt the magic retreat as I calmed down again. Just wait till I get my hands on them, he trailed off angrily. Who? Which ones? All of them. Jess, Mike, Angela. Charlie, Renee. Edward yelled angrily. It's not their fault. I wasn't exactly the nicest person to be around. I hugged him tighter, wanting to calm him down. I could feel his anger and frustration and self-hatred. No, he couldn't hate himself. It's my fault, all of this. If I had just never left, everything would be fine. He sounded so far away, so distant. My anger flared up again. I poked him rather hard in his side, jolting him out of his reverie. Stop blaming yourself. You didn't make me depressed or suicidal. That was my choice. So stop blaming yourself. I screamed at him, glaring at him as I stepped out of his arms. I felt his shock and confusion. We stayed silent for a second. Bella, he pleaded, but I cut him off. Are you still hate yourself? I seethed. I knew the answer. I just wanted him to tell me. Yes, he hung his head. Then talk to me when you are not, I said, turning around and walking back to my gran still sat on the grass. I heard him sigh and his footsteps as he walked back into the house and closed the door. I took a deep breath before laying back down on the floor facing my gobsmacked gran. Maybe a little tough love would knock some sense into him. I am just sick of people suffering because of what I did. Why does everyone always blame themselves for what happens to me? It was my choice to drive that car into the sea, my choice to skip school. No one forced me, so why do they still blame themselves? Because they want to take some of the blame off you, my gran said, gently reminding me of her presence. Not when they take full blame. They all did it to some extent. Rose, because of her past bitchiness. Emmett, because he was supposed to protect me. Alice, because she was supposed to see if anything was wrong. Jasper, because if he had never lost control, none of this would have happened. Carlisle, because he was the leader and agreed that it was the best thing to do. And Esme, because she felt like she was losing another child that she should be protecting. What did I do to deserve such an amazing family? They accepted the fact that I was their enemy when my own parents couldn't accept me for me. What does that tell you about the Cullens? That they're Elif, they are vampires. You can't change that. My gran sighed, hearing my thoughts. I know I don't want to change that, so stay out of my head, I added, playfully happy when she laughed with me. Just careful, okay? They hurt you before they could do it again. I am not saying stay away because you actually can't. Just, she took a deep breath, make sure you can trust them before you give them everything this time. Irgrin, you do know that the vampires can hear you, right? I smirked as she froze, sitting up. I turned to face her. Look behind you, Gran, I said softly, waiting until she turned back around to face the huge Cullen house that looked curiously like the one back in Forks. Her face paled significantly as she gulped, but I cold laughed. The things vampires put her through was atrocious, not wonder she was scared. Gran, you don't have to be afraid of these vamps. These ones won't hurt you. They are not the Volturi. They have saved me. Even when they should have killed me, they saved me. They are as weird as this sounds. Good vampires. I saw her speculative face, but I could tell she was coming around to the idea. Buddy, are vampires. They kill things. She let the disgust she feels seep into her voice. They can't help that. They didn't ask for this, just like I didn't. They were dealt a hand and they played it as best they could. Isn't it better to kill animals than kill humans? Geez, I sound like a campaign person, but who am I campaigning for? They still kill. She crossed her arms. She was giving in. They have to. If they don't and they get weak. I put a little smile on my face as I spoke. She was silent for a while, so I added in for extra incentive. They saved my life, Gran, last night. If they hadn't arrived when they did, I would be dead right now. Carlisle looked after me. Well, I was human again. They all did. I owe them my life again. I rolled my eyes as I heard Emmett laugh inside the house. Just meet them, then you can judge. I stood up, whipping my bum in case I had any leaves on it. I held out my hand for my Gran, but she didn't take it. Gran, I rolled my eyes. You could single-handedly take all of them anyway, and if they hurt you, they will have me to deal with as well. And Edward, because he would never see me hurt, so you see they won't do anything, and if they do we will kick some vampire ass. The smile on her face told me she was going to comply, but I was only certain when she took my hand. She didn't need it, but it wasn't about that. So far I had trusted her with everything. Now it was her time to trust me. We ran as a blur up to the house, but she hesitated on the second step. Anything I ought to know? She raised her eyebrows. I pondered it for a second. Aware of Alice and Emmett, they can get kind of overexcited. Of course, the future thing, you get used to Jasper and Carlisle will be very curious, more curious than usual anyway. Esme will be all welcoming, and motherly Rose and Edward will just be themselves. Buddy are vampires, so I don't know. I shrugged and smiled as she patted her hair down, recalling when I did the same thing when I first visited them. We raced the rest of the way to the steps, but the door was already open, Alice bouncing with a Cheshire cat grin on her face. I sighed. Let it begin. Gran, this is Alice, my best friend, I said, smiling at the bouncing Alice. Hey. I'm Alice, but you know that, of course. We met on the field at school where you threatened us, but that's okay. I can't believe you are a witch. She was literally vibrating now and smiling like they had just seen a sale at Prada. I looked at my Gran, worried about how she would be taking this hyper little pixie. She was smiling, a genuine smile, not forced or anything. Definitely not what I expected from vampires. She chuckled in her mind as well. Told you, I said out loud. Alice's smile grew impossibly bigger. Come on. She grabbed my wrist and dragged me inside me, dragging my Gran along as well. All the Cullens were in a line facing us, all smiling. I glanced at the curtains, not surprised to see they weren't in the perfect position they were in before I walked out of the door. I shook my head at a sheepish Carlisle. I felt Gran's hand in mine. She needed my support now, and I knew it. She had been up against vampires before, but never so close to 7. That weren't attacking it left her on edge and nervous. I squeezed her hand reassuringly as I glanced at Edward, simply because I had to. It was like an addiction. I had to be near him, touch him. Besides, I felt bad for yelling at him earlier. Edward's eyes were fixed on me as he walked forward and took my other hand. We both relaxed as we touched, little sparks jumping in my skin. I could feel his hesitation and squeezed his hand to let him know I felt sorry. He understood and shot me that damned crooked smile that threatened to melt me. I mentally shook myself. I had some introducing to do. I felt Gran tense as he got closer to us. Well, Gran, I think you have already met Edward and threatened to hunt him down. I teased her. A little smile grew on her face as she shrugged. Just covering your back for you. She peered at Edward, then back at me. Handsome, nice choice. She complimented, not showing any indication of what she was thinking on her face. I shook my head again, chuckling a little. It's nice to meet you, Edward, she said stiffly, and I could tell she was scared. So could Jasper. He was about to use his ability to help the situation, but I glanced at him and warned him with my eyes. It wouldn't help anyone if Gran thought she was being manipulated. It's nice to meet you too, he trailed off questioningly. Only her voice shook a little bit as she squeezed my hand. Edward smiled at her before returning his eyes back to me. You've got him wrapped around your little finger, you know, she smirked at me as I nodded. Ugh. Another pair that do it. It's bad enough with Alice and Edward, not you two. Emmett moaned, stamping his foot like the 6'4" toddler he is. I sighed, rolling my eyes, and that Gran is Emmett, as you already know. He is a little baby, I teased him. He pouted, looking all insulted. I am not a baby. I am older than you. So there. Respect your elders, young lady. He wiggled his finger at me and I couldn't help laughing at him. Alright then, old farty shrugged. I knew that. In fact, Emmett was the youngest of the vampires in the room. I basically called all the people around me ancient, nice, Bella, very nice. I'm sorry for my husband, he has certain problems sometimes. Rose smiled friendly at my Gran, motioning to her husband. Gran nodded, not speaking at the moment. This is Jasper. He is my husband. Alice was still bouncing as she held onto Jasper's arm, causing Jasper to bounce as well. He smiled down at his wife before smiling at Gran. Carlisle, the father figure, I suppose, he said, looking at his children with a smirk. They were all in their own little world with their mates. Father, I was shocked as I heard my Gran speak. Well, we don't call ourselves a coven because we feel more like a family in many ways. The animal blood allows us to make real relationships with people other than just mates. It lets us become more civil to people. Esm and I are the parents. He put his arm around Esm's waist, pulling her to his side. I didn't miss the way Gran shuddered when he spoke of blood. She was in no way a tree hugger, but she still didn't like the idea of killing animals. Hello, Esm said, smiling nicely. This was so weird, my two families coming together. They should be ripping each other apart, but they aren't. They are just talking. Someone pinch me. Ella. We would not be ripping each other apart, my Gran sighed. Yeah, you would if you ever ran into each other before this. It probably would have happened, I said, shrugging. Come on, Gran, I said, sitting down on the huge sofa, Edward on one side, Gran on the other. We settled into easy conversation. I knew Carlisle had burning questions that he was dying to ask. After about an hour and a half, he was bouncing in his seat like Alice. Gran had totally relaxed and was having a conversation with Esme about decorating or something like that. For God's sake, Carlisle. Just ask the bloody question before you break the chair springs. I smiled as I said it, letting him know I wasn't actually yelling at him. All conversation stopped as we looked at the vibrating form of Carlisle. I'm sorry. I just can't believe I am sitting in a room with two witches. Two. I thought you had all died, and now here I am having general conversation with them. And I knew one before. This is huge. It's Esme rolled her eyes as her husband's behavior. Ugh. Enough excitement please. I have enough with Em and Ali without you too, Carlyle. Jasper moaned, putting his head in his hands. Brand and I looked at each other, smiling. Well, Carlyle, we are the only two left in existence, I said, leaning back on the sofa, very aware that everyone was staring at us both. The only ones in existence. Carlyle's sudden change from excited to dejected and sad was mind-boggling. Amy Grant said, tears welling up in her eyes. I put an arm around her, letting her head on my shoulder. Vampires really are bastards, aren't they? Emmett asked in a quiet voice. Not all but most, I smiled a little before a thought popped into my head. Brand, where's Corley? If she isn't with you, then where is she? Is she okay? What happened to her? Has she run away? What has she done? Oh my god, is she dead? Okay, so I was rambling once again, but this was important. I heard a chuckle and Grand's head move from my shoulder. Relax, sweetie, Corley is at home, she is fine. No, she is not dead, she is sleeping. I put safeguards around the house to protect her, and the house, actually that little thing can really do some damage when she wants to. I smiled, relieved my baby was alright. I missed her, though I wanted to hug her. I couldn't help the sigh or pout that came. Fine. God. You don't want much, do you? Gran said, chuckling at me. The Cullens were all perplexed about what we were talking about. It wasn't my fault that I hadn't mastered the summoning spell and transportation spell. She waved her hand, and some red sparks appeared for a few seconds. When she took away her hand, there sat Corley on the Cullen's huge wooden floor, looking very confused and tired. I knelt on the floor and scooped her up, sitting back down again with her on my lap. The dog. This isn't just a dog, Emmett. This dog was made by magic and is very special to me, I sniffed, causing her to open her eyes at me with that leave me the hell alone look. She's so cute. Was all I heard before Alice and Rose were sat in front of me, stroking her chocolate brown silky fur. Since she is made of magic, we don't know what breed she is, but we think she's immortal. She may even have some powers, which I think is rather amazing. You made a dog? Edward quirked an eyebrow at me, smiling. Not on purpose. I was just saying random spells and Corley poofed out of nowhere, I explained, hugging the sleepy dog tighter. Everyone fawned over the puppy. I mean, she was pretty cute. She had chocolate brown short curly fur with a long swishy bushy tail, huge floppy ears and big brown eyes. She jumped out of my arms after a while, bored. Don't worry, she's toilet trained, I assured a tense looking Esme. Aren't you, baby? I said. She nodded, opening the front door by jumping up and pushing the handle down with her paw and going outside, pulling the door shut as well. Everyone was silent for a second, shocked. Can you buy them? Em asked, actually looking hopeful. I shook my head, making him pout and huff. I turned back to Gran. So please, can I have my little party? I pouted at her, giving her the puppy dog eyes. Her face showed how torn she was. I don't know, Bella, getting drunk isn't exactly something I should be encouraging, she pondered. But isn't it better that I do it here under the careful supervision of 7 vampires than at some bar where anything could happen? I was bullshitting, she knew that, but I had a point, it was safer. No, I don't. It's not that I don't trust you, I trust all of you, but since I am in charge of you now, I say no, I won't let you get drunk, she said sternly. My mouth was wide open, but I was glaring at her. I'm afraid you'll have to do the usual teenage thing, sneak out and then get drunk. What did you expect, Bella? You asked me whether you could get drunk or not. She teased. Yeah, well, it's better than just going out and doing it, sneaking around and lying, I pointed out, my arms crossed angrily. I knew she wouldn't change her mind. Brand examined my neck despite me telling her that there wasn't even a scar. Once she was positive that I was okay, it was time for Jasper's question. Excuse me, but I am a little confused. Always the gentleman is Jasper, but I could see his confusion, and it got all of our attention as all conversation stopped. Yes, Jasper, my Gran was comfortable with talking with him now, not touching, but talking, it was something. Well, you say that you two are the only witch left, we nodded. Well, how do you know that for sure? I mean, isn't there a chance that some witches are still in hiding? All eyes turned to us, but me and Gran looked at each other sadly. We are sure, I said glumly. How his curiosity had him sitting forward on the edge of his seat. I sighed. There is a record of every witch. When the witch gene is triggered, their name goes on record straight away. It's one of the ways guardians pick who they teach, but the record also shows the level of magic they possess, and when a witch dies, her magic disappears totally. It's the only time it does so, and someone has no magic, they are dead. Gran and I are the only ones with magic, I explained sadly. Looking at my lap. Isn't there a chance that a gene could be triggered later like Bella's? Was it skipped a generation? Could that have happened to others too? Esme asked, quietly, sounding hopeful. Though witch hunts are still going, I have been the last witch for many centuries. All witch offspring were killed with the witches, and even those that survived have died. However, even if there were witch descendants, the magic would be too diluted in the blood to be classed as a witch. They wouldn't have powers, they wouldn't go through the change, they would be human. The only reason Bella is so strong is because she is my granddaughter. Any further relatives wouldn't be affected, or very mildly. Gran took over the explanation for me, knowing more about it than me anyway. There was a pause as they took all this in, but Carlyle was even more curious than before. Where is this record? Me and Gran shared an apprehensive glance. It's in the library, I said, mysteriously unsure of if I should go any further. Library like a library? Rose asked, looking very confused. Not an ordinary library. A witch library. It holds every spell and potion book ever created. That's where the record is, I said quietly, not meeting their eyes. Here's a witch library. Jasper sounded very shocked about this. I looked up, meeting his eyes, and nodded. But Carlyle's curiosity went into overdrive, and I wasn't sure if we should or not. This was sacred witch history, and vampires were witch enemies. I'm not sure. Of course you can, my Gran said without looking at me. I heard her thoughts. They can't do anything, Bella, and you were right, they are good. A small smile was the only sign that she was speaking to me. Okay, so how do we get there? Carlyle's eyes were sparkling with excitement. I stood up, speaking as I did so. Only witches can go there. That is why it is the only place that is sacred and undamaged by vampires. That is how all our history and magic still remains a mystery to the Volturi, and it will always be that. Only we can take you, and only we can bring you back, I said, sternly looking at them. They all nodded seriously, well apart from Emmett. I think he was actually incapable of being serious. Everyone stand up. You don't want to fall flat on your bum when you transport, do you? My Gran said, standing up next to me. The Cullens all stood up, nervous of witchcraft. Ready, Cullens? They all nodded at Gran, who turned to me. Ready, Bella? I nodded, reciting the spell at the same time as Gran. We were engulfed in red and blue sparks, feeling like we were in a hurricane, being pushed and pulled everywhere. Bad hair day indeed. As our feet touched the black marble floor, I heard the Cullens sigh. The first time was always horrible. Wow, I was pulled out of reminiscing about my own experiences by Esme's shocked voice. I smirked, realizing she was talking about the library. It really was magnificent. Hundreds of mahogany bookcases the height of the room stood in front of us, 4 in one line, each one holding 2,000 books. There were no lights, no windows. No one actually knew where the light came from. The ceiling was marble as well, but white, contrasting nicely with the floor. And I asked something. I was not surprised when Emmett piped up. Why are the bookcases so high? He pointed to the top of the closest one to us. Well, there are a lot of books in here and we needed some place to keep them anyway. Height is no problem if you are a witch, you just summon the book you want. I shrugged. Cool, he said, gazing back at the bookcase with a new awe. Now go explore. I shooed them away and was shocked when they were already gone. I chuckled at their enthusiasm. Only Edward and Carlyle were left, Gran having gone to show M, where we kept the records on witch sports. So this is the record. I turned to see Carlyle with his back to me, facing the huge wall at the front of the library. There was a huge stone plaque on it reaching all along the wall, all with names, dates and numbers on them. Yeah, that's the one, I said, sadly touching one of the names. Where's yours, Edward asked. I smiled, grabbing his hand and walking down the wall right to the end. Since I am the last witch, my name is last as well, I explained as we went. We stopped as we reached the end of the wall, seeing my name, Isabella Marie Swan. Wow, he said, walking forwards as touching my name on the plaque. This is when your magic was triggered. His voice had that edge to it that I didn't like. Yeah, I said, hesitantly looking at the back of his head with a frown. But that was the day I left. He bowed his head, his voice a mere whisper. When you said those things, the amount and strength of the emotions triggered it early, hence why I am the youngest witch ever, I explained. Bella, I am. Edward, this was going to happen whether you left or not. It was unavoidable, and you can hardly blame yourself for something that you cold to avoid. I chuckled at him, realizing that he was in fact blaming himself. Silly vampire. Okay, I ain't going to argue, cause there is no way I will win. Is there? He turned, smirking at me. You're learning, Cullen, I chuckled, turning and walking away. Hey, what does this mean? I turned back to see him pointing to the number beneath my date of birth. That's my magic level. How powerful I am, I said, fidgeting with my sleeve. But yours is higher than this one's, he said, referring to the woman's name next to me. She did have a lower power level than me, but I wasn't going to brag. Yep, and Bella hasn't even changed yet either, and she already has most of the spells down. Imagine how powerful she'll be when she's changed. My Gran bragged for me shooting her a glare as Edward openly gaped at me. Really? Yeah, we're that powerful, he stuttered. I nodded, looking at the floor. Jesus, Bella. Remind me not to get on your bad side. Jasper joked, appearing next to me looking at my name. Yeah, totally, I mumbled, turning away, ready to bury myself in books. We spent a while in there. Carlyle was sat with me as I translated one of the books he wanted to read. Most of the books in here are in our own dialect, a dialect only witches can read. It was one of those things that you just know, and I was glad I wouldn't have to sit there and learn an entire new language. Rose and Alice spent hours looking at witch clothing and fashion. Jasper read up on witch history, Esme looked at housing and decoration, and Emmett was fascinated by the sports we used to play. Carlyle was reading up on medicine, while Edward was just reading whatever I was. Bran, I have to get back. Corley might have eaten the house by now, I said, getting up and putting the book back on its shelf. Well, I can't transport all of us home on my own. Well, go with you. When we all got back, the house was fine and Corley was asleep. No surprise there. I realized that it was dark and I should be heading home pretty soon. Gran, hearing my thoughts, got out of her seat, causing all the Cullens to look up at her. "Sorry, but you may not need to sleep, but we do," she smirked. I hugged the Cullens goodbye. Well, Gran just smiled. She wasn't that comfortable around them yet. When we got home, Corley in my arms sleeping, shock horror. Everything seemed so boring and quiet. I missed them already. "I'm going to bed," I yawned, laying the snoozing Corley on her doggy bed. Gran kissed my cheek, smirking slightly as I walked upstairs. I heard her voice in my head. "I don't want to find your window open or any half-naked vampire men in your bed, Bella," she chuckled out loud, and I shook my head, even though she couldn't see it. After climbing into bed, I stared at my shadowed ceiling blankly. My life had suddenly done a whole 360. I had Edward and the Cullens back. I wasn't the weak little human thing I used to be, and I could now hold my own against anyone. The only thing was my parents. Why couldn't I just have both families? I went to sleep with a frown on my face. My dreams were blank, of which I was very happy. I don't think I could take any playbacks of the argument. I knew when I woke up that Gran was downstairs. I could hear talking and shuffling. That could only be said to be Gran's. I knew Edward was here too, since the aching in my chest had lessened. This pull could get pretty hard to live with if Edward wasn't here with me. I trudged downstairs in my pajama yellow and pink stripy shorts and a baggy shirt that almost covered them. I didn't really care if they saw me. They've seen me lunch worse than this. I stood in the archway, seeing as all 8 pairs of eyes turned to me full of amusement. I just stretched and smiled, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "The hour here early," I said, looking at Edward. He rolled his eyes, his hand twitching towards me. I knew the feeling being this close to Edward but not touching made the pain and anxiety even worse. "Ella, it's 11 o'clock in the morning," he smirked as I turned to look at the clock on the dining room wall. I shrugged, frowning at Gran questioningly. "Are you okay?" Gran looked at me, rolling her eyes. "Yeah, you were right. You know these vamps are okay, you know." She feigned indifference, but I saw the tiny tug on her lips. "I weren't going to say I told you so, but..." "I told you so," I smirked as I walked across the room and plopped down in Edward's lap, his arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me to one side so I wasn't taking over his entire vision. I felt myself relax instantly, a sigh escaping my lips. I could stay like this forever. So could I, and I could tell Edward was smiling when he said it. I smiled until it fell. I spun to face him, shock probably clear on my face. "You can hear me now?" My eyes bugged out. He chuckled a little at my expression, nodding. "Shit. Language, young lady." My Gran chided playfully from her place next to Esma on the 2-seater. I heard the others chuckling, guessing what I said probably after the shock had worn off. I smiled at Edward, happy that one of his burdens had been let free finally. "So that's why you're all over here?" I turned back around, the smile refusing to fall from my face. "Can't we just be here to see our best bud, our sister and our daughter?" I raised my eyebrows at him and he sighed, smiling a little. "Okay, it was the main reason you." Gran has just been giving Edward a lesson in how to read your mind, since apparently your mind is harder to get into than everyone else's. He rolled his eyes, sitting back again, putting his arm around Rose. "All I can hear is a faint whisper of what you're thinking. I have to really concentrate to actually hear you, unless you let me." And he pouted a little, hopeful to the last. I nodded, decreasing the strength of the shield on my mind by a little. I heard him gasp and I smirked. "Hello, Edward." "Oh my Jesus Christ," he muttered to himself, but everyone could hear him. There were several chuckles throughout the room, but Edward's eyes were glued to mine. "Are you happy now, Edward?" My smirk grew even wider. "Why, yes I am," he smirked back at me, kissing my cheek. "Out loud please." Emmett whined from the 2-seater sofa. I rolled my eyes. "What are we doing today?" I peered around the room looking for an answer from one of them. Jasper opened his mouth to speak, but closed it abruptly when Corley came bounding and peering questioningly at our guests. "You have to smile at her, she looks so tired all the time." She walked up to Jasper, sniffing his shoe. I saw him stiffen, his eyes turn black. Using a retrieval spell, I brought Corley zooming into my waiting arms. I kissed the top of her sleepy head before glaring at Jasper. "I would rethink that if I were you. It's gonna cost you your manhood if you lay one hurtful finger on her." I narrowed my eyes at him as his eyes turned back to the gold color I knew so well. Alice elbowed him in the ribs and I saw him wince. "Sorry," he mumbled, ducking his head. I suddenly felt bad. I said I forgave Jasper for what he did on my birthday, and I probably made him doubt that as an added incentive, not wanting to make him feel bad. I addressed the others as well. "That goes for the rest of you as well, you know." I glared at them all in turn and they all nodded in understanding. I looked down to find Corley squirming to get free, so I put her on the floor. Curious, she plodded straight over to Jasper and jumped on his lap, curling up there and looking up at Jasper with her big eyes. I saw Jasper smile faintly as he stroked her head. I chuckled, shaking my head at the picture in front of me. "Looks like you got another friend, Jazz," I said, smiling at the image of a vampire petting a puppy. I expected to see flying pigs next time I went to school. "That reminds me. When do we go back to school?" I asked, looking around at everyone. "A few days," Edward whispered in my ear, making me shiver. I opened my mouth to reply, but the sound of my phone vibrating interrupted me. I rolled my eyes, summoning my phone, loving how it zoomed through the doorway, the Cullens all watching with amazed eyes as it landed in my palm. "Just a text, I told no one in particular," Edward of course read over my shoulder. "Hey. Haven't seen you in ages, we are all coming to get you now, no excuses. See ya in 10xx Lauren XX." I stood up in a flash, surprising everyone. I had to admit I had missed my friends a lot. We always joked and laughed, and they made me forget about what I was and how different I was. "Yay." I yelled, immediately happy, very happy. I was actually turning into Alice, bouncing on the spot, clapping my hands. "What?" Jasper said, a huge smile on his face becoming blurred as I spun in a circle. "My friends are coming, my human friends," I amended afterwards. "Well," Gran said after a few minutes. I stopped spinning and looked at her questioningly, my eyes widened. Clothes I only had, glancing at the clock, 4 minutes left. "Erg. I need to get dressed," I said, disappearing out of the room and up the stairs, their laughter following me. I paused at my wardrobe, frowning. I shrugged after a minute. They were my friends, who cares what I wear? I slung on some faded blue flare jeans with a pattern down one leg and a long stripy shirt, simple yet effective. I panicked after I couldn't find my trainers. I checked under the bed, the wardrobe, moved all the crap off the floor to see, but nothing. The doorbell rung and I yelled a bit, running down the stairs as fast as I could, faster than humans anyway, and flung the door open. "Ella." Jess Shaw squealed, hugging me so forcefully that I was pushed back into me house from the doorstep. "Jess." I squealed back. "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in like ages, and I expected you to look all different, but you weren't at all. You were just the same, but Sarah told us about you going to London, and we thought you were spending the holiday down there, but then Lauren saw you at some point, and we knew you were back," Jess said, all in one breath. Everyone else stood trying to figure out what she said, but I knew I could match her. "I know I missed you too, all of you. Yeah, I went to London, but it didn't work out and I ended up in trouble and needed to be saved, so here I am. I have been wanting to talk to you, but I didn't know if you were on holiday or not, so I didn't arg." I ran out of things to say, so I just squealed and hugged her again. We jumped out and down in each other's arms, smiling hugely. Okay, calm down before your gran throws us out," Lauren said, smiling at us. I dragged Jess with me as I went into the kitchen. Becky and Sarah had been stuck on the stairs, trying to avoid getting hit by me, and Jess. Only Lauren was brave enough to stay put. I soon pulled Becky into a hug. The first thing she asked me was if I had watched Lion King. She glared at me when I said no. She actually scared me a little. Sarah was next. We literally crushed each other with our hugs. We always do it, squeezing each other. I always win, but she doesn't know about my extra strength. Lauren was only small, but was probably the most serious of all of us. "Are you okay?" she asked, worried. I shrugged. Sure, I couldn't exactly tell them that my parents disowned me. I nearly got raped, got saved by my vampire family, forgiven them, and I'm a witch. I guess I could tell them the first part. Later I told them, Jess' eyes crunching up with the possibility of gossip. Not that she would tell anyone, but still gossip. "You remember my little dilemma at school?" I rolled my eyes at their dumbstruck faces with the Cullens. I added, their faces lighting up with understanding and hate. "Yeah, those boss." "Jess," I warned. She stopped but crossed her arms. "Why, after what they did to you? They deserve all." "Becky, they are in the sitting room," I said, trying to get it to shut up. They were quiet for about a second. "What?" I covered my ears from the loud noise. Why are they here? Haven't you forgiven them?" Lauren whisper shouted, even though they could hear anyway. "Yes, I have," I said confidently. Even Edward. Becky's voice went up 5 octaves, her eyebrows disappearing. "Yes, especially Edward," the first said, looking her squarely in the eyes. They were stunned into silence for a minute or two. "What happened to make you forgive them? I mean, it must have been big. You hated them before it was obvious," Sarah said, leaning on the kitchen counter, the shock gone. I sighed, jumping up so I was sat on the one opposite to where she was standing. They kind of helped me a bit. We got talking, and well, they explained everything," I said, remembering that night with blurry vision. "Everything," Jess said, jumping up and sitting on the counter, her swinging legs hitting Sarah. "It was all a misunderstanding, guys. Even my gran believes them," I told them, their eyes widening. "Even your gran?" Sarah said, and I was afraid her eyes might fall out. They had been around here plenty of times, and to them my gran's word was law. If she said it was right, it was right. If she believed the Cullens, then they were telling the truth. Simple. We were all silent for a moment. Becky broke it. "So are you coming out?" Or her eyes were downcast. "I won't ditch my friends." "Yeah. Why else would I be dressed at this ungodly hour?" I laughed, jumping down. They laughed at me, shaking their heads. It was a well-known fact that I was definitely not a morning person. I paused, heading towards the sitting room, poking my head around the corner. I expected anger or annoyance. After all, they were here for me, buttoned smiling faces and chuckling at my expense. "Can I asked Gran. "Why do you even ask?" she thought, smirking at me on the outside. I chanced to glance at Edward, but got caught in his gaze. Could I leave him, or would it hurt too much? Eyes I called to my friend stood in the kitchen, my eyes still fixed on Edward. Yeah, they all shouted behind me. Can Edward come with us please? A smirk appearing on his face as he knew my plan. I could hear them muttering about no's, but Lauren sighed. Yeah, I suppose. Jesus Lauren, you don't have to sound too enthusiastic about it, you might have a heart attack, I said sarcastically, hearing chuckles from them. Edward getting up and walking over to me, taking my hand immediately. Well, I looked back to see Alice turning the puppy eyes on me. I think I melted right there and then. Please can I come, I missed my best friend, she whispered, and I just couldn't say no. I sighed and spoke louder knowing what was coming. Okay, anyone that wants to come can come. I shook my head, backing up again and facing some very annoyed friends of mine. Just give them a chance please, I pouted, and they gave in. I quickly found my trainers beneath the telephone table beside the front door and pulled them on quickly. We all headed out. We must look like a gang or something, there was 10 of us. 10. Where we going this time guys, I asked Sarah. I was shocked when she blushed but caught on quickly. Arg. Jacob. What happened? What did I miss? I shouted at her, squealing with delight. She had had a crush on Jacob since forever. Well, Jess took over for her. He asked her out on Saturday. It was so sweet, he is such a romantic. You're so lucky. Jess pouted, pointing at Sarah. Her blush only deepened, but the smile was unmissable. Jacob, as in Jacob Sass? Rose asked, peeking nervously at Sarah. Sarah looked absolutely stunned but carried on. Yeah, why? Sarah said, getting defensive at the end. No reason, Hess, just a really good guy, she said, making a point of showing Sarah her and M's hand together. Sarah cooled off after that and we tried to get around the awkwardness. In the end we got Jacob, Becky, another one, Josh, Gary, Ben and Kelly out, as well as all of us. I did get a bit worried, 5 vampires that were used to fast cars, I was sure they would get bored. In the end we were laid on Birmingham Road field in a big circle. Alice, Jasper, Becky and Sarah were all talking about something, I don't really know what. Rose was locked in a conversation with Jess, holding hands with Emmett while he was turned the other way talking to all the boys about football, and not the American kind. Lauren was talking with Becky, the other one, and Kelly, but she walked over to us and laid down next to me. I've spoken to Jess recently, she said nervously. I heard Edward growl beside me, but I tugged on his arm, making his stop. It didn't avoid my attention that all the vampires were now listening to us or watching Edward. What did she say? I asked, truly interested. She sighed, nothing apologetic. That's for sure. She said that you had taken us off her and we were pushing her out, she said. She looked at Edward swiftly before her worried gaze fixed on me. She said the next time she saw you it won't be just a slap, and if you are back with Edward it'll only make her worse. I don't know what she was expecting, but I just laughed. I had to laugh. The very thought of Jessica ever hurting me was hilarious. She couldn't touch me anymore. Maybe I could set her hair on fire, her trousers. Well, if that's not very nice, is it? Edward teased me. Well, she isn't very nice, Edward the first replied. We all stayed out until it was black and everyone else was gone. We all went home. Well, the Cullens came home with me back to Carlisle, and Becky had made Alice promise to watch Lion King 1, 2 and 3, to which she had accepted. I patted Jasper's back sympathetically. My days were exactly like that. I would wake up to the Cullens in my sitting room, my friends would come, and we would all go out and just hang out places, the park, the street, some randomer's front garden, a field. We always ended up laid down laughing. I was glad that my friends had gotten to know the Cullens, and though they hated to admit it, they liked them. They were still a little cold towards Edward. But that was a given. By the time school started I wanted another week of my holiday. I had managed to push all thoughts of my parents away and enjoyed my time with my family and friends. They even stayed at night when I didn't need sleep to watch me practice and train. Not only did I have to train my magic, which is still annoyingly limited, but my body. I had to do yoga and martial arts. What's the point in being all powerful if I am weak? Jasper and Emmett regularly got involved with the martial arts. Gran had to put up a mirage and a shield around the garden, because when you throw a vampire off you don't really want him on the school field, nor did we want people see or hear what we were doing. That would raise a lot of unanswerable questions. Since our enemies were vampires, I trained with them, learning their fighting stances, their moves and defensive attacks. They were a tad bit shocked when I pinned Jasper in 3 minutes. I found it fun. Edward had trouble watching me fight his brothers, but my gran kept him silent and motionless with magic, so he wouldn't interfere. We all got a good crack out of the fact that Edward couldn't talk. He didn't. My friends came for me as usual. In the morning before school we walked across the field and into our first class, history. Great. My only lesson where my only friend was Jessica. I sat beside her like usual, annoying the crap out of her. I loved to watch her squirm. Serves her right for hitting me. The day went well overall. Break was entertaining. We sat where we usually did, but the Cullens came out and sat with us. Everyone slowly backed away from them, but those who had been with them treated them during the holiday, treated them like friends. When Jess walked past all the vampires just glared at her until she was out of sight. No one noticed it beside me, but I knew that there was something I didn't know about going on. What is it, Edward? He sighed, nodding slightly. He replayed something in his mind, Jess walking past him after slapping me, her talking to him, smiling at him. I felt his urge to hit her, to kill her. That wouldn't have revealed them as vampires. Sarcasm. I shook my head at him, smiling. Even when I hated him, he still defended me. Unbelievable. Inner was better. People were used to seeing the Cullens there and we weren't so shocked. Apparently the biggest shock was the smiling and talking things they never did. Before, the Cullens were happy that they didn't have to sit in a cafeteria and pretend to eat food out here. We don't usually eat dinner anyway, too busy talking and laughing to eat. It was biology that changed everything. We were in a maths room for some strange reason, just doing an exam paper, because the stand-in teacher couldn't be bothered to actually teach us anything. I was sat with Edward, while Jess sat with Lauren, making Jessica sit by herself. Everything went fine. Edward was helping me with the answers using our little connection, very useful. The room was silent apart from pen scribbling on paper. This teacher was very strict and no one got on his bad side. Everyone jumped at a knock at the door, turning to look at it. It was Mrs. Bradley, a worried expression on her face as she opened the door. Her eyes raked over the class, obviously looking for someone. Her eyes settled on me, and I felt Edward stiffen beside me. This couldn't be good. I glanced at him, wanting him to give me the answer, but he looked horrified, his mouth slightly open, his eyes wide. His thoughts were all muddled and confused that I couldn't make anything out at all. This above all else scared me. "Excuse me, sir, but Miss Swan needs to be excused," she said in a rough voice, clearing her throat. I did notice how she said it. They usually say "can they be excused," but this was more forceful, like he had no option anyway. Of course he granted me permission, and I got up from my seat, walking across the room, eyes following me eagerly. I walked out the door, closing it behind me. Mrs. Bradley looked like she wanted to say something, but walked away, not before I saw the tears in her eyes though. Thousands of possibilities went through my head. What would cause Mrs. Bradley to cry? Why would Edward be so confused and horrified? This had to be bad. I followed behind Mrs. Bradley, silently descending the stairs and walking into the main building. Outside the office were two police officers sitting against the table me and my friends had on my first day at school. It seemed almost ironic. The place I realized I had friends would be the place that some bad thing will happen. "Are you Miss Isabella Swan?" The man on the right stood up straight, his gruff voice making him seem older, even though he looked in his mid-20s. "Yeah," I said, nervousness clawing at my throat, making it hard to speak. Mrs. Bradley gave me one last glance before disappearing into the office, leaving me with the two policemen. "Traitor. We have come to inform you that there has been an accident," he said, his voice void of emotion. I could only listen as he spoke. "The car was found at the side of a road. 2 bodies were found inside." He paused, and my mind raced with possibilities. 2 people. Which 2 people? The people were identified as Renee Dwyer and Charlie Swan. The end.